All right, we are live. What is up? It is the 16-hour live stream lounge. We are marathoning it all day, and with no further ado, whoops. Oh no. My gosh.
Smoke.
All right. Well, without smoke, we'll do smoke in a couple minutes. Welcome to the live stream lounge. Special guest, imagine smoke going everywhere. Aladdin himself, Erik Steele. Yeah, no smoke.
I brought my own smoke. That was good.
Oh my
there
gosh.
we go.
Oh, did it really? Oh
Of
my
course.
gosh, so funny.
It's always waiting on smoke.
So anyway, gosh, we have so many things to chat about, so much stuff to go over, so many updates.
Oh yeah.
And that stopped, right?
I think
Yes.
so. I
No?
think so.
Okay. We have activities. We have surprises.
Ooh.
We have exclusive content, like clips from the film and new behind the scenes
Awesome.
bits and stuff like that. And we're just going to hang out with you guys today and just enjoy, have a good time. I've already posted on socials, and I did a couple reels and TikToks and stuff, just saying, hey, hang out with us all day. But man, oh my gosh, let's get the party started. I guess we need to make, before we get the real party started, we probably need drinks and coffee, right?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're starting to drink at 8 p.m. or 8 in the morning.
Dude, it's the year 3477 somewhere. All right. So, what is your glass? I'm trying to think. What's the official glass I would want to do today for release day? Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Battlestar, E.T. You know what? I am gonna do some Lando Calrissian. That's me.
I'm gonna do some Vader and Boba Fett.
Oh
My
yeah.
brother's favorite character.
James?
Hit me up with the R2 again.
Oh, the classic? Yeah, that's what I love this glass. It's like so, dude, that if that doesn't says ultimate 70s vintage, I don't know what does.
That definitely does.
So man, so many updates, so many things to chat about. Oh, I forgot to.
What was it?
Oh, I just forgot to do this, and then this, and then this.
Okay, there we go.
So many things to chat about. There's streaming services where it is going to be today. Last minute updates. There's going to be a part 2 of TVOD. I'll have the whole scoop on that. And then there's an issue with subtitles on Amazon. We'll talk about all that. Staying super positive, and for the most part, so many fun, amazing things happening. I cannot wait to share what's going on.
Subtitles have been, for me, for the last couple of months, been the bane of my existence as well. With just
with some projects you're working on.
Yeah, like there was one that I could only do with Premiere, because I've been avidly switched to DaVinci for editing.
Avid?
I'm sorry, not Avid. Premiere.
Oh, okay.
I've been using DaVinci pretty frequently.
Yeah.
But there was a client that they couldn't do pop-on subtitles. You need to have paint on for the first line of dialogue. DaVinci will not let you do paint on.
What's that? What's paint?
Where it's each word comes on one after the other versus all the words. And I was having a heck of a time with DaVinci, and eventually I found out with Premiere, with an update, because I hadn't updated it in years, that little button, just click, and you can make this one subtitle paint on, and then the rest of them can be pop on.
Gosh.
Took me 3 days.
Oh my gosh. So question, something a little bit different this time, since we're doing the longer version. I usually don't do this, but for coffee drinks, I usually don't use sugar.
I use honey too, exclusively.
Does that sound good to you, James?
For those that know me, yeah. Terry and I have this big old container of honey, and it's already halfway gone. And we only had it like a couple weeks ago. It's good too. It's a hermeculent. seals in moisture.
Real quick, you guys are watching the live stream lounge, and our special guest is Mr. Erik Steele. Look at that juicy photo from Paul Michael Caine.
That is a juicy photo.
Very nice. But of course, as we're getting started here, we need to talk about James' outfit. James, how are you dressed? You didn't. We thought you were going to wear the Aladdin shirt too.
It's dirty.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's the perfect answer because that means you wear it.
Oh, yeah, that is
that's
true.
good.
That is true.
It's black, Eric. No one's gonna know.
What is up, James? So what's going on here?
About my outfit today. It's Aladdin Day, but got the Aladdin 3477 swag.
Okay, and you've got
Got the Fidgy pin.
Yeah.
Right on here.
I like it.
And while we're talking about the pins, and we just go around here. Got the Master Sword.
No, the Master Sword. I don't.
From the
That's-
Legend of Zelda.
Okay, I thought that's what that was. It almost looked like mine. I get the Minecraft one.
I wouldn't put Minecraft on my hat. You got
Oh my gosh,
you got
so
this
funny.
hollow sparkle Porygon. You got this hook shot with the little chain because all pins should be some kind of like little function.
Have things attached to them.
Here's the Llama Potion from the Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And there's a little Korra from Breath of the Wild.
Oh, they had a missed opportunity with the potion. They could have had it where it flips.
I know, right?
They had, yeah,
Right?
that would have been great.
Here's a dumpster fire, and that one is
Love
actually
that.
soft enamel, Matt. So it's,
Oh, because it is. Is that like because it's a dumpster fire just makes more sense with soft enamel?
I mean, let's be fair, kinda.
All right.
Oh, and my favorite, it's a Polaroid camera with a booty shot.
Oh, I love that one. That's so funny.
My white rabbit candy for all my Asians in the crowd here. And Kiriko from Overwatch 2 and Erik, the little tiny fox, it glows.
Of course it does. I would expect nothing less.
Okay, so y'all, would you like an espresso? It's a little shot, but it's grind espresso shot.
You know, I hate to say it, but Terry and I are actually doing dry January.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Which I know we have a plan to do the peanut butter
Oh yeah,
drinks. We'll addendum that.
Okay. James, you obviously want one of these, right?
Probably.
Any other time I would.
And just so you guys know, I've got like flavored water. I've got Coke Zero, Mountain Dew, more coffees, and also zero ginger ale. All the things. And then, okay, so you are not doing. Do you drink your coffee black anyway, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's got the honey in it too, so we're good. Yeah, that's great. Oh, and we got the Ryans. Although, how does the honey mix in when it's cold? I guess I've always done that with hot coffee. Oh, you got the. That's awesome. Perfect. Perfect. The magic wand.
Yeah. And then on top of this, thank you guys for hanging out with us today. We'll get to comments real soon.
Oh, yeah.
I am just so thrilled. Dude, 15 years in the making.
That's right.
And today is the day.
Today is the payoff. Just finally out.
Can't believe it. And there's still more to go. There's more. There's more phases. Well, there's more films, but there's more phases like DVD and Blu-ray and AVOD and phase 2 of TVOD, which we'll talk about in a little bit. James, what flavor would you like into? We've got mocha glazed donut. We've got salted caramel, thin caramel, peppermint mocha, and sugar cookie.
Hit me with the sugar.
I knew you were going to say sugar cookie the second he said it.
No.
Yeah. By the way, James, when did you start doing the whole pin? I feel like we watched you go into the whole world of pin collecting from Star Wars Celebration.
Okay.
Was that where it
You wanna know
started?
what this was? It was literally Star Wars Celebration.
It was Star Wars Celebration. I knew it.
No. Okay. It's not just Star Wars Celebration. So we go to Star Wars Celebration Orlando, right? And I said, okay, never been there. And on entry, all the people attending the con get this little tiny BB-8 pen.
Thank you.
I said, okay, that's kind of cool. Stuck it on my lanyard, like, bling. And then I found out that the VIP people coming in get a limited edition 3-pack, one of 3 randomly assigned 3, so there are like 9 of them, of these other pins. But to get these otherwise, someone said, you just got to trade up. Like, how do you trade up pins? And so here I am in the seed, discovering the seedy underworld of pin trading. So there we are, while we're at the booth, every so often we get like a 15-minute break. So boom, I'm immediately off there looking around, trading up this pin. I went from this BB-8 to like an R2-D2 to a Poe Dameron X-Wing, because I was trying to get to the top, to one of the 3 packs that contained Daisy Ridley.
You became basically. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember you wanted the Daisy Ridley one so bad.
And I said, well, let's just assume I'm an adult with money. Let me just buy it off you. And they're like, sir, that's not how we do things here at Celebration. What does that mean? You remember the app? Like when we went to the Celebration and then we downloaded like an app for the convention.
Mhm.
There was a whole section on the app for pin trading and like pin posting.
Oh yeah.
It's insane. Your sister watched me like go down this hole. And then Justin Salazar, he would wear his denim jacket blinged out with pins, and eventually, like, hey James, I got this pin. This is kind of cool. Yeah, I got this pin. It's laser etched wood, and
it's so funny because there was such a long time where that would have been so hokey. Like if you were wearing a denim jacket with pins of any kind, like that would have been like just beyond nerdy.
Well,
but like now it's like all the rage.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
They have backpacks now or sections where you can pin.
Oh, and all the cool stuff. I mean, I love it. All the cool stuffed animals and stuff. Gang.
All right.
Cheers to the release. 15 years worth of work. Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom, world premieres today. Ding, 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 ding.
None of that rhymed.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
The rhymes are coming.
The rhymes are for coming. Toast too.
In the meantime, let's get the party started. What is going on? Welcome to the live stream lounge. Oh my gosh. Busting out the Lando Calrissian. That's the kind of mood I am in. Oh my gosh. So it's so great to have you on, and thank you for roughing it out today.
Oh, yeah.
And the long haul and everything. Yeah. We're gonna have a great show. Lots to chat about. Let's just get into it because I think some people probably want to know like what some of these updates are. So we had our little drinks. Happy holidays, obviously. Happy New Year from Fidji is hanging out with us today.
Yeah,
which is nice. We'll have to bust Fidji out.
Yeah, never stay away. In
a little bit. Shiva to Believer today. If we've ever said that in the past, people have probably been like, "What is this Shiva to Believer business?" You'll know after watching that. It's not a huge deal, but it's just a little.
And I counted how many times it's in the first film.
How many? Because
I'll let you guys figure it out.
Okay. But because I always thought it was something, and I kind of counted too, and I was like, wait a minute, is it what I?
Yeah.
You know. So and here's the whole thing. It's not a huge deal, but I just when I wrote this, there's so many levels to what I tried to do, making it in the future, the other side of the world, but anytime there was something where someone would normally say okie dokie, or would say, oh my God, or bitches get stitches. I don't know what.
Bitches get stitches.
I don't know. But like, I don't know. I can't even think of what's a tagline people say today.
I guess.
Cray cray. Man, that shiz is cray cray.
Cray cray, yeah.
That's even already old.
Heard you say.
But so I really tried to make this authentic where some of the phrases are new. You know, this is a new world, and it's it's a
whole new world.
But very exciting. I see what you did there. There's new videos. If you go on the Aladdin 3477 YouTube page, there's a really cool video called What is Aladdin 3477, produced by Steve Oz Pankatai.
Yep.
This is such a fun video to watch because a lot of the footage is literally kind of from the first couple months we were filming, and there's interviews with us. That's, yeah, I mean, it's over 10 years ago.
Yeah, but it's funny because the first episodes of that are from the second film.
Mm-hmm.
So the order of all the behind the scenes is kind of way out of whack.
Everything was filmed out of order for sure. Yeah, that was it's super interesting. Okay, so to kind of start all of this off, originally there was going to be an opening message in the film.
Mm-hmm.
And I made this originally when I was kind of pitching this and sending out screeners, and people were putting in offers. Not people, studios and distributors were putting in offers. There was a message in the beginning, me kind of introducing the film, saying what it's all about, how it's like this, it's a truly independent film. Also hammering down this is one of 3 films. And also there's something else. I don't want to spoil it. You're going to see this video right now. Buffalo 8 thought it was a good idea not to have it on the actual film. I have to agree because it kind of movies do it a little bit, but there was a movie that Disney put out called Wrinkle in Time with Oprah Winfrey. Did you see that?
Oh yeah,
a little bit ago. So they had a really good message at the beginning. I saw it in theaters. I don't know why I saw it. I think I just got dragged. It's not the kind of movie I would probably really be into. Went and saw it. Had that opening message that I was like, oh, cool. They're doing an opening message too.
Right.
And like, man, that's really cool. It's, this, I think is this director's first film and everything. It was really cool. And then just for me, the movie was awful. I did not enjoy the movie at all. And it was almost like I could see why they put that message in to kind of set like, hey, if you don't like this movie, here's the reasons why you should like this movie kind of thing.
Hey, we apologize in advance for
and I felt like, and so Buffalo 8 kind of said, it's probably not a good idea. It's also important to note that also the latest Mission Impossible movie that came out last summer also had a message from Tom Cruise and the director in the very beginning of it, kind of saying everything they went through to make the movie and everything, which I thought was cool. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have a message too. But then that was, I thought the movie was great, but it was the first Mission Impossible movie that I didn't think was better than the one before. I feel like those movies kept getting better. That one was a little bit down. Audience wise, it was way down. Like it
really,
at the box office, it didn't, not that it did horribly, but it did not perform to expectations.
To
what
Fall Guy had that message in the beginning too, and
Fall
Guy
you're right.
Well, most of those messages.
Fall Guy was great, but Fall Guy also wasn't a huge box office
But it was
boom.
so good.
It is good.
It is really
I
good.
love that movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the message you will not be seeing in the film, and I think this is a good preference for those of you that are going to see the movie. Let's check it out. Hi, I'm Matt Busch, creator of Aladdin 3477. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to watch a truly independent film. We did our best to try and make an A-list looking movie without having the budget of a big Hollywood studio. With family and friends building sets in our own backyards, we've spent years putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this handmade epic saga. This film, The Jinn of Wisdom, is the first in the Aladdin 3477 motion picture trilogy, and the adventure is just getting started. Be sure to stick around after the end credits, where you'll get your first sneak peek at the second film in the Aladdin 3477 trilogy. Enjoy. Woohoo! So that is the opening message. More importantly, at the end of that, I don't know if you guys caught this, but at the end of one of the reasons I really wanted to have that message at the beginning is it says stick around after the end credits because you're going to get your first sneak peek at the second film in the Aladdin 3477
Well, thanks to
trilogy.
our Marvel Renaissance, everyone sticks around at the end of the credits. So
I hope so, but I don't, if I watch a small independent film, I assume there probably isn't going to be one. So I I don't do that. For if it's a big tentpole movie, obviously I'm going to stick around and see what's at the end. But for a smaller independent film,
Oh, I do that for everything.
Well,
Really?
Friggin' wasted my time.
Yeah.
The movie was amazing.
Yeah.
The credits wasted my time.
well, I also tried to make the end credits fun to look at
Right.
and kind of visual, so that'll hopefully keep people.
Did you keep the color?
Did I?
Oh
what?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah.
If it's-
Oh yeah, no,
It's the
that's
same-
yeah,
yeah.
that's still. So anyway, all right. Today we do have some competition. We're gonna get to comments right after this, but our biggest competition today is
Chicken Run.
Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul on Netflix is our biggest competition. So hoping we can sweep. I don't know about that, but
There's subtitles.
I do love Wallace and Gromit.
I do too. I do
love stop
too.
motion.
I mean, they're UK icons.
All right, hey, let's get to some comments and see what's going on. The entrance, yeah, we were foiled by our smoke, and it did not go exactly as planned. But it's all good. We had fun with it just the same, and we've got that too. Dan Castelli says, "Gentlemen, what's a going on? Thanks for hanging out with us today."
What's up, Dan?
John Rick says, "Eric, what's up? I hear you're in a movie about lamps or something."
True. Yeah.
You know what? One of the greatest movies that involves the importance of lamp is
Brave Little Toaster.
Anchorman.
Anchorman. I love lamp. I haven't seen that in a long time. I wonder how well that holds up. But gosh, that was so funny. Oh my gosh, Scott Conney, hey brother, from Fort Lauderdale Airport, heading to Tampa for the P5 gig. Super excited for you. I'll be tuning in. Awesome, Scott. Thank you so much. Hope the weather has been awesome down there. And he's down there on vacay, and now he's flying to another part of Florida because he's got a gig down there, which is awesome. Excelente. Excited for both of you and the entire cast and crew. Thank you so much, brother. Can't wait for you to check it out. Premise Land, what is up, Ted? Howdy doodles. What's going on? Scott says, I found this vintage VH pin from when I was a kid at my parents', sporting it now. Old school. See, people don't even know when you have a pin like this, because it's like new again, but like the vintage. Like it's an actual vintage Van Halen. Let's see. Whoops. Premise Land. Oh, wait. I skipped a couple. Whoops-a-daisy. There we go. January is here. That's right.
Oh.
And you know what? I didn't use... I think what it was, I was really excited about the hashtag jazzed for January. But I saw James' face. James, can you show us the face you did every time I said jazzed for January?
It's kind of like a spur of the moment thing. But,
Oh, really? Okay. Jazzed for January. And then January, you weren't as much a fan of. I'll tell you what, I was so excited about January, and I thought this was the perfect time to release consumer-wise. But with the couple bumps that we've had that we're going to talk about soon, obviously, maybe everyone in Hollywood that told me I was insane for releasing a movie at the beginning of January, maybe they were right. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, hey, you wanted a date.
I did. Yeah. So we'll see. On my denim jacket. Oh yeah.
On his denim jacket.
Yeah.
Yep.
Premise Land, that Shiva is cray cray. That's what I say. Vader David, hey Matt Busch, Erik, Steele, good morning. I'm sure you're all going to blow up. Haven't watched yet. Busy, but I know it rocks. Can I see it in theaters? Not yet, but there will be a day. Not soon, not tomorrow, not next week, not even next month, but there will be an opportunity to see it soon in theaters. Actually, Paul Glantz has been trying to get a hold of me. He contacted Tom Santilli, and
wow!
And he's contacted me before, but so there will be something cooking at some point. Faux show. Premise Land says you either love Aladdin or you don't. Don't be wishy-washy. That's right. That's what I say. Premise Land says, I know where you can send small independent films. Where the sun don't shine? I don't know what he means by that. Oh, just like a plate, like a distributor or something.
Right.
Okay. Hey, Tom Savage, what's going on? I think the opening message was a good idea, but from a distribution point of view, I get it. They want that confidence that their films don't need anything but to speak for themselves.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That 210%. I think the thing for me that I really wanted to drive home is that because these films, each of these films doesn't wrap up at the end with a bow and like it's not like a Star Wars film where everyone's standing on steps and there's like people clapping for the heroes, or the Indiana Jones films. You could really watch those in any order. A lot of James Bond films, really, you could probably watch in any order. This is more like Lord of the Rings, not in terms of story or even tone, but it's one big story, kind of act 1, act 2, and act 3.
Right.
And so I really want people to know there are 2 more films for sure. It's not like if the first film does well, then we'll think about making the second one. They're already in the can. They're going to happen. And that this is an investment. And just, I think if people have that frame of mind, and so far everyone that's seen it, usually the first thing they say is, "Oh my gosh, when does the second one come out?" You know, that which is super cool. But so I really wanted to just drive that home, and then also, you know, to stick around after the end credits. All right, so here we go. Massive updates. Are you ready for this? Okay, so the film is available today, January 3rd, on Fandango at home. I already checked it out last night. Purring like a kitten, looks smooth. Everything is great. There are some benefits to watching it on Fandango, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Also, if you had Vudu, or if that used to be a place you would watch movies, then Fandango has, I believe, acquired Vudu. By the way, Fandango, a lot of people might be like, I don't have that app. You actually don't need the app. You can literally just go to the website. You can sign in. You can watch it on your TV. Usually TVs have it already built in, or you can just have the app uploaded to your TV. It's really not that difficult. There's not a lot you have to sign up for. It's pretty easy peasy, and there's no subscription or anything like that. It's pretty easy peasy, mac and cheesy. Hoopla. Mm-hmm. Now Hoopla is cool. It's funny. I had never heard of Hoopla, but when I mentioned it to you, you were like, "Oh my God, Hoopla!" Yeah. So the cool thing about Hoopla, this is the only way at the moment that you can actually watch the film for free.
Well, on the government dime.
Yes. And so the cool thing is, the reason why it falls into TVOD, which is transactional video on demand, is because we still get paid as if someone is watching it or renting it. And so thank you to the library. So it's through libraries. If you have a library card, chances are your library has a Hoopla account where you can rent all kinds of movies and video games and
comic books and
graphic novels, music. Verizon Fios. Have you ever used
I've never heard of this until now. No, I did not know that. I used to have Verizon back in the day.
Yeah. So apparently this is another way you can watch the film. Vubiquity, which I think might be tied in with Verizon. Then there is all of the cable video on demand, which same thing. All the prices are the same, but there's obviously Charter Communications, Spectrum, Cox. James, do you have Cox? Do you or do you get?
I mean, if I were a snake, I'd have plural.
I get Xfinity, but I was just curious if you I don't know. Anyway, me and my 12-year-old humor here. By the way, I beat James for getting less sleep. I've gotten 45 minutes of sleep.
Wow.
The night before, I might have gotten 3 hours the night before.
Eric, I literally saw you last night. When did you get?
I actually did go to bed pretty early, at like before midnight.
Interesting.
Nice. So anyway, most people that I know in this area have Xfinity. Mm-hmm. You can watch it cable on demand there. Now, Amazon. It is available right now on Amazon, but there are subtitles issues. So I could go on and on and on about what the deal is with subtitles. It's super, super complicated. It's not just that subtitles are burned in, but when you make subtitles, you have to do a time code. You know this for each one, where it starts and where it ends. But when you're doing all of the, especially the big places like Amazon and Apple, you have to also put in what language it is. And the reason why is in different parts of the world, if someone's speaking Hindi, then here in the US, where most people speak English, Hindi is going to come up in the subtitles. But if people are watching this in India, everything else is going to be in subtitles, but the Hindi will not come up because people will assumedly already understand it. Of course, that's questionable with our,
with our dialects.
How well did we do it? We'll see. But yeah, so there's that. It's really complicated. There were also issues, just even the fact that I have robots that speak in other languages, that kind of became an issue every step of the way, where people like, there's no setting. There's like setting for like 60 different languages, but there's no setting for robot. Right. And all I had to say was, well, what would you do if this was Star Wars and Greedo is talking to Han Solo? And they'd be like, oh yeah. And then they would take the time to look a little bit further to kind of see what's up. Anyway, all of this data going to all the different streamers, they all have their own engines of how they work. They have their own fonts. They have their own colors. They have their own way of doing it. So it's just one of those situations where anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And we got foiled with Amazon only, as far as I know, for subtitles.
Which is interesting that it's just Amazon.
Yeah. So anyway, I could talk about it further, but the good news is it is going to get fixed. So the good news is if you've purchased it to own on Amazon, eventually it'll be fixed and you'll have the new version with the correct subtitles. It's called forced narrative subtitles, which means you'll see these subtitles no matter what. You really need to see these subtitles, though. There are important parts of the plot that literally would make, I can't imagine anyone under, I mean, there are some things people could maybe get an idea of what's going on, but there's certain things, entire scenes where, these cyborg bounty hunters are in a room talking and they're just talking to each other. So you would have no idea what their plan is or what's going on. So so some of you might be saying, well, when's it going to be fixed? There's no official time when it's fixed. I wish it was easy as flicking a switch. Everything, you're literally resubmitting the film. It has to go through their quality control. Yeah, so this just takes time. And this was all set up back in October. The trouble is there's no way to troubleshoot it. There's no way for me or even Buffalo 8 to watch it on Amazon to see how it looks. It's just when it's live, it's live. And then if there's a snafu like there was, then there's a snafu. I'm just glad it was accidentally released a day early. Someone mentioned it.
Really?
Yesterday. Yeah, someone said, hey, I'm watching it now. So I went to go check. The only reason I went to check is I wanted to see the subtitles because, again, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And that's the only thing in my mind that could go wrong. And that's exactly what went wrong. Anyway, so when this will happen, no idea. It could be fixed tonight.
It might be.
It could be fixed in a couple of weeks. It really just depends on a lot of things. So my vote would be, if you've purchased it on Amazon, it's not that I want you to buy it somewhere else, but please wait. You won't regret getting the full, the full experience.
Yeah, I don't think tonight. You're giving way too much credit to Amazon's department.
I don't know, or maybe they'll jump on it. When we first did quality control, before it was specifically the subtitles for any of the individual places, the key is you start with Apple because they have the highest quality control. And if you can make it through them, you can make it to anyone. So when we did that, when they first submitted it, they said it'll probably be somewhere between 8 and 12 weeks is usually how long it takes. Now, this is for Apples. and I don't know what it is just for Amazon. It might be quicker, but anyway, they said it'll take. It won't be longer than 12 weeks, but it usually takes anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks. And I want to say within 4 weeks, it was done. But again, that was for Apple, and that's
and Amazon's busy sending their boss to space, so
yeah,
we gotta wait for him to come.
I know. So there's another update. Okay, so this is the first phase of TVOD. Originally, it was going to release today in 66 countries around the world. Instead, because this is the first phase, it's releasing in 5 countries.
Oh,
unless the UK, the United Kingdom, is that 1 country or is that 4?
I am terrible at geography.
I think it is technically 1 country, but it's 4 territories. If you know, leave us a comment. Let us know what the scoop is on the United Kingdom.
Everyone here probably assumes 1, but for them, it would be like 4.
4 countries?
That's like, I think it's typically 1, but that's like us saying, hey, North and South America are the same thing.
They're the Americas.
Yeah, but no one looks at it as the Americas.
Yeah.
Like, literally no one gives a crap.
So anyway, however, there are some new things because before we didn't have 2 of these, and I don't know if they with the other snafus, if they're like trying to throw us a bone, but it releases today in the US, Canada, the United Kingdom, and brand new Australia, which was new, and New Zealand. In fact, someone already left a comment I saw yesterday that they were already watching it from the future in New Zealand, because obviously their day starts sooner. Although if they were watching it sooner, it meant they were watching it on Amazon with no subtitles.
So slight confusion in the scenes.
All right, so everyone wants to know which is the best, and I have a new answer from what we've been saying before. Fandango, we love movies. This is the best place to see it. Because we'll talk about Apple in a moment. Amazon just at the moment doesn't have the subtitles. So for sure, Fandango, you can watch it anywhere that you want, but if you want the full experience, I would hold off on Amazon for the moment. Otherwise, Hoopla, Fandango, all the cable VOD. And the reason why also Fandango is actually the best is because it's the only one that has the film in HDX. Also, it's the only film that has it in Dolby Digital Plus.
Okay.
And we'll talk a little bit later about what those are. Also, at Fandango, you have the ability to download the film.
Okay.
Now, here's what's interesting about that. That is super cool because a lot of these streaming services, you see all the time, movies that are going to leave soon or movies that are coming soon. So all of these streaming services, they'll probably have the film. I don't know which it's going to be yet. It depends on some contractual things, but it'll either be 7 years or 10 years. And then it might be renegotiated and maybe they'll stay there. But it's possible that any of these places that you purchase it to own, you might think you have it forever.
Right.
But you might not. It's a chance it could go away. But at Fandango, because you can download it, you'll have not a hard copy, but you'll have a digital copy. You'll have a digital copy so that will never go away. So that's another reason why Fandango is a good way to do it. Okay, just shifting gears really quick. So Collider, we've had some snafus, obviously, but we've also had some wins. And for Collider to give us some juice, when you go to Collider, they don't give news to independent films or like if it's not Tom Cruise, if it's not a Marvel movie or Star Wars or a show that everyone's watching, they won't waste their time with it because they want the algorithm. They want people coming there, and they threw us a bone. They were the first to give a sneak peek at a scene from Aladdin 3477. Let's check it out. Fun. So, yeah. So, we're going to get to your comments really soon. If there are comments, there might not be. There's a couple comments. But first, I am going to try out this cereal pop Fruity Pebbles. I love Fruity Pebbles. It's one of my favorite.
I haven't had that in forever, but yeah.
I'm just so curious. We'll probably have real popcorn later, but I just want to see what the scoop is. Okay, so you made this as a gift for me. This is so cool. This is an Aladdin 3477
one of one
popcorn bucket. You know what fascinated? I was staring at this for like a half hour because now this is just one of these half-size posters that you cut up to put around this. It's amazing. But what's interesting, because it's wider at the top and smaller at the bottom, there are some things that were tripping me out. Like, I love that Christy is now leaning in towards you.
Oh,
and I love that Bredge is, usually it's up like this, but now it's kind of like turned, it looks like it's turned inward a little bit. Like, that is so, like, I don't know. It's like, it's just so
different
cool.
dimension to the.
Yeah. And then now this princess ship is kind of angled upward, and this, the Red Star drop ship is kind of angled upward this way. This is amazing. And we came up with the idea, we have to get Dan Phillips on this, but the idea, we need a popcorn bucket. I don't know what I've been not thinking about, but after like the Deadpool popcorn bucket, and listen, we're small potatoes, so it's not like there's going to be thousands of these.
Fidgy popcorn bucket, everyone wants one.
Dude, if we can get a Fidgy popcorn bucket, by the time we have our little movie theater, it'll be months from now, but I feel like we need to have.
True. Now, would it be buckets. A Fidgy helmet, or Taj Mahal, where the Taj Mahal pops off? You know, so many ideas.
You know, it really depends on what's feasible. And we were talking about we could do a mold of just the head, but then it's just a radio. Like, it'd be cool if we could get like a half-size version of Fidgy,
where you
and, like,
pop
do a
the head off
and
eat all the food, the popcorn inside.
Or maybe you open the CD player part and then you can, you know what I mean, or something. So lots of ways that it can work out. But also, like, there's a chance we could get these made in China, probably for really cheap. The difficulty, though, is going to be the shipping, because when you get books made, they stack up.
Right.
You know, Fidgies, you can 100 of these will fit in the boxes. 100 will fit 25 by 25. Or sorry, 20, but anyway, something like that. I forget how they stack them, but they're like a square box like this, and each one holds 100 figures. But if you have a giant popcorn bucket, and like these popcorn buckets stack, so again, you could have a long box, and maybe there's 30 of them in a box. But if it's something that's shaped like Fidgy, it's not going to be stackable.
Nope. Yeah.
So, like, even though they're lightweight, the size of everything,
it'll have a whole wall of
so walls. that's where things kind of get a little bit complicated. But
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'm just so curious what these Fruity Pebbles cereal pop. James, you gotta try one out with me. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it. Dude, that's good. That's real good.
To everyone, come see how good this is.
All right. Royal Star Film Festival is where I've been. Oh, for indie films. You know, Ted, that's a great question. And I've been chatting with Luke Castle a little bit in the past couple of days. I'm so behind on messages and emails and everything. I don't know if it would warrant playing at the Royal Star since it's already out on streaming. But if there was an opportunity where to have a screening of Aladdin 3477 for people to see it at the Royal Star Film Festival, just because it's a local thing and there's a lot of people here who've worked on it, I would not be opposed to that. That might actually be really cool. So yeah, so we shall see. Fletch Arnold teasing more swag. I know, I can't stop with the swag. I love it, all the things. And I just feel like when I grew up, things like Star Wars or Indiana Jones, and part of it was because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have any kind of VOD or anything like that. Going to the movies was an experience, but my memories of Star Wars were things like having an official collector's edition that I could thumb through and look at photos and get information about the characters, and how the movie was made really got me interested in like filmmaking and everything. But also the toys, the collectible trading cards and the comic books and everything. I just grew up with, the films that I really loved were more than just a movie. It was, an IP or a franchise, I guess. But as a kid, it was my world. And to this day, they still have official collector's editions for like the Lord of the Rings films and James Bond films, and Dune has like an official book, and everything. And
even Dune has a popcorn bucket.
They have the popcorn bucket.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I don't know if this is something that I guess maybe just to me, but growing up, I used to get flip books for movies. Did you ever experience that?
Do that
for like
animated
flip books for Ninja Turtles,
I have one for
Nightmare Before Christmas,
really,
and for some reason, like a lot of different movies, I would always I don't know how I got them. I don't know if they came in cereal boxes or whatever, but they'd be flip books of like scenes of the movie. And I remember specifically for like Nightmare Before Christmas, it was like the shot where he was cutting the Christmas like snowflake, and it turns into a spider.
Oh my gosh!
And I remember. Because I was so fascinated with stop motion, I would literally flip through each and every page of it, like seeing how that magic was happening.
And then when you flip it over, there's another scene.
And then you flip it over, there's another scene. So I don't know.
I think cereal box.
I think that was maybe just a '90s thing. Maybe it was just a cereal box thing.
Right when around Toy Story coming out, I found one in a thing of tricks.
Oh, okay.
And it literally is the one scene where Buzz Lightyear face plants trying to jump out the window and he loses his arm. I'm like, what the? Like that's what you want the kids.
That's why as a kid I was a cereal fiend. My mom was always offering me like Menudo and something. I want the cereal because it came with the prizes. So
what's Menudo?
It's a Mexican soup that's got.
Is that what the boy band is named after?
Yes.
Mexican soup.
A Mexican soup, but a very good Mexican soup.
Wow.
Very hearty with some broth and spices.
All right. So here is what's up. It's January 3rd. It is release day. I can't it still doesn't really feel real.
It really hasn't kicked
into me yet either. But anyway, so this is TVOD. Phase 1 we talked about, obviously, where it's released today. What's up? Hey Ted, I mentioned that I wouldn't be opposed to having Aladdin 3477 screened at the Royal Star Film Festival. I know it's already out on streaming services, so maybe that disqualifies it or whatever, which is fine too. But if there was interest, there's a lot of local people that would like to see it. It also might screen in theaters before that, but if for any reason that would be a fun thing to do and you think that would be a fun thing for the event, I am not opposed to it. And I've been chatting with Luke Castle recently, but I've been really behind on my emails, all kinds of things going on, just so you know. Okay, so TVOD. So phase 2 is... Oh, first of all, TVOD. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. So I never know. I'll have these segues memorized next time we go through this. TVOD stands for Transactional Video on Demand, which means, yes, you have to pay for it, even if you have a subscription. Some of these are subscription. Some of these you have a subscription to. Some of these you don't, but you can watch it anywhere for the same price. It's all the same. The prices are the same on all of these. So there isn't one that's going to be cheaper than another. Although someone told me this weekend, Apple TV Plus is free for the first weekend in January.
Interesting.
Only, well,
yeah,
foiled again.
Yep.
Anyway,
Amazon prices are out there. It's all half off right now.
is it really?
You can buy it for $3.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Okay, well, anyway, so you can rent the film anywhere for $4.99 for HD. You can get it in SD, which is, like DVD quality.
Right.
Not as good, but if that doesn't matter to you or you're watching it on your phone, I mean, HD, you might as well still get it for your phone if you ask me, because your phone can show it in HD. But if you really are scrounging for dollars, listen, no judgment. You can rent it in SD for $3.99. If you want to buy it to own, you can buy it in SD for $5.99, or the most expensive is buying it in HD for $7.99. Listen, Wicked, if you want to buy Wicked right now,
right.
I believe it's like $25 at least. Have you guys seen Wicked?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Wicked like 4 times.
Dude, holy
It was
crap.
great. It was so good.
That is amazing.
And just like our film, so much of it was practical sets.
I know people who didn't even like the musical but loved the movie. I'm like, I'll take it. Like, Wicked's great.
Cray.
I didn't know it was going to be a part 1 until like a day before Terry told me, and I was like, "Thank you for telling me that," because I would have totally been like, "Wait, what?"
Well, you would have known in the very beginning when it says part 1 at the bottom. But anyway, so that's what's up now. When you're looking for this on any of the places you're going to go to check it out, the easiest way, obviously, you're going to type in Aladdin, and then it'll pop up. You might have to type in it, because we don't have a strong enough algorithm yet. You might have to type in Aladdin 3477. Otherwise, it'll just be all of the Disney Aladdins and everything else. But then you'll find it right there. There is Christy Perovsky checking out. And I think this was earlier in the week when the pre-order was up on Fandango, that she found it there. So cute. Checking everything out. All right, here's the scoop. There are some new release dates. It's really just one new release date for the second half of the TV OD phase. And that date is January 23rd. I don't even know what day that's on. I assume it's a Friday, but if today is the 3rd and it's a Friday,
it's 20 days from now.
Yeah, it must be it must be a Thursday.
23rd is a Thursday, yeah. Okay.
So on Thursday, January 23rd, that is when the next phase begins, and that's where you'll be able to see Aladdin 3477 on Apple TV Plus, also Apple TV, also iTunes, also Google Play will be January 23rd. Sorry for the mishap. So much of this I found out yesterday. Has nothing to do with the subtitles. This is something else with Apple. It was something that it started with the pre-order, but again, this is where I was not smart choosing a day in the beginning of January, because literally the 20th is when the pre-order started for all Apple devices. The day before is when Apple corporate took their 2-week vacation.
Wow, okay.
So there was no one there in that division for, smaller films like us to be like, hey, what's going on? Da, da, da. Everyone needs a vacation. So, so that just kind of got foiled. And then whatever the foiling was continued with the release of the film. So everything is straightened out from what I understand, but it's going to be on January 23rd. In a weird way, this kind of
staggered.
When I was first talking with Buffalo 8 about release dates, I was kind of saying, so are we going to do it where like one date will be Amazon, and maybe 2 weeks later we'll do, Apple, and 2 weeks later we'll do Fandango, and just keep
right.
Because for me, I have so much like content, like behind the scenes videos and music videos and things where like, because I'm one person, I can't do a lot of big stuff, but I can be consistent with a lot. And like, the idea that there's always going to be something new, I can keep. And the way social media works today, people aren't going to see every post,
right?
But over the course of time, hopefully, if people will see some of them, and maybe they didn't see when the first one came out, but they'll see when the next. You know what I'm saying? So I love the idea of having it spread out. But everyone that I talked to said, no. You do it all at once. You make a big splash, and that's just how you do it.
Still didn't happen.
And it didn't happen the way that we wanted. So this is actually more kind of the way that I like it anyway. It is what it is. And then we've obviously got DVD and Blu-ray release, and then AVOD and everything else. So also on the 23rd, this is all of the countries that it will then be available in. And I'm told about 2 months or less after that, it'll just be worldwide. There won't be a country that you won't be able to see this film in. All right. So how about we look at another exclusive scene? I see some comments here. We'll come back to those. I wanted to share a new exclusive scene. This is not the scene we're going to see, but this is just a shot from Aladdin's apartment, Aladdin's makeshift apartment. And I love this because we put so much into the apartment. Originally, I was going to show behind the scenes of the apartment, but for some reason I was having a codec issue with that video. But so much fun, so much time and care went into this. So this Aladdin is a little bit, I should just preface this Aladdin it's not that he's not homeless. He kind of is, but he has like a makeshift apartment, almost like a man cave of sorts.
Well, it's I guess it doesn't give away anything. Shipping container, like So it's kind of like when you're living in a storage unit. Yeah, for the most part. But
even Aladdin had his own like little man cave, kind of above a building, kind of thing.
It was in like a bungalow.
Yeah. So on purpose, you'll see why when you see the whole movie. He's definitely a down and out con artist, definitely a scoundrel, but he's not entirely homeless because he's got like this cool pad. Anyway, I wanted you guys to check out this brand new, you've never seen it anywhere before. Oh. Check out this scene from Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom.
All I want is the lamp. Where'd you get a key? Doesn't matter.
I'd like to know.
I'd like to leave.
I'd like to leave.
Good, I'm flying.
Wrong, I'm flying.
I'm flying.
I'm flying.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's my power key.
It's my sky sail.
Fine.
Fine.
Fine. But you help me retrieve the lamp, and we get it my way. End of discussion.
And what are we waiting for?
Okay, so check this out here. So look, so while we were filming, you did this cool. Explain what this is.
So we were messing around. I remember, like, it was right when like the 360 cameras were coming out, and I think this is with an old phone of mine. But we tried making like a 360 of Aladdin's apartment, and I think we only got halfway. So it's basically just a big panorama. But
was this before you got the original?
No, it's before we got the 360. Oh. So like this was, I think, with like an old Google phone. Because Aaron G and I would like always make like the 360 videos or something like that. I think I might have having some behind the scenes. I think these are the ones I didn't share because like the 360 editing has gotten so much better over the years.
Yeah, the stitching and everything.
Yep.
So cool. You got one for the Taj Mahal?
You got one.
Oh my gosh, look at James. You got to show that.
James. There's you.
Wait, what?
On the Taj Mahal set with Cam.
I'm not saying I remember that happening, but that totally checks out.
It totally checks out.
See, nowadays everyone would be like, "Oh, look at that AI," because Cam's hand is doing weird stuff.
True.
when it was just
That was before AI.
the set, the real life set that Matt built.
Giving James a little bit more of the Irish cream. So, hey, what do you say we go to some comments really quick, and then we got all kinds of stuff to.
Jeff just sleeping in the throne.
I think I might.
I might just throw that there. I knew that was going to happen. All right, let's head over to some comments. Premise Land says, I think Royal Star would do it. I know the president. Nice.
Nice.
Brandon Gallo, what is up? Brandon, I saw your messages late last night. I had so many fires I was putting out. I only got 45 minutes of sleep and only 3 hours the night before. So awesome. I'm so glad that you saw it. I'm curious, did you watch it on Amazon or did you watch it on Fandango? I'm just curious. Because if you watched it on Amazon, you probably noticed right away, shouldn't there be subtitles
Right.
for some of this, you know? Scott Jones, what is going on? A big congrats to Matt and everyone that worked on the movie. Met Erik last spring. He was dragging a grill out the back of the studio.
That's true. I was absolutely.
That's
I
awesome.
remember that.
On his way into Jawbreaker.
Yeah. In the Jawbreakers, which has been a great neighbor.
Yeah, that's
us.
awesome. Robert H says, like the sense of humor. Yeah, there is a lot. I think one of the things people are usually shocked at, seeing the trailer, because the trailer's all ominous and
Right.
action and stuff. Usually one of the first things people say is, oh my gosh, I didn't know it was going to be like, that was really funny.
Yeah. There was one joke that got my dad real good. And
What's that?
Huh?
Which
The
joke?
lamp.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you heard him.
No, but when we were
laughing.
when I was watching it, I was like, oh boy, I didn't know like how your mom or
It was right up my dad's alley.
Yeah.
If any of you who know my father from the Wood days of
sugar cookie.
oh there you go.
James,
Yes.
you're good?
Oh, no sugar cookie.
Any flavor?
Try the mocha.
And then James, there, just so you know, there's also waters, Mountain Dews, Coke Zero, Ginger Ale Zero, all the things.
Yeah, sugar cookie doesn't really taste like sugar.
Oh, really?
Sugar something else? Or something else
I'm
cookie?
just gonna have to take like a shot of that just straight, just to like see what it is.
All right, Kyle says, "Hey Matt, James and Erik, what is up, Kyle?"
So, man.
So Kyle, you guys have all seen his work before. I know because he was one of the first people to do some fan art of Aladdin 3477, and he did a couple Fidgies that were illustrated with like Boba Fett
Oh yes,
style.
I remember that. Those
Yeah,
were great.
and so I think what has to happen at some point, one of the next series of the Fidgy designer toys, I feel like we have to do one that's like Boba Fidgy.
Boba Fiji.
You
I mean,
know?
it works. It would work.
I feel like it's just a must. And
We don't have a green
Boba
one.
Fidge.
no, we really don't. And Boba Fidge, Boba Fidge, maybe that
Boba
sounds
Fidge.
better. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
So I love that, and I feel like as kind of a thank you to the support from early on, it's great. Like all of the people that are enjoying the film, and if we get a new audience and everything, all of it's wonderful. And a lot of people that obviously 2 years ago when the Kickstarter came out and they saw what it looked like and everything, a lot of people, were really into it. But I really have to thank people like Kyle who were into it before they even really saw a lot of stuff. At
Right.
first, I was releasing like, here's what part of a costume looks like, or here's the side of a helmet. And most people are just like, oh, it's a crazy movie Matt's making or whatever. So really, really thankful for people like Kyle that kind of believed in me from the beginning and was into it and was drawing like cool Fidgies
Right.
and like,
Not the people like
Kinda
oh,
doing-
Wait, is this the Conjure guy?
Yeah, there's that too. But hey, that's where you make all your mistakes on each,
True.
and I made plenty of mistakes on this film. So
I mean, even God had a DeviantArt phase.
God had a DeviantArt
DeviantArt
phase?
phase, I guess. According to James.
Who's that?
No,
Oh,
no,
that's just the joke.
DeviantArt is.
Oh, I know what Deviant.
Yeah,
I'm on.
yeah.
I haven't looked at it, and
I don't think I've touched my DeviantArt.
There was like
there
was a concept rendering of one of the old like arcade, like prehistoric type carnivorous fish, and it had like a mouth that came out and spiraled like
do you
that.
need the honey mix?
With teeth going through the spiral, and like, look at this impractical bastard just floating through the deep. Like, yeah, this is where the deep ocean is where God hides all like the mistakes from his early time of creation.
His early DeviantArt phase?
His DeviantArt phase.
Okay.
Rob Wilson, what is up? Metal Horns, thank you so much for tuning in. Do you know the story about like people say the devil horns and stuff? Do you know what that really is? The story behind that? You would appreciate it.
Spider-Man? There's people
No.
trying to shoot webs?
But you're so close.
Oh. Because I
So
know
the
this
first-
is I Love You.
Right. Well, the first person to do this was Gene Simmons of Kiss.
Gotcha.
And he would play these shows, and he had his tongue and the blood and everything, but he would look out to the audience and he would do this. So everyone said devil horns and stuff, right?
He was trying to look through his fingers, wasn't he?
Nope.
Oh.
So Gene Simmons is a huge comic fan.
Oh,
And not like the Marvel MCU, like we're talking the 60s
Silver
and
Age,
70s,
yeah.
Silver Age comics and stuff. His favorite Marvel superhero is Doctor Strange.
Oh my
So
gosh.
he would be on stage and he didn't know what to do. Like
Yes.
he's rocking out and like, I don't know what to do with my hands. And he just like thought of doctors. He just started doing he felt like he had magic powers and was doing his doctor. And then everyone turned it into devil horns and Satan and everything. But it's actually Doctor Strange. So every time you see that, we're throwing up the metal horns.
So that's Doctor Strange. This is Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And then
So
what
all
that's
the
I love or
metal-
that's I love you.
All the metalheads are just doing two different comic references.
Yeah. Nate's Craft Room, what is up? This is Nathan Dumar, who is Christy
yes.
Perovsky's brother-in-law,
Yep.
I guess is what that would be. What's up? Thank you for hanging out with us today. Release day. Woohoo! Hey, speaking of release day, we've got some fun things to chat about. One of which is, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but when you're watching the film, however you're watching the film, hopefully not Amazon because the subtitles aren't up yet. Stick around after the end credits because there is a bonus. It's not a bonus scene. It's better than that. So definitely stick around. Plus, Captain America always says a true Marvel fan stays until the credits have finished rolling.
That's right.
So if you're a Marvel fan, that's what to do.
Man. You remember what one was it where they pushed it and throughout the credits? I think
Oh, disappointment.
There were like a total of like 4 scenes like happening throughout the credits. So you like not only did you think, okay,
Was it
that
one of the
last
Avengers ones or
and then
something?
you go to leave. Nope, there's another one. And then you go to leave. There's a third one, and there's like, are you sure? Okay, now there's like one more. Like they really just going balls to the wall with the credit scenes. They're not even post at this point.
So we've had a couple bumps with this whole thing with the subtitles and this thing, this delay with Apple and Google. All good though. And I'll tell you what, the reviews, the professional reviews that have been rolling through have been amazing. And I want to read some of these to you. And listen, I feel kind of sheepish doing this because I'm going to read stuff that's like it's glowing reviews of our work and what we've done and everything.
I mean, you gotta.
But you have to,
showcase
as an artist, as an independent artist, independent filmmaker, if you don't scream to the sky how cool your stuff is, who else is going to believe in it?
Right.
For one, it's just
Wasn't
it's
right.
kind of what you
I don't
it's
know,
kind of what you
man.
need
I
to
feel
do.
like I did that for the unbearable weight of massive talent, and people did not receive Nicolas Cage the way I received Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, that one didn't. I thought it was a good
Oh.
film, but I think it was way over. I was so hyped for it, and then anyway. So I want to read some of these quotes that are just amazing because we've had some bumps and also we've had some wins, and this just melts my heart that people see this way. So one quote, visually, and this was actually the title of the article, that Aladdin 3477, The Jinn of Wisdom, is a visually stunning sci-fi adventure that redefines independent filmmaking. Wow. And that is, of course, Tom Santilli from the Movie Show Plus TV show. I'm just absolutely blown away. This was interesting. This is from Chris Jones at Overly Honest Reviews. And he said Aladdin 3477, The Jinn of Wisdom, revitalizes a familiar tale with innovation. It stands as a testament to the capabilities of independent filmmaking. Wow.
I don't know if you're checking messages or not.
Oh, today? I probably should be, huh?
Speaking of Tom,
My
your Facebook message.
Facebook. Let's see.
I figure we'll be doing this stuff today anyway.
Yeah,
If you
do see,
Oh
yeah, if you do see an important message come through, just let me know. Let's see, Wi-Fi not no. Open this up here. No.
Interfleet Broadcasting, they got theirs on Amazon. But yeah, you got to have the reviews pop up. We got to have a little footage that has all the reviews of everybody talking about it.
Oh, let me see here. I think this is. Whoops. Sorry for the delay here.
Okay, we've got all day.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, I know, but
we're
people
only an
watching,
hour in.
I want to keep it fun. All right, if it's not that, hold on. Oh, I think I know. Hold on.
Wait, what's the problem?
Oh, Matt, I think he's trying to log in. It's fine. I use like the same 2 to 3 passwords, but they have like 7 to 8 variations of each of them. So in a way, they're all still technically different.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have so many accounts. I don't know how you keep track of it. I have like Horror Film Roulette, mine in the studio. That's too much to keep track of.
17
be it, right?
emails. 17 emails.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh. No. Okay. Hey, wrote about the. Oh, I don't have a new. You sure it was Facebook?
Yeah, Tom said he can't find.
Tom said he couldn't find what?
Tom Santilli?
Yeah. The movie, he can't find it on Apple or.
Oh.
not-
Okay. Well, it's he.
Because that literally just came up now.
It must be a comment. Well, it's not showing up. So Tom, just so you know, it's not. There's been a snafu with the TVOD. Long story short, Amazon, it's available, but you don't want to watch it on Amazon because the subtitles aren't up, and it will be up on all Apple devices, but there is a new release date, unfortunately, and that is January 23rd. So that's why it's not showing up yet on Apple. Sorry about that. It's out of my hands. But it is what it is. I don't know why that's not showing up in my messages over here. Okay. Undeniably ambitious, blending classic storytelling with sci-fi themes. That's Alan Ford at Filmophilia. Tito James at Comic-Con.com says mechanical puppets, forced perspective miniatures, and in-camera practical effects, a vision that is out of this world. Oh my gosh. Okay. You guys want to know what you can do to help us? Now is the time. when you guys watch the movie, please review us, especially, I mean, I don't want you to make it something that it isn't to you,
Right.
but especially if you love the film, it is so helpful to us. Here's one of the reasons why it's so important. A lot of people are going to be watching this on Amazon, not just
Right.
people that I've been telling, but people that like don't even know who I am or don't follow me on socials. They're going to be watching it on Amazon, and they are straight up going to be confused why there isn't subtitles, but also they're not going to understand certain things. Certain jokes aren't going to land because there wasn't something that they read that like builds up to the joke. There's certain action things where they're not going to understand why people are doing what they're doing. There are not just people that speak in different languages, but there's robots that have like robot languages. So it's kind of a bump in the road, and chances are there's probably going to be people on Amazon that are going to be reviewing us as such. They're probably going to give us not as much stars. They might give us one of these.
We have no control of it.
We have no control over it. And so that's why it's so important. You guys probably know this, but people are always so quick to vent about what they hate or what they don't like than they are about something that they do like.
Well, we apologize in advance that our public school systems have failed them so miserably.
Well, think about this. Anyone out there who's ever written a political post, and I'm not going to get political with you guys, anyone who's ever made a post on anything political, when you made that post, were you raving about what you believe in and what you're rooting for and how amazing you think what it is that you're voting for? Or is your post about don't vote for this person or don't vote for this this bill? These people don't understand. They're stupid. No, it doesn't even matter what side you're on. When you made your political post, what was it? Was it about love and, hey, there's this thing that's going to be amazing, you should do this? Or was it about what you hate? People, and it's true everywhere, but people are more likely to comment and kind of bitch about what they don't like. So for that reason, and because we have the snafu with Apple, oh my gosh, we are the underdog. We are truly independent. It would help us so much if you love the movie. Please leave us a review anywhere you can. Say a few words. Leave us some stars, some thumbs. It would be so helpful. Now, there's a couple places. There's a couple places you can do this. One is Letterboxd, and if you guys are on Letterboxd, are you on Letterboxd yet?
I'm not on Letterboxd.
Oh, it's cool.
I've been hearing you guys talking about it for weeks now, and I'm like,
all right. So Letterboxd it's just another app. It's another kind of social thing or whatever. And you can kind of click on movies that you love and movies that you've watched. Some people catalog every movie they've ever watched. So it doesn't seem like, oh, why would that be a big deal? What's really cool is the lists that people make. So there's already lists that Aladdin 3477 is in. Three of my and some of the lists are just like, people will make a list movies I'm excited to see in 2025. I know we're
in the numbered category where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
So that is so fun because the first one might be like Rogue One, and then Spider-Man 2, and then and they don't do every number one. Right, they just find one for number one. And then Naked Gun 2.5.
Or Deadpool 2.5.
Yeah.
It could have been a contender.
Yeah. 1.5. So anyway. So there's no other 3477. So naturally, we automatically get the film for, and there isn't one for every number because there isn't a film for every number, but it's a huge list, and we made the cut for that. There's also every Aladdin movie ever made. I knew about maybe 30 of them. I didn't know that there was 71. 71 Aladdin movies. Then there's another list we made. Movies that involve a jinn. There's 172 of them, like crazy. Anyway, it's a lot of fun. You can use it as a watch list. There's a page for Aladdin 3477. You can also review it. You can give it stars there. That's helpful. Rotten Tomatoes. So we already have an official review there, which is great, but we don't have any, at least last I checked, we don't have any public, where fans, consumers can leave reviews. It would help us a lot if you enjoy the film. Please leave us a good review. And in general, spread the word.
Right.
Tell people about it. Email people about it. Obviously, when you're sharing on socials, it's super helpful. But tell people about the film. Tell people about what it went, how we made it, and anything that you think people would think is cool. Obviously, you should say it, don't spray it. Okay. So the next phase, some of you are curious. All right, so what happens next? And I don't know which phase is going to be next yet. I think Buffalo 8 is kind of gauging some things. But AVOD is all of the places like Tubi and Pluto and Plex. And that's really cool because you get to watch the movie for free, but it has ads. And most of them put the ads randomly. You don't get to choose where it is. It's free, but it is what it is. Of course, there is going to be a release for the Blu-ray and the DVD, which is exciting. And there will be a movie premiere. And I don't know what, and I don't know when, and I don't know how. I've got some ideas.
There will be a red carpet.
Yeah, there will be. I don't know if it's just going to be a small string of shows just kind of in the local area, or if we want to do like a mini tour of the Midwest.
Ooh.
Where each night it's in a different theater, and
cool.
And we kind of do a little traveling. It's going to take some finagling though, because like the cost of hotels and the cost of travel, and then also like, hey Eric, can you take a month off work and we'll go do that? You know what I mean? So
right.
It's so there's some logistics that we need to figure out, but it's not only plausible, it's probable. But when that is TBD for sure.
I mean, let us know if you want us to come to your town and
yeah, if you can. If I've had people like even in Nevada say, dude, we know the people. We can, if you can make it out, we'll at radio people in Nevada that said we can do.
Sphere. It's not formatted for the Sphere, but
that'd be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Like, oh my gosh. Here's the crazy thing. You actually can go to movietickets.com.
Oh, really?
And the film is there. Now, when you go there, Showtime's not available right now because there are no Showtimes, but it is something that can and will happen. All right, we're going to get to your comments real soon. Real quick, I want to, people, you've probably seen some of the trailers, and maybe you want to know a little bit about how something like this is made. And so I want to share a video. This is from a couple years ago. This was released, but I don't know if a lot of people saw it. It's a real quickie. Check out a day in the life of filming our desert scenes. We're at the Silver Lake Sand Dunes. So check this out. Yesterday was very intense. We've been getting one scene a day, and the way we really needed to make things work yesterday, we needed to shoot 3 scenes in one day. Everything came through, but man, it was stressful. I had to play Mr. Director. I had to find the perfect sweet spot for where we're putting the Rashmi access port to the DePauli chamber. Of course, it's all the way out in the middle of the dunes. We couldn't have picked a more remote place. So once we had the setup, we were good to go, but these were intense fight scenes, murder scenes. So it was very intense. Everyone came through, pulled together. I'm just so stoked. Everyone's performance, the camera shots, everything, sound, everyone pulled through. Sunset scene that was just beautiful, and we nailed it just in time. Very happy. Aladdin 3477. Woo!
Oh yeah. Woohoo! Carrying out all that equipment into the desert. Oh
my gosh.
All the sandbags.
Yes. Next time we'll remember to empty the sandbags.
Get
and
local
fill
sand.
them.
All right, so we need to chat with Mr. Erik Steele. Thank you so much for coming out today. Oh my gosh. So I don't even know where to start because, like, my gosh, you have been so amazing, so easy to work with. And you know, I was telling when you saw the film earlier in the week, I was telling your family that there's so many aspects where you were helpful in front of the camera, obviously behind the camera, things that people don't even realize. There's so many scenes in the film that you filmed,
True.
which is cool. But the thing that I think a lot of people might not realize, and a lot of people love your character. There's been some quotes on how good of an actor, and some people see it, which I think is awesome. But you are what they call in Hollywood the straight actor.
True.
Because you're surrounded by all of these people that are either quirky or they're very this or they're very that. And so your job is really carrying these films. You are kind of the central character, but it's not that you're just a scoundrel con artist, but you're the one that everyone is kind of seeing this through your eyes.
Right.
Seeing this world, and so everything is kind of on your shoulders, and it works so well because there's so many things. Like, you might see something fantastical, like a really cool hologram neon thing in the background, but what makes it so real is when you walk by it, you don't even give a crap, because like, why would when you live there, no one would care about that. So that, like, in addition to it being this cool thing, what really sells it is when you walk by, you're not like, you know, oh my God, wow, you know what I mean? Or overselling it. And that's a lot of what really helps, again, with like the Star Wars used universe kind of thing, which is so cool. But there are also zany characters that are really funny, but the only reason they can be so funny is because they're really bouncing off you, and the audience sees your reaction. And the audience probably doesn't realize how much any of these other characters that are so good, it's only because you're just kind of the driving force. You are you're just the solid that makes everything that's crazy around you work. You know what I mean?
Okay,
And it's just awesome. This right here is they call this a one sheet. I was confused at first because to me, a one sheet is a movie poster, but this is something that they send to press, and this is just kind of a quick synopsis. And normally this has buttons along the bottom for a link to the IMDb and a link to the trailer and a link to like press notes and stuff. But it's just amazing, like this world that you have helped sell. So one of the things I wanted to kind of get straight that some people might be curious about is, how do you say? Most people would say Aladdin.
Yeah.
So what's interesting, there's a couple different ways people say it around the world. In the Middle East, it's actually pronounced Aladdin, but this doesn't take place in the Middle East. All throughout India and Southern Asia, they actually pronounce it Aladdin.
Aladdin. Yeah. So
So most characters in the film refer to you as Aladdin. There are two differences. One is that you know, I was trying to find a connection because Aladdin is very different than Aladdin, you know?
Yep.
So I was trying to see if there would be a cool happy medium so audiences aren't so thrown back by, why is everyone, what is it, Aladdin?
Well,
Like,
because some characters would call me Aladdin, and then some characters would call me Aladdin.
yes.
So yeah.
That's one thing. So that's one thing to look for, who and why
Either
they
are
call
wrong.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is at least one character that calls you Aladdin. And when I was doing my travels, I kind of like the sound of Aladdin because it's closer to Aladdin, but it also sounds like it's also closer to Aladdin. And I always asked every country that I was in, would anyone ever say Aladdin? And everyone that I asked said, oh, no, you would not want to say that.
Really?
And I would always
Why?
say, why? And they said, oh, it's very insulting. And I'm like, oh, why would that be insulting? And they said, well, it's basically calling him a girl. So for that reason, I was like, oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. But Bredge would want to do that.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that Bredge never calls him Aladdin. Bredge always calls you Aladdin. And it's just an inside joke. I'm hoping it goes over well in other countries and they find the humor in it and it makes sense that I can see like.
And that way it could be Aladdin and the Jinn.
Oh my gosh. There you go. So there you have it. Aladdin. I had so many jobs in addition to everything else. For some reason,
you were the only one who could put the.
I was the only one that could do the. And this is inspired, obviously, by Raiders of the Lost Ark. I just thought it would be cool to have an Indiana Jones style.
Yep.
Head wrap. Just a little throwback, you know. But my gosh, the amount of action and effects and everything that you did in the film can't be overstated. And, you know, there's so many things where there are shots where you're interacting with a robot or something that wasn't actually there, but you had to sell it. And so at any moment when you see footage, there could be footage of you or anyone, you know, in the film, but especially you, where you might be talking to Fiji, but Fiji wasn't even really there at the time you were filming it. So many cool things. I'm curious, this is an effects shot here. I think it came out great. And I'm curious if anyone who was not there to see how we filmed this, if there's anyone that can figure out how we pulled off this shot. That's Shropka, the bounty hunter.
And I have a very strong neck, so. That
is lifting you off your feet. I'm curious if anyone can, with a close eye, can figure out how we did that. So us from signing posters a few back. You know, I'm curious, what is your favorite aspect of filmmaking, or do you have favorites plural? Like, because you're also a filmmaker,
right? Yeah.
But do you like when you're first brainstorming ideas and writing? Do you like if you're doing acting, rehearsing lines and like bouncing ideas off other actors? Do you like editing? Do you like the final touches with color grading and stuff? Do you like promotion? Or do you like just simply, yeah, all the work is kind of whatever, but when you finally watch the finished product on a big screen, like what's your favorite? What are some of your favorite aspects?
I guess I would say my favorite is like during the actual production of, like, you know, because there's always the pre-production where you're anticipating everything that can and will go wrong. But like when you're actually there in the day, you almost kind of feel like a firefighter because you're putting out fires. You're literally figuring out how to solve problems. Something's going to go wrong, and just getting through that day and making sure you got all the things you need. That's probably my favorite part. Is just like, you know, making stuff happen. You know, finding those creative solutions to like, oh, I know how we could do this. Let me connect something to that. Like, all right, cool, we're good. And then you do the scene, and like that's probably my favorite part. Is like the problem solving and fixing things on the day.
It's interesting that you say that. For one, I absolutely agree. But I saw an interview with, or it was a video with George Lucas where there were two students in film school. And they, for some reason, somehow they scored a one-on-one interview, quick interview with George Lucas. And one of the questions they asked them, they said, listen, we're both in film school and we just don't know if we should be a director or a producer. And George Lucas said, oh, I can answer that for you right now. You guys are both producers. And they were like, why? And he said, listen, to be a director, when you're on set, you get 100 questions an hour. You have to have the answer to every single one. Or if you don't have the answer, there has to be a good reason why. And you need to know, okay, I don't know the answer, but I'll know in 5 minutes when like you have to know. If you aren't good at making those choices on the spot and knowing the answer to anything anyone could possibly ask you, then you're not a director. So he was like, yeah, you guys are producers. And they were just kind of like, you know, like the fact that they had to ask that question was enough for him to say that. I thought that was
sorry, one more second.
I thought that was interesting. Oh, good. Yeah. So anyway, we'll come back more for Erik Steele. Love this screenshot here. If you've ever wondered if the shots in Aladdin where Aladdin's getting slapped, if they're real or not, here is the proof in the pudding. Look at that hard hit. Amazing. So when I designed this film, I knew that I wanted to put Aladdin through the ringer, and I knew anything that I asked Erik to do, he would be game for it, for the sake of filmmaking and just having this be a really cool production. So with that, I think it's time to meet Aladdin. Let's take another exclusive look. When we come back, we'll get to some comments, but let's take a quick look at this exclusive scene putting Aladdin through the ringer.
Oh boy, yeah.
Let's get this. Let's check this out.
Slime. That's slime.
So, yeah, one of the things that I loved about one of the things I wanted to do with this Aladdin, kind of inspired by the Evil Dead films, I wanted you to kind of be my Ash, and I just wanted to drag you through the mud.
Oh, and he did.
Cover you in slime, all the things. So that gross stuff that looks like Lord knows what. That was a fun mixture, and I wanted it to be, like nothing toxic or anything like that. But that was actually cream of corn, oats, and chocolate.
It actually smelled pretty good too.
Yeah,
it did not smell bad. That was like my Nickelodeon moment. So at least
added stewed tomatoes. What else did you put in there?
Tomatoes?
You put in a can of stewed tomatoes.
you put in stewed tomatoes?
No.
Yeah, you did.
I did?
Because you had Goodwin mixed too.
There must not have been a lot of tomatoes then.
Yeah, I don't remember the tomatoes. Huh.
It was gross.
That is really gross. I didn't know.
Wait. Which part exactly?
That was the diarrhea and the thing in Jolly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was in there.
I don't think there was tomato in there. I don't remember tasting any tomato.
I wonder if tomato was in.
One.
Yeah, I don't know. That must have been. Yeah, who knows? But anyway, so much fun. And one of the things I knew, having you be Aladdin, there was nothing I would ask you to do that you would say no.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it was awesome. There's so many other crazy things that, looking back, it's like, I can't believe I even asked Erik to do this, like in the third movie, and just like, wow. But it's amazing. Thankfully, no one was ever really hurt. James, you took some battle damage even in the making of these.
You see in the first film here where I tore the ligament on set.
So I guess someone did get hurt.
Yeah. It's we all put in some blood, sweat, and tears, but hopefully in a way that's like, it makes the film more yeah, I don't know. Like,
it's not like Ben-Hur where the guy literally gets trampled to death and his wife said he would want this in the film, and they kept it, and that's why it looks so iconic.
I would want it too.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's check out some comments here. So Interfleet Broadcasting, who I did an interview with earlier in the week, just bought mine on Amazon HD. Awesome. Hey, quick heads up. On Amazon, the subtitles aren't working. So either A, hold off and wait until it's fixed. I don't know when it'll be fixed. It could be tonight. Honestly, it could be a couple of weeks from now. It's a really, really intricate process that is not as easy as flicking a switch. So hold off on Amazon. There's other places you can watch it, but the movie will not make as much sense if you have if the subtitles aren't working. DTE, game on, dudes. What is up, DTE? Can't wait to see you here later. Rock and roll. Premise Land says, I vote for the cuteness dogs and cats.
Just
John Rick says a red flying carpet.
ooh, yeah, that's a good idea.
We need a red flying
You
carpet.
mean for the
I mean, you kind of do have one.
well, yeah, but for the red carpet.
Oh.
Oh,
red flying carpet.
clever.
I know what you meant. I
All
gotcha.
right.
I gotcha.
The little tassels on all the like the front ends and the back end. You have to follow all the way down just to see it. Looking for that one.
Increasing in season change says, thank you for all your hard work. Everyone gonna watch tomorrow. Awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in.
That's awesome.
Like inside the
Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out.
Matt,
What's that?
you have an outlet like behind you.
don't
I
think so.
do. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. That's for this here. The closest one would be here. So
I just don't want to unplug anything.
Yeah, how about this? Let me unplug this.
Is that going to turn off anything?
It's going to turn off this little cube light here.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's not even on camera. Perfect.
There you go.
Well, thank you.
There you
Thank
go.
so much.
Um,
That way we can keep the stream going.
does that still work? Is that going to fit with the other one in there?
It'll totally fit.
Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong thing here. Hold on. There we go. All right. Steffi Solomon, I'm so excited to see it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. And your brother is a movie star. Cannot wait. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in. Very exciting. Attack on Show says, how about AI or Laddie? Oh, Al or Laddie.
Laddie,
All right, Laddie. I like Laddie. Laddie's.
Laddie.
That
That
would
sounds
be
like
neat.
Irish, Laddie.
I was just gonna say, if Aladdin's character ever goes to Scotland or something like that,
yeah.
everyone could be like Laddie.
That would be fun.
I think it was just referencing the scene.
Premise Land says when he picks up specific foods to eat, he's called a la carte. Love it. That's good. That's good. You know, we might use that for something. A la carte. I'm trying to think. Well, if we ever open our Aladdin themed restaurant that has Pradeep dish pizza and Fiji fudge, you might be able to order items a la carte.
A la carte.
Attack on Show says, excited for you both. How are you feeling knowing people are finally seeing Aladdin 3477? It feels amazing. It's a little not really stressful, but there's a couple bumps. Like
Right.
Apple now has a new release date suddenly as of yesterday, and Amazon does not have working subtitles, and they're on it, but it's not something they can just flick a switch. So we don't know how long it's going to take to fix that. So I'm encouraging people not to watch it on Amazon.
Which is a weird thing to do on the release day. Like, don't watch our movie.
Yeah. So, but I know for a fact, and it's on a bunch of different places, but I know for a fact Fandango at home, everything is purring like a kitten there. I checked it out last night and everything looks good. It feels amazing, but I think in this world today where everything is streaming, because it's not a big movie premiere, it doesn't really feel really feel real yet. Maybe it'll be more when we actually see it in a theater, and that's going to be amazing because just hearing everyone laughing,
Right. And
on
that's
the edge of
the
their
experience
seat and stuff.
you wanna have.
Yeah.
Sure.
I loved watching it with your family, like hearing your mom and especially your sister, like during tense action scenes, she was like flipping out.
My
Like,
sister
it was amazing.
is the best person to watch a film with because anything even remotely scary or sad, she is 1,000% in that emotion. She's either terrified or which is always great because I get her to come to Horror from Roulette, and she's the only one in there like for almost every movie, like like hiding.
I
And
love how your sister's like an entire focus group.
she pretty much is like the ideal audience member.
And it's cool because it's contagious. Laughter
Right.
is contagious. People when something happens, if something's scary, sometimes people don't jump from what was on film, but the person next to them that jumped that then made someone else jump. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
So everything is kind of contagious, and it just kind of amplifies, which is really cool.
We always say that, like back in high school. I still remember to this day, and it's a good movie, Waterboy. It's a fine movie. It's like Adam Sandler. But the thing that made that movie so much greater, and it actually kind of did a disservice to it now, watching it nowadays, because at that time I was in high school. All the high school students, we all went to the theater at the same time. We're pretty much like the target demographic, and like just the audience erupting in laughter and applause, and it just made it that much better of a movie that like you just look back on it fondly. So
yeah. Tom Savage says the cameo in the Hologram Girls was well placed. Awesome. I assume he's probably talking about Steve Cardinal.
Oh yeah,
who has a cameo in there really quick. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I really thought
and
it would still be like relevant as a name drop, and I tested it out with a bunch of Gen Z people. They all know.
I mean,
but then I showed them the videos.
Yeah, things change, and what's
resurgence.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the same thing, that's true of everything. And that's true of us. I'll tell you what, it's funny because 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago, maybe even more. Yeah, it was around the time filming. It was around the time we finished filming.
I thought you were.
Wow, I almost left him hanging.
I thought you were doing like a professor gesture. My bad.
We almost finished filming, and I remember in particular, I had heard some rumblings with students, TikTok, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl was kind of showing me what it was, and oh my God, it's my life. It's so amazing. And I'm like, dude, I mean, social media is cool, but I don't know if I would ever say like Facebook is my life or Instagram is my life. And I was just kind of like, okay, whatever. Well, as time goes on, like more and more of my students, like asking them, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a comic book artist? Do you want to be, and like a lot of my students straight up want to be influencers.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of this whole time I've kind of been thinking these students are so out of touch. They have no idea what's really going on in the real world. Well, when we started the marketing meetings in the summer for Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom, when I found out what they were putting their money into, I was, I kind of knew they weren't going to put money into TV advertising, and definitely not radio, and definitely probably not print.
Right.
Which I kind of guessed. But what blew my mind is they were at the time they were putting 100% of their efforts into influencer marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just like, what?
Oh yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah. And it's where the eyeballs are. And it's so funny now because this whole time I've been thinking that my students are so out of touch and everything. I've been working in advertising for over 30 years. And this is the first time I realized, oh my God, it's not my students that are out of touch. I'm out of touch.
It's just everything evolves. So
apparently
quickly.
I am too, because I did not see any marketing.
Well, who knows? Well, and there's a couple things with that, and that's maybe another conversation for another time. Influencer marketing is tough for a number of reasons, because not only is that how they're making their money and you have to pay them for it, they also have to ask themselves, okay, so even if this person pays me to do something, is this going to ruin my following? Are people going to see this and like are they going to start watching the video and be like, what's this Aladdin 34? Like, what is this? And then as soon as they skip and don't watch the rest of the video, we are hurting them. We're hurting their numbers. We're hurting their algorithm. We're hurting their credibility. So it's not just like, oh, I'll take money from anyone. Yeah, right, I'll advertise for anything. They can't do that. They have to be very selective, because everything is either going to help them or hurt them. And so they've got to. They've got to
just have you do it.
I was on the movie.
Okay, so I'm just showing here again. Amazon. If you can, please try to avoid it just momentarily, because the subtitles are not working there. It's just a bug. This is not the bug. I just found this randomly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just grabbed a random thing.
Screenshot.
And when you look for it, obviously you type in Aladdin, and it'll pop up. If it doesn't pop up with Aladdin, you might have to put in a 3 or a 3 4 7 7, and it'll pop up for sure. Also, another interesting thing that you can do, and this I took earlier in the week, where I was just curious. I just opened up my TV. I have a Vizio TV, I think is what it is.
Okay, yeah.
But I just, in the search, without even going into any of the apps, I just held the button, for the microphone, and I said Aladdin 3477, and this popped up, and it's the first I've seen. This is one of the assets I put together.
Oh, nice.
And it kind of showed up where I could take it in the watch list, and the only person who apparently has an official image in maybe IMDb is where they grab these is Jennifer Jill Summer,
which is weird because I do have the photo on IMDb.
Yeah, I wonder if they get it. Maybe they get it from Rotten Tomatoes or something like that. I'm not sure where they get it, but lots of chitter chatter about the film. And this week alone, this is really cool. CableTV.com has movies or what to watch this week. It has 16 picks. And I was very delighted that at the bottom of this, it only mentions 2 by name. One is Squid Game Season 2.
Okay.
And the other is Aladdin 3477. So thank you for CableTV.com for the little plug. MSN is plugging the film. This blew my mind. TV Guide. Oh my gosh.
That's
I never thought I'd be in TV Guide. I can't imagine they still print TV Guide, though.
I don't know.
That would be wild if so. Interfleet Broadcasting had a great interview with them a week ago, earlier in the week. But you can check that out on YouTube as well. So one of the cool things with a lot of what's revolving around Aladdin 3477 is unboxings for toys and books and all the different things. So the Pop Culture Kaboom Show, which is a radio show in Nevada, I was a guest on their show maybe 2 weeks ago, and I sent them swag boxes as kind of a thank you, and they were cool enough to record unboxings of their swag boxes, which is cool. So that leads me into Fidgy Friday. Today is a Fidgy Friday. We are going to do a Fidgy Friday in here today with you guys. But first, if you don't know what Fidgy Friday is, these are the Fidgies that are the Fidgy designer toys. And real quick, let's take a look at what they are. And then we're going to do our own Fidgy Friday live on the air. Let's check this out.
Aladdin's trusty sidekick is the lovable hovering robot Fidgy, and in the film Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom, you'll see firsthand all the trouble they can get into.
Don't ask.
Now, you can acquire your own Fidgy designer toy.
Get out of here, buddy.
A spot-on mini replica of Aladdin's modified servoid robot.
Well, isn't this interesting?
These collectible figurines measure 3 inches tall, 2.5 inches wide, and 2.5 inches deep. The detail on these designer toys is incredible.
Sounds perfect.
You want variants to collect?
Yes.
There are variants to collect.
There should be 6 of them.
There are 6 of them.
Score!
Each mystery figure comes bagged in foil and sealed in a blind box. There's the standard Fidgy, which is exactly as you see him in the movie. Inverse Fidgy, which has Fidgy's trademark colors inversed. Kong Chayam Fidgy, which has exotic colors based on the Kong Chayam Trooper. Red Star Fidgy, which is based on the vibrant colors of the Red Star Slag Warrior. Ninja Fidgy, which is the most elusive of them all. And the 6th one is a mystery Fidgy.
What is it?
For now, it's a secret.
Can you keep the secret?
There are a number of ways to get these collectible Fidgies.
How?
If you back the Kickstarter at the Fidgies Find reward tier or higher, you're already getting one.
to have it.
However, you can go into the Aladdin 3477 Backer Kit pre-sale store and order as many individual mystery figures as you like.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Just keep in mind, you never know which Fidgy variant will be inside the blind box.
But
You can also order the set of all 6, making it easier to collect them all.
You're welcome.
These Fidgy designer toys look awesome on display, at your desk, on your shelf, or even in your car. Order now, as these Fidgies are shipping soon, just in time for the holidays. The link is down below.
We played that so much.
Okay. So what I've been trying to get going, and some Fridays are better than others, but I've been trying to get people that have these Fidgy designer toys to participate in what's called Fidgy Friday. And you can do this any day, but the idea is that you would post it on any Friday. And what you do is you take your Fidgies and I don't know, you do something fun or creative. Here's Ninja Fidgy, and it could be you just like, I don't know, making a, you know, some crazy photo or
showcase where you are in the
you
world.
take it where, I mean, like, look at this would be a great, you know, like Fidgy's holding, like actual Fidgy is holding one. There's a Fidgy Friday right there. You could have something where like Fidgy likes honey. I don't know, any random thing. But if you go on vacation, there's cool like landmark sites that you go and
Fidgies do like to travel, so
yeah. So anyway, so Terry just posted a Fidgy Friday earlier today, right?
today. Oh
Where's
no,
that
well,
from?
no, this is for me.
Oh,
This
you
is for me.
posted that. Oh,
well,
also,
well, it hasn't posted yet. You'll get a sneak peek right now. But this is Fidgy enjoying.
hold on, I mean, there we go.
The Taj Mahal beer, the #1 Indian beer.
That is awesome. How fitting with Aladdin 3477. So really fun, really cool. Well, I thought it would be cool if throughout the day if we did our own Fidgy Friday. And you know what? Let's start with gosh, I've never done a Fidgy Friday with this. James, you want to take a photo of this? And then let's see, maybe here, I'll hold this, and then Eric, you want to get behind, like clearing in the like, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Eric, do that one thing with your face.
What the one thing with my face?
Like that little surprise look you have when you look at things. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
Awesome. So anyway, so we've got and then is there a way you can show one of those to the, or I can hold your phone just to show what we just took a picture of? Dude, what is this dice?
Oh, those are like Mario Party.
They are. Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
Yeah, there was only one pair of like blue ones. I'm like, hey, you can sell these at the shop, but I'm taking these. Like these ones are mine.
Wow, those are fun. Oh my gosh, that is great. Oh my gosh, that is a great Fidgy Friday. So I may release that one next week. So the idea is you post it on socials. Probably Instagram is probably the biggest following of it now. And then you just leave the hashtag either Fidgy Friday or Fidgy Fridays, plural.
Oh.
Either way, I usually do both, so it hits both because it's kind of both. And then that way people can go and they can see, if you're bored one day and you want to see what other people have done, you can type in Fidgy Friday or Fidgy Fridays, and you'll see images from around the world,
Yeah.
people traveling, taking, and then Friday is the day to post.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing. That's the fact, Jack. And again, the Fidgy designer toys you can get in the pre-sale store.
Mm-hmm.
I should leave a link down below. It's in the Backer Kit pre-sale store. And then when you get a box, it's a blind box like this. And so you don't know which one you're going to get. There's 6 different Fidgis, and some of them are a little like the easiest one to get is the standard Fidgi that actually looks like Fidgi. That's the easiest
That
one
one
to
took
get.
me a while to get.
Really?
Yeah. That was like the last one I got.
One of 3.
And then 1 out of every 3 is the standard Fidgi, and then the glow in the dark Fidgi latte is actually the hardest one to get. Those are 1 in 15.
My friend is very salty about not pulling that Fidgi.
The Fidgi latte.
He went through 3 blind boxes and he said, James, I swear to God, restock these Fidgis because I need this Fidgi. I'm like, that's not how it works, man. You got to open it randomly.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is a way on the pre-sale store you actually can order a complete set. Costs a little bit more money, but actually it's less money than buying them all individual. But if you did want all 6, there is a way to do exactly that. So lots of fun things that we've been doing kind of surrounding this, trying to get buzz and promotion and just kind of having fun with people getting amped up for the release of the film. We've been doing these draw this in your style contests. And in fact, someone just this week, we've got the Lochan one, which I'm going to talk about in a second, but someone actually did an Aladdin in Fidgi draw this in your style.
Very neat.
Which is really, really cool. Digital art, maybe Procreate. I'm not sure what was used for this, but super cool. So we have recently just wrapped a draw this in your style contest for Lochan Shyamalan. And I'm going to show you some really cool images
Really good one.
from this, but let me first, let's take a look at exactly what this is. We're just weeks away from the release of the first Aladdin 3477 film, The Jinn of Wisdom. It drops on Apple TV, Amazon Prime, and more this January 3rd.
Well done.
In the meantime, are you ready for a new Draw This in Your Style contest?
Always.
Good, because this time it's the main adversary, Lochan Shyamalan.
Well, isn't this interesting?
We've done these in the past for Aladdin, his sidekick robot Fidgi, and Kamala, the Princess of India.
Well, that was fun.
Now we're illustrating the nano dragon himself, Lochan Shyamalan, in your style.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Lochan actually has 2 looks. The friendly dignitary we see in hologram form,
I'm not interested in the fake version.
and his real-life sinister form from the Nano Dragon Terminal.
Wait, that's real?
Here he plants evil seeds controlling the nanonet.
Good for him.
So are you ready to draw?
Yes.
Should there be prizes?
Yes.
All right, there's going to be 10 winners.
Are you kidding?
3 first-place winners will win a large box of Aladdin 3477 merchandise.
Score.
3 second-place winners will win medium-sized boxes of merch.
Yes, all 3.
3 third-place winners will get small merch boxes.
Say I find mercy and give you another chance.
Fair enough, make that 4 third-place winners.
That's it.
How do you begin? On the Aladdin 3477 Instagram page, you'll find a carousel post with reference images. You can draw his lighter hologram look, real-life sinister form, or combine both.
Sounds fun.
From there, you create your best Lochan art in any media and post using the hashtag LochanDTIYS.
All right, fine. Let's make this quick.
Feel free to DM me the art to make sure I see it. There is a deadline.
What is it?
You have until December 27th to submit. From there, select cast and crew from the films will vote on the top 10. Winners will be announced 2 weeks later.
How?
On the Aladdin 3477 Instagram page.
Yeah, I got it.
Merch boxes will be shipped to winners a week after that.
The job is yours.
I can't wait to see what you come up with drawing Lochan Shyamalan in your style. For the moment, but thank you. All right, so that is the Lochan Shyamalan Draw This in Your Style contest. Let's take a look, at some of these images. I'm just like blown. This one is amazing because it's black and white. It's drawn so well.
And they even
I wish I
added
could
the
zoom in.
hologram aspect of it.
The hologram and also the Nano Dragon Terminal is in there.
Mhm.
And I love that some of it is so rendered and some of it, there's just like some spatter, of paint. I love all the no, it's and I love the cables, and everything attached to Lochan. Like, I feel like this is like
the texture on the shoulder pieces of the armor.
Yeah, that it's
you
like
normally don't even get to see. But
and it's like a dragon.
Yeah.
So cool.
That one's
Love
great.
this one. This is Michael San Diego. This first one, I won't remember everyone just because my brain is mush. I only got 45 minutes of sleep. So if I forget your name, and this isn't all of the entries, but this is I just grabbed a random selection. Michael San Diego. I love that you can see the fog in the background, like the smoke and the chains just kind of disappear into the background. This one's rad because it looks like an 80s like flyer, like a Xerox flyer for like a death metal band and a Swedish death metal band. This is wild. This is Trevor Sutherland, and wow, this looks like a video game character design or something. And he actually did redesign a couple things of the costume. Just made it a little bit different. It's hard to see this small to see like all the little textures and stuff he put in, but absolutely amazing. Love this. I love that it's kind of like it almost looks like a Powerpuff Girl version or something like that, or Adventure Time.
A little bit like Wheatley.
This is amazing. I mean, it looks like a photograph. This is actually markers. This is grayscale markers.
Great rendering.
Yeah.
That was a big fan of that one.
Yeah, this is wild.
The level of
this is Joe Palazzolo, and I just love the concept. And not everyone did this, but I love the concept that it's the light and the dark, and it's his claws like literally clawing through the light to reveal the real Lochan underneath. Brilliant. Like such a cool image.
Great idea.
Of course.
That one is adorable.
Brittany Oranger with the kawaii Lochan.
I would love to see her take on all of the characters.
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like this would be a great sticker or a great patch or something.
Sticker for
T-shirt too.
Yeah, why not?
100%.
Absolutely. Love it. This is Sean Anigan's cool digital piece. This is another Max Hart, and this is a full color painted image. And just again, it's hard to tell, but when you look so close at the details, it is
People
just
going hard in
out,
the holograms. Yeah.
out of this world. This is Bella Fattori, and really cool, almost like Sin City style, black and white.
Such contrast.
Another kawaii-ish. Kind of almost looks like a cute little animated Lochan.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really cool. The background is just digital. It's hard to see the texture, but this is actually painted in acrylic.
You know, one had a really cool angle I can't stop thinking about.
Maybe I just don't have it in here. I didn't throw them all in here. Mm-hmm. So we've done a lot of really cool stuff like the recreate my trailer contest. We're already getting cosplay, which is fun, and like I can't wait to get more. Like once the films are out, like I'm just going to be like going to, if we ever go to a show and like someone cosplays as one of the characters, like that is just unreal, and I'm just like so grateful.
That's
for that. Yeah, super cool. Okay, so you guys kind of know this, and I don't know if this is bad news or good news or what this says about us, but James, what's the rule? Is it called Rule 34?
Oh God.
No.
Well, now it could be called Rule 3477.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even want to high five that.
That is great. Oh my gosh.
I can't even take back the high five.
So this isn't exactly that, I don't think quite yet, but every day I Google Aladdin 3477 in quotes because I just want to see everything passing through. And already there is sexy pics, web porn, and it looks like it just took the thing from Screen Rant. But if you read the fine print,
oh boy.
Watch the new trailer, Aladdin 3477. Naked Aladdin telegraph.
Wow. What? I didn't even know we took that.
Aladdin series crossover edit Jasmine Aladdin porn comic telegraph.
Oh,
So we're getting close to the point where the Rule 34.
well, after that,
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Does it mean we
you know what?
officially exist?
I've gotten a message already on that Japanese bondage kimono art, and like, oh, well, since this is one of the art pieces, I assume you'll accept my inquiry. And the rest of the message was very concerning.
Wow.
I mean, it's going to happen. We just have to be prepared for it. It is what it is.
There's no such thing as bad publicity. And then Matt followed up later on the week after that by telling me a story about the dude from Red Hot Chili Peppers pissing on a plane. And I'm like, okay.
That was actually Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses.
But there's another Red Hot Chili Pepper story that's pretty good. Anyway, what I think is just my prediction that the biggest /fiction/ like fan art that kind of goes into this category is just my prediction.
Oh boy.
Is going to be an amplified version of the Aladdin and Bredge bromance.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Aladdin and Bredge Yowie.
So in the in the first film, you get a taste of Bredge and kind of what he's like, and he kind of gets on Aladdin's nerves a lot, but he's also a really good HoloNet hacker. So he's kind of it's like a love-hate relationship, but I think there's some tension there in the relationship. It's all playful, it's all for fun, but I have a feeling in these areas, and not that there's anything wrong with it.
Well,
people
and now
write their own fiction and everything else.
Spoken into existence. So,
yeah. Well, this is just my prediction. I just
cross that bridge when he gets there.
Without
Aladdin.
Did you say cross that bridge when he gets there?
Yeah,
that's
sure
good.
He sure did.
That's good. All right, changing the subject. It is release day. It is the live stream lounge marathon. So here's what's up. Some of you will be seeing this today or maybe over the weekend. It's important to know this is the first of 3 films. They've already been filmed, so they're happening no matter what. So when this film ends, like if you feel like it's got some finality to the ending. I feel like it's somewhat satisfying. It also sets up. It's not a complete cliffhanger, but it kind of sets up the next adventure. But the next 2 films are happening no matter what. A lot of people also will probably recognize that one of the executive producers is Peter Mayhew, who sadly passed away years ago. And actually, this was really sad, but 2 years ago, Angie Mayhew, who I think is the president of the Peter Mayhew Foundation. I have done a lot for the Peter Mayhew Foundation over the years, and Peter was always great to me, but I guess he really loved new and inventive sci-fi films stuff. So every year they have an allotted money or amount of money that they get from charities that they like to, usually it's for children hospitals and stuff, but they like to choose one artist a year that they try to help out in some way. Sometimes it's just like an artist who maybe couldn't afford their booth at Comic-Con, so they pay their expenses and do kind of a cool thing like that. Well, this year they chose to help me and support the Kickstarter.
That's so cool. So
that Peter Mayhew, even though he had already passed away, officially his name would live on as an executive producer in Aladdin 3477. Blew my mind. It was so sweet. And Angie Mayhew even recorded a message for us, which was just awesome.
That's great.
And then sadly, like a month later, she actually passed away, which just broke my heart. But just nothing but love for all things Wookiee and just the awesome legacy that both Peter and Angie Mayhew have done. All right, so we need to get to some more action. So this is a music video. Some of you have seen this, but this is a lot of fun. I absolutely love this music video. There's a new one that also came out. What did you think of this when you saw it? Did you like seeing
I love it? Yeah.
Set to the to the one jump ahead, kind of more of a modern.
That was always like my favorite song in the Aladdin films.
Yeah, I did too. And the fact that this is kind of like a punk rock version, I absolutely dig it. So let's take a peek at this, and then right when we come back, we're getting to your comments.
jump ahead of the bread line, one swing ahead of the sword. I steal only what I can't afford, and that's everything. One jump ahead of the lawmen, that's all, and that's no joke. These guys don't appreciate I'm broke. Just a little snack, guys. Rip him open, take it back, guys. I can take a hint, gotta face the facts. You're my only friend at Boo. Oh, it's Aladdin's in the bottom. He's become a one-man rising crime. I blame parents except he hasn't got home. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Tell you all about it when I got the time. One jump ahead of the slow pokes, one skip ahead of my doom. Next time, gonna use a 9 to plume. One jump ahead of the hitmen, one hit ahead of the flock. I think I'll take a stroll around the block. Let's not be too hasty. Still, I think he's rather tasty. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Otherwise we get along. One jump ahead of the hoofbeats, one hop ahead of the hump. One trick ahead of disaster. They're quick, but I'm much faster. Here goes, let me throw my hand and wish me happy landing. All I gotta do is jump.
Awesome sauce. All right, we need to get to some comments. Let's check it out. How is everybody? All right. Where are we at here? La, 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 la. We got more than I thought. Backing up. A la carte.
A la carte.
Oh, okay. So Attack on Show. If you purchased on Amazon, will you get subtitles once it's fixed? Great question. The answer is yes. Oh, you'll get it. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. No,
yeah.
you will. We just don't know when, but absolutely. And that's part of why it's so complicated. Like, I wish that they could just take it down and wait until and put the new one up, but they can't do that because people have already purchased it.
Right.
You can't swipe it away from people, even though it's not the right. It's how it is. So yes. I just don't know how long it'll take. It's plausible it could be tonight. It's also plausible it could be 4 weeks from now. Don't know. Obviously, I'll be blasting it loud and proud.
Here.
Hey, Amazon. Okay, watch it on Amazon now.
There's no way they charge you 99 cents. Like, hey, for our subtitle upgrade. But I wouldn't.
No, oh yeah, no. Hopefully they won't do that. Hey, Robert H, what's up? We just shared your artwork, Amazon's own IMP. So I'm pretty sure that's where they get the pictures from. Oh, it might be Amazon. Oh, Amazon owns IMP. You mean the thing when you speak into the and it pops up? Maybe interesting because the image, strangely, that image of key art that I put together, if I'm not mistaken, I actually made that for one of the Apple screens. So I was curious if that's where they grabbed it from, but maybe they just kind of use everything for everything and whatever they get. No idea. But Ted says, all right, my friends, I wish I could hang, but I am very tired. Have a good stream, and may you have all the wishes. Oh, I see what you did there. Your heart desires. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I wish for Amazon subtitles.
That's good. That's good. Robert H says they still do print TV guide.
Which
oh my God.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. Can we put so Tom Schroeder, hey, how are you doing? Can we put the link in the description, sir? I can try to do that. I don't know if this will post everywhere. And the link to Fandango is the best place to watch it.
The most complete version that you can get
let me see if I can find that and type it in.
Like literally everyone who's ever in that Discord.
Let's
I know
see.
for a fact they do.
www.link.
less than a quarter are
Fandango.
going to care about this.
Yeah.
But
Right.
like all the sports guys that come in, like maybe 3 days to buy cars, like, well, guess what? You're hearing about it too.
All right, so hold on. Let me get this link here.
The posters are up. The Fidgy vinyls are in the store. The magnets are hanging. The minifigs are on the shelves. And then there's one of the dudes who works there. Literally, the last night when I came.
Yeah, you came to get the
He's
art
like,
book.
so it was like, James, what are these sticker sheets here? And like, for Aladdin 3477, he's like, is that like a digital?
Let me see if I copy that now.
For months. He's like, well, I always saw the figures. I just assumed it was for like a card game or a video game. Like,
I mean, you are a card shop.
yeah, it's true. I'm like the poster is hanging at the front and the back. It's like, oh, I just thought that was like, I thought that was like an independent film. Like it is.
It is.
It's like,
Oh my gosh, this is going to be really complicated for me. I'm on different computers here, so I don't have an easy way to get it. Is there a way you guys can find the link
The link for Fandango,
for Fandango
Yeah,
at home, the Aladdin link, and then can you
send it to you.
maybe leave it in a comment on the page, and then I might be able to, let's see, can I copy paste?
use that net run and
Print. Oh no, I can't. But if you can even read it to me, I can type it in then. But I the setup that I have here, there's not an easy way for me to find the link and also share it while I have the live stream running. I have limitations, but we'll get that link ASAP. Great question, Thomas. Brittany Oranger, hey guys, so excited for the movie. Awesome. We just shared your artwork. And everyone agrees it needs to be a patch, a sticker, a T-shirt, all the things, because it is so kawaii. DTE, Lochan entries are top shelf. Light Bloom stood out to me on a couple entries. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, 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 really cool. Robert H says, didn't think to see my chibi on this stream. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's so cute. Everyone loves it. It's it almost has kind of either Powerpuff Girls or Adventure Time look to it. So rad. We'll be showing it throughout the day. Thank you so much for that entry. I know a lot of people super dig it. Brittany Oranger says, thank you guys. Oh my gosh. Stavros. I've never known how to say his. Do you know how to say his last name?
Margaritas.
Oh, Marguerites.
Oh, margaritas.
Oh, margaritas. When will it be available on the Google Play Store? Trying to avoid the Prime issues. Awesome. So it's been split now. I'm going to be going over all of the changes soon. We have 2 TVOD release dates. There's the one today.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's so cool. And then on January 23rd is the other day. So today, it's available on Amazon, but obviously you don't want to like lose out on the subtitles. The best place to see it is probably Fandango at home. I've already test driven it. Subtitles there are pitch perfect. Also, you can watch it in HDX and Dolby something or other sound. Dolby Atmos sound, which is cool. It's also on all the cable VOD today. So if you have Spectrum or Xfinity, if you have Cox or Hoopla is the if you have a library card, you can rent it for free today through your library, which is awesome. Google Play and all of the Apple platforms, which is Apple TV Plus, Apple TV, and iTunes, will be January 23rd, and that includes Google Play is in that one as well. I don't know why. I don't know what it's some kind of technical thing. It's not something I did, and it's not something with Buffalo 8 because everything has already been approved through all of the quality control.
Right.
These were set up all back in October, but there's some kind of glitch. Same thing with the pre-order that was supposed to be on Apple. So it's just
someone must have hit a 2 with a 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what happened, but Fandango at home is probably the best place if you want to see it soon. That's what I would suggest. Joe Palazzolo says, "Hey Matt and Eric, exciting day, awesome video too. Thank you." And oh my gosh, we just shared your art with the clawing away of everything. That's
very cool.
That is absolutely amazing. Hey, did you find the link?
Yeah, it's posted. It'll be.
Oh, you posted it?
Yeah.
How come I don't see it?
Huh. Oh wow! Well, it came up right after. It's in the stream.
That is weird. And did you do it through? What did you do it through?
YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
Yeah, and the YouTube link didn't go through. All right. Well, okay.
Maybe try it again. That is strange. Also strange that my message from Tom didn't come through earlier as well. It's a little strange.
Well, what do you have up? You have just Messenger up right now?
No, this is everything. This is Messenger.
Just with Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay, I can send that too.
Perfect. Okay, so let's get to some new juice. In a second here, I'll be adding in a link.
And maybe because it's a link, hyperlink, it might not accept in a stream.
Oh,
like
this is going to. That is weird. Why did it?
Because sometimes it does block for that.
All right. So, you might be right.
I think that might be the issue. So.
Gosh. Okay. Well, let me, instead of doing that here, let me do it as a banner.
Oh, or banner. Yeah.
All right. So what kind of banner do I want to do? Let me just do a regular
clickable banner.
I don't know if I can do a clickable one. I don't think so, but let me, okay.
It's a long.
Yeah. http://@home.fandango.com.
And then you just search 113477 from there, I guess, honestly.
That is a great, you know what? That's a good thing. And I wonder, can I leave that? Let me copy it. Okay, save.
There you go.
And then I'm curious.
Now can you click it? Let's see. Nope, I can pause. That's it.
Let's see. If I go to comments, if I paste it in here. Ooh.
Oh, it's in there, and it is clickable. Yeah.
It is?
It is. It is.
The banner is clickable, or
no,
my thing is?
What you just posted. Clicked on the comment.
Nice. Yeah. All right. So there you have it. So at home at fandango.com. That's the basic website. And then from there, you just look up Aladdin 3477
and it'll pop.
Right and you can check it out. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Eric. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we got some things to chat about. So this is just a thumb from when we did. Have we only done one radio? Oh no, we've done two. We did one radio thing where we went to Oakland University to do a radio show. And then we did another one where it was just I think we were both remote.
We were remote, via Zoom.
And that was like for a Wisconsin radio show or something like that. But anyway, so much that we've been through, and it's just been an amazing journey. But I have to tell you guys, for those of you that are seeing the movie, wherever you're watching it, stick around at the end because there is a bonus that you do not want to miss. I think when the movie ends, you'll already be like, oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see the second film. But if you stick around through the credits and watch the little bonus little do, you'll definitely be in it to win it. So definitely stay for the credits. All right, we've got some huge updates. Yeah, before it was massive updates. And now it's huge updates. So check this out. You know who put this together? Erik Steele made this.
Ooh, I did.
Isn't that fun? Let's see. Let me turn this banner off for a little while. Go to the comments. All right. So this is. How did you make this image? So this is obviously a still from the movie,
from the trailer.
Oh, okay.
And then I did a little Photoshoppery magic using some content. Aware filling. And just extended our desert to what it looked like for real.
So yesterday, I already hadn't gotten much sleep. I was so tired. It was in the afternoon. I spent about an hour kind of putting this together. And I'm like, because you kind of had some different arrangements. But I made this so it'll fit perfectly for my Facebook banner.
Yeah.
And it'll work with the space. It'll work whether someone's looking at a phone or on a desktop or whatever. So I finished all of this, and then literally after finishing this, I saw someone left a comment, hey, it's on Amazon. No. So I check Amazon. That's not working. I'm contacting Buffalo
man.
8. Oh, yeah, by the way, Apple isn't until the second phase.
23rd.
Yeah, the 23rd and everything else. So, oh my gosh. I was hoping I was going to get a nap, so I didn't even get my nap yesterday. So it's been a whirlwind of putting out fires. So here's what's up. Here is the scoop. The movie is available now on Fandango at home. I've already checked it out. It works perfect. Everything looks great. It's on Hoopla.
Right now.
Have you that's right. Have you ever watched anything on Hoopla? Have you ever like rented through the library?
No, but my parents have multiple times.
Yeah.
And they're probably going to watch the film again on that.
All right. Nice. I love it. That's so cool.
I know Jim has read comics through the Hoopla app many times, researching stuff. But yeah, I've never used the Hoopla app.
Okay. Verizon and Vubiquity, and then there is all of the cable VOD, including Xfinity. What other ones do they have in Michigan? I've never heard of any of these. Charter, Spectrum, Cox.
Charter is a really northern Michigan kind of one.
Okay.
It's notoriously hacked all the time. It's just a bunch of old people using it.
Mm-hmm. So now there is Amazon, but look at this. Subtitles. Why are there no subtitles? Yeah, so there's an issue right now with Amazon. The subtitles aren't coming up. They're on it, and it's going to be fixed, but we don't know when. I mean, it's plausible it could be tonight. It also could be 4 weeks from now. Honestly, we don't know. It's a really complicated process, more than you would think. It's not just, can't they just burn them in and turn it on and turn it off? But the system for subtitles today, it's not like when we were growing up. It's this whole app where each language that you plug in has its own data system, so that, like, if you're here in the States, if you're watching, assuming you speak English, if someone speaks Hindi, obviously subtitles are going to come up. But if someone is watching this in India, when people are speaking English, subtitles will come up. But then if something's in Hindi, the subtitles won't come up. As you can imagine, that is a very, very complicated system. Plus, people can turn subtitles on, turn subtitles off. So for English-speaking audiences, there are definitely what's called forced narrative subtitles. That's a whole nother thing, where it's subtitles that come up no matter what. And it's not as easy as just, hey, turn these on.
Right.
Like, it's this complicated thing.
Yep. It's because you have to actually go through the Amazon to find the subtitles.
Literally. I mean, pretty much. So anyway, they'll be up soon. But if you already purchased it on Amazon, or if you're planning on watching it on Amazon, please wait until it's up. I think we just got a message here. Terry says subtitles officially working on Fandango at home. Awesome. Yeah, I saw that last night as well. So that was a huge sigh of relief. I asked them yesterday, I was like, is this going to happen on all of them? And they said, no, it's just an Amazon thing.
Yep.
They'll work just fine everywhere else. So I was like, okay, sounds good. All right. So prior, I was kind of pushing, like with this image here, the two places I was pushing people towards is Apple TV Plus and Amazon Prime. Not anymore, because Amazon Prime has the subtitles thing and Apple TV Plus isn't open yet. That'll be January 23rd. The place to go is Fandango at home. You can click on this link right here. That's the place to be. And also in general, honestly, if you look at Fandango at home, the quality, the bit rate, everything that they do is actually better because it's in HDX if you look closely down there. And here's the scoop on Fandango. HDX encodes, I just looked it up because I was curious. What is this HDX? Is this just something they made up that they kind of sell to make it look like? But it's a real thing where HDX encodes video at a higher bit rate, almost twice that of the HD version, on an average of 9.5 millibytes per second.
Which means that the file will be a little bit larger. But
yes. It's as high as 20 for complex scenes. And HDX, this I like a lot. This is something that's big for me. Unlike the rest of them, this actually preserves the film's native 24 frames per second. which is wild. That is really good. And then HDX uses 5.1 Dolby Digital Plus surround for audio. So that is super, super cool. And I've heard that too, that and also you can actually download the movie to really make sure you have it forever, not just for however long the license is that Fandango has it. So that's really cool too. If there is a downside, it does take twice as long to download.
Right, but then
if
you don't
you're
have to worry about
downloading it.
streaming it at the high of a bit
Yeah,
rate.
and
Because
it's
with a higher bit rate, it does take more stress on your whatever internet provider you have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So I vote we check out another exclusive scene. So we saw a scene with the princess that was kind of whimsical. Not everything in these films is like happy. Wee, it's fun. We're getting ready for an adventure. There's, you know, there is a little bit of drama and some things that that kind of happen. So with that, let's take a look at this exclusive scene. You're seeing it for the first time right now. Check it out.
Did these lowlifes see my daughter indecent?
I'm not aware of any privacy that has been violated. If there had been, the entire world news would be gossiping about it by now. However, you can ask your daughter of her safety in person, as she has just arrived.
Who's this?
This is Lochan Shayamal. He's the new Grand Vizier and responsible for saving you.
Saving me? Where are my personal guards?
They were killed by someone looking to harm you. Kamala, I can't give you the freedom that you crave if you can't. That'll be all for now, Lochan.
As you wish, my lord.
Woohoo! There's some drama happening there. It's some interesting things. So it's been great. We've been having I've been having some screenings. There's people that have screened the film. There's professional reviewers up to this point that have seen the film, but it has the Buffalo 8 watermark literally across the middle of the screen.
Right.
You know, and also when they review it, they could be doing it during lunch just to kick out as many reviews as they can.
Right.
So probably not the best of situations. Anytime I have the opportunity to have press come out and see the film on the screen, obviously, to me, that's important. Plus, I get to give them a little bit of a tour and kind of show them some of the props and some of the things. We should talk about your prop right here, your old friend, your old faithful right here.
The old blaster. Yeah.
That's fun. So that I pieced together out of various toys, kit bashed pieces. There's a number of different, that probably has mostly toys, but sometimes I'm using radio parts and
right,
a lot of super glue.
A lot of super glue.
And
then you taught me the whole brushing technique of
making it feel used and lived in, and like it's been. I also love the idea. I don't know exactly what this does, but it looks like you could almost like stick it into someone, then pull the trigger, and they would like blast away.
It's like a
and
bayonet.
It looks like there's been more than once that instead of shooting it, they've just like cracked people over the head. Oh, this does crack over some people's heads.
You get the random little drops in Borderlands. Like they have one where it's like plus 50% melee damage, and there's always like a bayonet at the front, and you smack them in the head.
So because the film is officially like with no problems on Fandango, should we do little Fandango puppets like they used to do back in the day? The little paper bag puppets?
Vaguely remember.
Do you remember that?
I do remember, but not. I haven't seen it in a while. We should pull that up on YouTube or bring it back.
Bring it back. We'll make a puppet Aladdin, a puppet.
I'm trying to think, and they were just brown paper bags.
There's brown paper bags that were decked out with. You don't remember that?
I'm wondering. I might have some of those upstairs. I'll have to look.
I will find the video.
A Fandango gift card one year. I'm like, what was this?
I'm sure you've seen these.
Is this like a Mexican place to get tacos? And it wasn't.
So they used to have a bunch of these Fandango puppet commercials, and they were literally just this.
Almost like the Quiznos commercials.
James' face right now. Like, what?
Or, just off of Imagine or whatever theater you can get it direct from.
That's great.
But I've used Fandango a lot for getting tickets.
Okay.
But I've never used it for streaming a film. So that's new to me.
So been having a lot of fun with these. Attack on Show came out, which is great. And Rob E did this really cool video where he documented everything from getting ready at home and the camera and everything and driving out.
Putting on the Fidgy shirt.
That's right. And we had a great time. He's been documenting this for the last over 5 years.
And he's got a pretty sweet basement as well.
Have you been there?
No, I've not been there, but I've seen it through his TikToks. So I love watching your stuff, man. So
yeah, super, super cool. So we've been having these amazing reviews. And again, here's one blew my mind from Tom Santilli of Movie Show Plus. So I just wanted to go through a little bit more of these. And again, it's amazing. These are professional reviews, but because we're having bumps, we're hoping that, with Amazon and everything, we're hoping you guys will help us by also writing some reviews, because I'm sure there's going to be people on Amazon, especially like, I didn't understand it. This should have had subtitles. What were they thinking? And
right.
Well,
maybe and a lot of the subtitle parts, maybe we'll get away with it in the sense that it'll just spark some imagination of what is being said.
Yeah,
and they can make up their own.
I think so, but there are even some things in fighting sequences where someone will say something in another language, and so it sets up when that's what they said. What happens is like, oh my gosh! But if you didn't know what they said, it's just random fighting,
right?
You know what I mean? So there's all kinds of I don't know. It is what it is, but hopefully people will help out with that. But listen to some of these fun things that people had to say. Yeah, the J. Craig podcast. Erik Steele did a fantastic job as Aladdin, and Tom Santilli said, an audacious reimagining of a classic tale transformed into a dazzling sci-fi adventure that's funny, exciting, and familiar, which is awesome. Chris Jones at Overly Honest Reviews says, this film invites audiences to rediscover their sense of wonder. I know, and I love the imagination. That's Gig Pata from LRM Online, who, by the way, is from Thailand, and he was over the moon. He saw the film, was over the moon that the last third of the movie takes place in Thailand.
That's cool. And,
he was like, thank you for the representation and everything. And I was like, bro, you don't even know two of the main characters, let alone and protagonists, not villains, but two of the main characters in the next two movies are from Thailand. And I also said, technically, Aladdin is from Thailand, even though when we meet him, he's living in Hong Kong, but obviously where he when he was really young, he was from Thailand. Dave Taylor from planetdave.com says, I'm ready to watch the next installment of this series.
Me too.
And Rob E says the action sequences were top notch. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing. You guys are awesome. So please review us. And I know you might be thinking, oh, you already got good reviews. Well, those are the professional reviews. We need the consumer reviews on places like Rotten Tomatoes and Amazon and all the places. It's always very helpful. So Rotten Tomatoes, if you don't know how this works, you might know this better than me. So how does this walk us through? How does this work here?
So there's the certified fresh, which is if you get a certain percentage point of audience to critic score. And then there's fresh, and then there's rotten. That's pretty much the main breakdown of like.
So that first part though, that's what professional reviewers people that are like professional Rotten Tomatoes critics and stuff. So fresh is basically thumbs up, rotten is thumbs down, but the certified means it's a balance of both. Is that what it is? It's a balance of both consumer reviews and the pro reviews.
That if you go over a certain percentage, I think it's 70, 80, 90%. I forget what percentage it is, but you hit a certain threshold. It's
So if you can
certified
get
fresh.
100 on Rotten Tomatoes, you're basically there.
Yeah, right.
So then then there's the consumer, like anyone can go and leave a review. And then instead of a thumbs up or thumbs down, it's a popcorn meter where there's hot popcorn, which is good. And then there's stale popcorn.
And you know, I like stale popcorn though.
Well, what's verified hot?
Verified hot is more hot than stale.
But then there's the good stale, where you like have it in the bag, and you,
yes, but then
and you curl it up there and leave it in your car for
as
like
a
2
way
days.
to go hot or not. The stale means negative, but yes, I do love
like old
regular
Lucky
stale
Charms
popcorn.
cereal pieces.
Yes,
I'm curious if verified, if that's something where people,
Verified
if they
hot?
review enough films,
I
they
think it's just
become
the percentage
verified?
of hot versus stale.
Okay.
Literally, so it's verified hot if you have more hot than stale.
Oh,
A significant
okay.
percentage more hot than stale.
Okay.
And then that gets added to the fresh or rotten. So like you get that percentage of audience score and critic score. Then the best top thing is the certified fresh.
Okay.
Like balance of both audience and critic.
I'm down with that. That's cool. So, hey, spread the word. Thank you. Leave the reviews. Tell people about the film.
I mean, even share this right now. We're doing this all day long.
Yeah. Please
So-
share the live stream. Tell people about it. Email people about it. Call people on the phone. People that, if you know people that like Aladdin and Disney films, if you know people that love Star Wars films or Indiana Jones type adventures, also people that are into filmmaking, independent filmmaking. There's a large group of people that are into kit bashing and like recreating models and stuff, or in-camera effects. There's a lot of different angles here that I think people would be into. So whatever you think the angle is that you think people would be into it. We're small potatoes. We're getting some help from Buffalo 8. We've got a really good publicist who is the publicist for Hundreds of Beavers.
Oh, really?
His name is Justin Cook.
That's
He's
awesome.
amazing. And, you know, not every independent film can get the attention that film has got, but I haven't seen it. You've seen it, right?
I've not seen it.
Oh, okay.
Viewers. I've only talked to the creators once.
Oh, really?
Through Twitter.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Or X.
But
I thought you and Jim watched.
I need to see it. Maybe we'll have a screening like here
we should,
or something
We
like
should
that. I
absolutely do a
would
screening.
love to. I've heard nothing but great things about it. Anyway, so all super, super exciting. Okay, so we already talked about what's happening today, and the films are released today. We do have a second phase of TVOD. That is January 23rd, where then finally you will be able to get the film on Apple TV Plus, Apple
And
TV,
iTunes? Okay.
iTunes, and Google Play finally on the 23rd, which is great. So this is a production painting that I did, and I'm going to show you some more fun stuff that I did for the art book. We're going to have some sneak peeks at the art book,
Cool.
but I thought it would be fun to share a scene, another brand new scene. First of all, Brittany Oranger, I'm watching it tonight. I cannot wait.
Woo.
Awesome. Thank you, Brittany. But let's take a look at another tense action scene from Aladdin 3477. Are you guys ready for this? Check this out.
Aladdin, wait! Wait for what? Umi might be in trouble. She'll be fine. She just saved your life. All right, fine. Then take this. What am I supposed to do with this? Get back to the sky sail. Shoot anything that gets in your way. But I couldn't possibly. If you want me to help Umi, you have to pave the way to the sky sail. Okay. Aladdin, make the wish. Make the wish.
Woohoo! Woo! So what are your memories from filming some of that?
Well, I remember the dunking in the water. We did that so many times. We pretty much spent the whole day. Luckily, it was a nice day. So that one I didn't mind. It was unlike the slime scene where it was
cold for no reason.
freezing that day for no reason. And at least with this day, it was warm enough that I didn't mind dunking.
Was it still summer that day too, and we still got how cold did it get?
I don't remember, but I think the thing that I was worried about, because this was after another scene that involved water, I was so worried about the boots getting destroyed that I think we took them off, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I know we have them on in one of the shots, but I think I was like, quick, let's take these off and swap them out with the old destroyed boots, so that way we didn't destroy a second set of boots. RIP that first set of boots, which I miss.
All right. So I wanted to chat now. Okay, so a couple things we need to chat about, because you probably saw that was some intense action. Should my kid watch that? Should my kid watch this?
How old is the kid?
I think even more than that, I think it's are they old enough to handle certain things? And I think some kids maybe are exposed to more, where certain things are maybe not a big deal. So I
have a question for you then.
Yeah.
When will you let your child watch Aladdin 3477? It's not really violent.
It's got some violence. In fact, your bounty hunter is pretty ruthless when he sticks a gun in someone's face. And
I mean, what happens with Cam?
And what happens with Harshad? And there's some things. There's some things. Okay. There's some things. The Klepto King scene.
There's some sci-fi violence.
Yeah, there's some sci-fi violence.
It depends. Does it happen on or off screen?
Some do.
Is there visible blood explosion? It's just a matter of the absence of certain things
on some parts.
So here is my best way to answer the question. So this film, first of all, does not have an MPAA rating, because I don't know how much it costs now, but I know in the mid 2000s it was $10,000
to get a rating,
to get an MPAA rating. But the funny thing is, it actually backfired on them, because theaters, if it's a large scale opening in theaters, you have to have that rating. But streamers don't have to have that rating. So guess what? They don't bother with it. I mean, $10,000 is $10,000.
That's $10,000.
So they'll just kind of throw in each streamer has their own random BS. Mature audiences, wink, wink. Or I think I saw on Amazon it was 16 plus, whatever that means. I don't know, which seems maybe a little high.
That's pretty high.
Well,
because PG-13 is 13. So
yeah. I would guess it would get PG-13 if it was an MPAA rating. But the best way to describe it, if your kids can watch it or not, I really feel like the tone of this film and the sex, violence, and profanity is on par with Raiders of the Lost Ark.
True.
If your kids are old enough to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, if they would like a film like Raiders of the Lost Ark that has adventure, and look, Raiders of the Lost Ark has a lot of comedy. There are also people that die, that are impaled, that are shot point blank.
Yep.
There's a fair amount of blood in the first Indiana Jones film. Also, like the first Indiana Jones film, there is one SHIT, if that matters to you. And then there are some scenes. It's funny because I equate this to my mom and my dad. So there's sex and there's violence, right?
Right.
So I knew growing up, if there was a movie that had some sex in it, my dad was like, no. But if there was violence, he was into the action too, right?
Yeah.
My mom was the opposite, where if we were watching an action movie and you hear guns going off, my mom would be like, what are you guys watching in there?
Right.
Kind of thing. But if there's ever a movie like a rated R comedy that has a lot of like sexual references and stuff, my mom would think it's hysterical, and where my dad would kind of be
funny.
like, kind of thing. So, so I don't know if this matters to people, but I should just mention there is a scene with the princess. There's no nudity.
Right.
I mean, I can tell, and you were the one actually filming, which
yeah.
was crazy. But there is no actual nudity in the film, but it is implied that the princess is nude at one point.
Mm-hmm.
It's implied that she's naked, and there are a couple scenes where she is submerged. It's like a koi bath, and you can see her from shoulders up. The rest of her is in water. We had her covered in a really creative way, but with the way the ripples and the reflections, and you can partially see under the water, it almost looks like you can see a little bit. But truth be told, there was flat out she was never nude. So there is no nudity, but just the fact that it's even implied in the film that she, on purpose, part of the story, you need to know that she is not clothed in the story,
right?
In this, when having this koi bath.
Good though, implicit shouldn't count.
Yeah,
some people, but some people are like, oh, you never know. People have different things.
Implied jahoobs are denied jahoobs.
My favorite part.
You need to do that again. You need to flip the screen. What was that, James?
Just saying, implied jahoobs are denied jahoobs.
My favorite part about that scene is that Chrissy was so scared of the fish that day, but she still stuck it out like a champ.
And the fish weren't in. Oh, the fish weren't in the pond at all.
Oh, were they not?
No, because I used the fish had already passed away.
Oh, that's right.
And I wanted to make sure there wasn't any bugs or any weird whatever. So I actually had, I can't even remember what I used, chlorine or something like that to make sure it was really, really clean.
I think I was trying to insinuate there were fish in there.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out
what was complicated though. We tried everything, and it was a pretty warm day, but I think we had a couple cold days beforehand. The water was so cold. We spent the whole day heating up boiling water in the kitchen, constantly running it. It didn't matter. It was freezing. Christy was such a trooper that she would be like, and I'd say action, and suddenly sweltering heat, taking this bath. It was amazing. You did that a lot too for scenes where it was really, really cold.
And also when we went to Star Wars Celebration, we got that Airbnb that had the hot tub, but there was no heater.
It wasn't working.
So we ended up
oh my gosh,
running back and forth,
which I guess I've been told you're not supposed to do to a hot tub.
But we didn't know.
Hysterical. So should your kid watch it if they're old enough, if you feel they're old enough and they can appreciate Raiders of the Lost Ark without getting nightmares and that sort of thing? If they're old enough to watch that, then they should be golden.
And I guess another good parallel, like Die Hard, in terms of sexual innuendo, blood.
And that movie is rated R. I haven't seen it in a long time though.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking of Temple of Doom. I think Temple of Doom might have it a little harsher than
for sure. Sure it did.
The Kalima,
Anyway, so how old will my kid be? I don't know. I know he's too young for it now.
Right, of course.
The biggest reason why is he wouldn't remember it.
Yeah. Right.
I remember, so I didn't remember a lot before I was 4. So I, for sure, any movie that's important for me, it doesn't matter whether he's old enough or not, but if I really want Bo to grow up with it and appreciate it and love it, I feel like I need to wait until he's at least 4. Maybe some Disney movies and some this and that, but otherwise, if he's not going to remember it, if it's not going to be an experience, like I remember the first films that I saw in a theater. I think Popeye was the first.
Oh, really?
The Robin Williams one, I think was the first one that I saw. But I remember like seeing Grease at the drive-in and all kinds of stuff. So that's what I would say. Raiders of the Lost Ark is what to keep in mind. Real quick, I want to talk about Buffalo 8 because you might be wondering, how do you get this movie on streaming services and what is this all about? Well, I signed a deal with Buffalo 8, great company, and they've produced other films you may have seen, like the most recent Clerks 3. We went to go see.
That's true. We saw that
with Kevin Smith, and that was just a really neat experience. That was kind of like homework for us too, because we were considering how are we going to release this, and do we do like a theatrical tour? And it was amazing to see what he did and how he did it. But he's also Kevin Smith. He's already got this built-in audience.
I loved his Q&A, which was a few bit of Q and a metric ton of A.
Yeah. It really
was. Like, I think he answered 5 questions.
Yeah. It was great though. It was really really interesting to see. So Loving Vincent was actually nominated for an Oscar. Have you ever seen this?
I've not seen that. No.
It's the entire film. I'm trying to think who's in it. Saoirse Cohen, the girl who's in Lady Bird, and a bunch of nominated for an Oscar. Every frame of the film is painted.
Oh, wow!
And they got a bunch of different artists to do like different scenes. I remember when this came out, I was like, man, why didn't they ask me? I would have totally done a whole scene, just to be a part of it. But
how many artists did they have working on it?
I want to say it was like an even number, like 20 or something.
Oh, wow.
Like
That's
that.
Still.
I know, it's a lot. So the executive producer that was really responsible for really helping to market this and get it on the radar is Nikki Steer Justice, who secured deals with like Michael's Art Supplies so that they had posters of this movie and stuff like that. And she's really, really brilliant. And she is one of the executive producers of Aladdin 3477. They produced this Iron Mask movie that I still have not seen with Arnold and Jackie. Recently, a Free LSD with Jack Black, and it stars like a punk band in LA. I don't know who it, but I think a lot of people know who it is. Terrifier 3, which has broken so many. It's already the biggest non-rated film of all time, which is wild. And it was released again on Christmas. And at the time I grabbed this, it hit 50 million at the domestic box office. I think it's closer to 70 million now.
Wow.
And worldwide, it's well over 100 million. What was interesting at the time that this was in theaters, and also not just the #1 movie, but it released on the same day as the other psychotic clown movie, which is Joker 2. Everyone thought that was going to be the big movie, the big, psychotic clown movie. And then this just totally blew it out of the water, which is wild.
And it was the third of the films. That's
great. I had never even heard of this before until
you haven't heard of it? Okay, wow.
Never heard of it until now. But at the same time, Woman of the Hour was the #1 movie on Netflix. So it was kind of cool that Buffalo 8 had a hand.
And it was her directorial debut, I think. Wasn't it?
And they're saying she's on the short list for Oscar contentions, not for her directing, but as an actress in the film, I guess. So here we are, Aladdin 3477. It is release day, and we are rocking the marathon. So here's what happened. Here's kind of a quick recap of what's been going on in the past 2 months. On the Plus, we've had a couple bumps, but on the Plus, man, having Screen Rant debut, the new trailer and the poster and the release date and everything was awesome. And it was, again, this I have to thank Justin Cook, who is the publicist for the movie. He was really smart about it, because normally what you do when you have these announcements, you go for Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Screen Daily, or Deadline, because those are the big, like, rubbing elbows in Hollywood. Like, if you can get in those trades, like, now like you're important or whatever. But he was really smart about it. He didn't even aim for those. He was like, a movie like this, no one's really, like, that's not going to help you. The fact that some executive, like, what's this, Aladdin 34? And then they turn the page, right? It's not, I'm the printed version of these rags, But Screen Rant is, everyone sees Screen Rant. That's a huge, gosh, huge. And again, we are so lucky because Screen Rant normally does not cover any kind of independent film or anything. That's all huge pop culture. They have an algorithm like everyone else. So anything they post is either helping them or hurting them. And so everything they post, it's all clickbait, and they're trying what's going to get more clicks and everything. So they really took a chance on us, and it was amazing that they that they were the first to drop the trailer, which was super cool. Hey, speaking of that trailer, should we take a look really quick?
Yeah, why not?
Let's take a look, and then hey, you guys should be leaving us comments. I think I see we have a new one, but leave us some comments. Let us know, how are you watching the film tonight? Who are you watching with? And let us know what's going on.
Oh, sure. Regal monarchs and maharajas handpicked by my father. My life is brimming with romance.
We're better than this, Fiji. We belong up there.
You must throw me the lamp at once!
No one asked you.
And we're back, and Matt's having the first bathroom break of his stream, and now and he comes back.
You know what? I'm gonna grab. Does anyone need a goodies? I'm just getting a little slight headache.
Oh, grab some food. I'm whatever.
James, you need a goodies? I'm good.
But yeah. So a funny story about the fact that we are on Buffalo 8 was I actually found out before Matt told me that we were through Buffalo 8 as a distribution company. And it was because I was actually helping a friend with a project that he was working on. And, he was talking about his deal through Buffalo 8. And I'm like, oh, let me just check through Buffalo 8. What do they have in terms of films? And as I'm going through their library of all the films that they distribute, I see Aladdin 3477. I'm like, what? And I called Matt right away. I'm like, is this true? And he's like, oh, I meant to tell you, but yeah, it's official. And I had to sit on that for like weeks until we actually made the announcement in one of the live stream lounges later on. So I'm happy.
There's only one other person who discovered that.
Yes.
That is Jerry Hayes.
Jerry Hayes. He was the one who found out before Matt even found out.
Well,
Then it was posted.
Yeah.
Yes, in the library of all films distributed through their company.
Woo-hoo.
So yes.
All right. So, what do we got next? Amazon again.
Yeah.
Just so you don't know, we'll be announcing this all day. Amazon. Sorry, no subtitles yet.
But
so if you've purchased it, it'll be fixed. But we don't know when, we don't know where. Well, we know where on Amazon.
On Amazon, yeah.
But it's a very complicated process. It's not as easy as flicking a switch. It has to get resubmitted through all of the data and everything. It goes through QC. So it could be as soon as tonight. Doubt it'll be tonight. Could take as long as like 4 weeks. I doubt it'll be 4 weeks, but we just don't know. So please, please, please. There's some really key important things to the experience watching like some of the robots even have subtitles and stuff. So you're really missing out if you see it that way. So either try to watch it on one of the other services. It's relatively cheap, obviously. But even if you want to wait for Amazon, great. But please wait. I promise the experience will be. And it's not that there's like a ton of subtitles,
Right.
but there are some important ones that that you definitely would want to see. So we've got some comments here.
Oh.
We've got TV Zachai. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com remove the space. Oh, that's probably I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Whoops. Eric, how does it feel to be a movie star?
I don't know.
Says
It
Brittany.
has not kicked in yet, so I guess we shall see. I've been very used to seeing my face on the posters, I guess, and that's just kind of come second nature now.
Mhm.
Although I'm starting to not even recognize that guy anymore. Now that
getting
up there in age,
I
look the same.
I feel like it's worth pointing out that one of the reasons I just really wanted you to be Aladdin is you have such a humble, unassuming nature about you. And I remember way back even when you were a student, like your ego, it's not that you don't have self-esteem or anything like that, but you just don't, you're so on the same ground as everyone and everyone around you. You spend more time lifting people up around you than you do putting yourself on
not a pretentious toolbox.
I feel like I spend more time just trying to build things and be creative. That's where I put all my energy. So I guess don't leave anything else behind.
But I remember projects you did when you were a student that were amazing, and your heart was just so into it. But like the thing that I could tell about you is that it wasn't just the project that you were excited about. You were really excited about just having a good time with friends and like this is going to be a fun thing, and like the camaraderie of people working on something together has always been a big thing to you, which
that
which
was
is
always
awesome.
because that was always the hardest thing growing up, was that like I was so used to doing things on my own that like finally having a group of people that I could work on stuff together, that's like I would say that the hardest part about filmmaking is building a team or having people around you that you can work with.
Yeah,
because it is not yes, you can make a movie on your own.
Yeah,
you will go through the ringer and you might not come out on the end the same, but having it be a team sport, like you learn to work on it like a group project at school, but more fun.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people, for example, with the horror film roulette, probably the biggest struggle is there's a bunch of filmmakers that just have a hard time landing people that will commit. And sometimes they will right away, like, yeah, I'll be in your movie. But then 2 days later, where you're like, okay, we got the location secure. Are you good? This is, that's going to be work. Like, that's going to, how many hours is that going to take? And then people just fall through, and it's tough. It's a really tough thing. It was hard for us. There were certain people everyone's got different schedules, and some people have kids and stuff. So some people were hard to lock down. And then also because I thought it was only going to take a number of months, and instead it ended up being a number of years. No one signed up for that, and everyone was awesome, stuck it through. But I could tell there was some wear and tear towards the end where people were just like, when is this movie? When are we going to be done? Kind of thing. And
our
people on set.
And our favorite line was, of course, always one more for giggles.
So the running joke when we were filming, there's this thing that whenever you get the shot and you're pretty confident, you just do a bunch of takes, right? Yep. Once you're pretty sure you have one, you usually do another for safety.
Yeah.
Just in case, make sure you've got two that you know are good enough. Well, instead of, I don't know, because everyone always says, okay, let's do another for safety. Like, I don't know. I'm just a little bit on the fringe of like exactly what you're supposed to say and everything. Yeah. So for my action thing, rather than going through, slowing things down and like, take one, scene two, this is the da-da-da-da-da. I'm just like, oh my God, hold the thing, click it, ready to rock, action. Like, let's go. Because I don't want people to lose steam. And there's so much official. And a lot of that, like, because I'm not using like the numbers, I'm just putting it. I'm the one editing it.
Right.
So a lot of that, if I feel
You
like
never had
I'm,
to use the slate to sync anything?
Waiting for room tone.
No. There might have been some things where I did that, but there were times where we were going so quick that it was like, don't even grab the board.
Yeah.
We ready? All right, let's go.
We'd slate it once,
Yeah.
and then like I keep it on a roll the whole
Yeah.
time, and then like I think we went like through an entire card on just like one single roll.
Yeah, because it was everything slows it down, and like when we've got 30 people and we're paying for food, like, and we already know, like, man, this is going to be a 17-hour day. Everything we do now it's going to be an 18, 20, 24-hour day.
Right.
Like anything I can do to trim it down and keep people's spirits up. I was just
we'd
like,
always be waiting on smoke to heat up. We'd be waiting.
Remember when our monitor died and Matt had to go back to walking back and forth between the shot and the camera?
Yeah. I was just talking to my buddy Joe. He just got off a music video where they shot it on actual film. Now, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, if we would have done this on film,
oh yeah,
you got, I think maybe 10. He said 10 minutes of footage that you can get on one roll.
Yeah,
and then you have to swap the rolls of footage of film, actual film, and throughout that entire day, each time you took out the roll of film and replaced it, it took about 10 minutes to swap it out. So throughout the whole work day, they lost an entire 2 hours just in swapping film rolls.
Yeah.
So just be glad you didn't have that you had to worry about. We would have lost hours a day just in swapping out film canisters.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Brittany says, what was your guys' favorite day on set? Ooh, juicy question.
Well,
that's a
I mean,
long.
If we had,
we got
if
like
we had a year on this project, it'd be different.
Huh.
Oh, I know at least one of mine. There's a couple that come to mind. I loved every single day because every single day was a new piece of the puzzle.
Right.
It was another. Do you remember my piece of paper that had the little boxes of every single scene, and I would like fill in another
100%.
checklist
Absolutely.
or whatever. Easily for me, just without thinking about it too much, was the last day.
Oh,
Because
okay.
we filmed in the Hong Kong nightclub and everyone was partying.
It was a
and that
party
lot of
before
fun.
the party. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cool.
So that was neat.
Right.
I remember really liking if there was a day in the Taj Mahal throne room where there was a lot of people like dressed up like royal dignitaries and stuff. There was something about it. Like it was cool in the marketplace, like grungy and people everywhere and stuff. But there was something about being in a room that looks classy. It's palace-like.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's dressed up and being royal and stuff. And it was just like, it's like, wow, this is really, really cool. Also, that set took us almost a year to complete.
Right.
So that was just, I feel like some of those scenes were just felt kind of magical and royal to me.
I really like the cave scene because that was such an awe-inspiring set build. I think that took you like what 6 months to work on.
A lot of us,
and I think we brought in a literal metric ton of sand that Rick was like freaking out about because he hates sand so much, which was amazing that we got him to go out to the desert because like he hates sand so much.
Gosh. Yeah. I have 26. Cool. So the cave scenes were cool. The thing that I really loved about the cave scenes is the caves. For the cave scene to work, it's got to be this perfect blend between what we shot in the desert, constantly going back and forth with what we shot on set to give the illusion that we're actually under the desert. And it looks legit. It was very convincing. It
was
looks
very convincing.
It's wild. So yeah, some good stuff. James, what was your favorite day on set?
Oh man. Well, other than
flipping the camera.
It's tough because we were in production for well over 5 years. And not only was I on set as a number of
characters.
However many characters, I was oftentimes on set shooting BTS or like doing any number of other things. But the whole Taj thing, so much of that blurred together. I remember from Taj Mahal a couple of hilarious things and shooting the BTS. If you were to ask me if I remembered anything else about my involvement in Taj Mahal,
yeah,
I mean, yeah, kind of, that I was physically present. Matt, I can't tell you what I was doing. I can't. But when we were shooting the Hong Kong marketplace, where we finally had all these extras,
yeah,
that was probably one of the most immaculately complete sets I've seen, with just a bustling number of actors. And
I'm curious what you guys think about this. So I have this master from going through all the footage, not just behind the scenes footage, but actual footage that Ghost or you or whoever was behind the camera. I have assembled a huge reel of bloopers and outtakes.
The giggle cut?
The giggle cut. And I didn't even talk about the giggle, like why the whole thing about the giggles.
Well, you did a little bit.
We'll come back to it. But there are about 45 minutes of bloopers from the first movie. There are about 45 minutes from the second movie, and there are about 45 minutes from the third movie. No joke.
That's amazing.
My question is, what should I do with that? Should I literally release a 45-minute blooper reel?
On YouTube.
Or should I just make it down to really the best of the best? But is there something funny I can do? What my thought was, and I know I'm ruining it for anyone watching it. My thought was at one point inviting people to a sneak peek of something Aladdin. People will think it's like, oh my gosh, it's the second movie or something. Getting everyone into a theater. And instead, it's just 45 minutes of bloopers from, and it's the first time everyone's seeing it. So it would be like a laugh riot. It would be so funny. And then do you do it? What's your take on when you edit bloopers together? Is it funnier to have music in the background, or is it funnier where it's dry? Because sometimes if it's got the music where it's almost like Benny Hill kind of music,
it depends.
Sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it ruins it because it's almost like funny music, and you might be like, well, that wasn't as funny. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, what it's like,
I think it comes down to how much dead air there is. Like if a lot of people are talking, no music. And if it's like a lot of action, then you put in some kind of score to it.
In my experience, you don't want to go in dry. But in this particular case, Eric gets it. I'd say I feel like music can almost take away.
Well, like I said, certain parts, like if you're doing, like if you're speeding up footage, then you want to put something on it. So that way it's not like just watching it. Good morning.
Good morning, Chantel. Hey, I sent you. Thank you for your order a couple weeks ago. I hope you dig the package that I sent. Thank you so much. And good morning. Happy release day. Woohoo!
All right.
Awesome. Okay, so I have one more question about the bloopers, and that is, do I edit them in order of the film? And so it's almost like you're watching the movie, but every funny thing that happened in order, or is it better to kind of mix it up a little bit? So something funny on the Taj Mahal, something funny in the marketplace, something funny in the caves. Now back at the Taj Mahal again. Now the Hong Kong pub.
I feel like that would probably, depending on what is funny about each thing.
Okay.
Kind of figure out the flow
there might
of
be
it.
A creative way to.
Like it's like so messing up a line, messing up a line. You know, then you have like the physical comedy.
That's good.
Could you imagine if you combined all three and just had one thing and just call it like Aladdin the Bridge?
But I mean, Aladdin the Bridge. But I mean, they had for like Deadpool, like they just posted it right on YouTube, the blooper reel.
Yeah.
And then a link to the movie.
And I might do something like that too. But I was just trying to think, because there's so many, I feel like either at a party or something, like it would be really fun for cast and crew to get a first look and to see everyone's reaction, and the laughs would probably be, because we experienced it,
100%,
so I don't know. Chantel says, yes, so many goodies. Thank you. I am working today, so I am just listening in. I am excited to watch the movie later. Woohoo!
Thank you.
Awesome. My recommendation is Fandango at home, if possible. just because on Amazon the subtitles aren't working yet,
and you can download it completely.
And you can download it completely from Fandango. So easy peasy, mac and cheesy. All right.
Oh,
so
I think Terry's watching it right now, and I think she's a little sad she was not one of the princesses in the hologram.
I thought
she was.
Well,
I thought she was though. Like
she was.
Yes.
And so was Jessica Pankatai and a lot of people. The problem was at the time we did it, we were racing to kind of get things done. We really crammed that in fast.
Right.
And that scene is really whitewashed. So it was really, and because this is taking place mostly from India all the way to Shanghai. Now, granted, in the future, it's going to be a melting pot. Everyone's going to be a mutt, but it was too much. It was just too much. That is the reason why we did the reshoots with more ethnicity when we had the hologram princesses. We needed more for one, but we just needed more color. We needed more. At every turn, we were, because we filmed this in the suburbs of Michigan. So there were times where we were able to get a really good variety of ethnicities, primarily Asian. But then there were times where we thought we had a lot of people coming and then they didn't show up. So it was grabbing everyone in cast and crew and covering their, so it's a little bit more, even though, you have to understand the year 3477, that's 80 generations
right.
from
That's
now.
the melting pot of so many different cultures.
So when you go to Hong Kong now, 99.9% of the people that you see there are, look like they're from they're Hong Kong. Or even if there are people that have, moved there and this and that, it's Chinese, Vietnamese, it's a good mix of Asian flavor, right? Correct me if I'm saying
60% of our diversity is James.
So anyway, so the trick was, so for that to stay, or for there even in the future for someone to be like legit Chinese, that would mean today not having mixed children. Is that a proper way to say mixed children?
Yeah.
Okay. Now them, no mixed children. Now them, no mixed children. 80 generations through.
Yeah.
And as we get more diverse and as people are able to travel more and it becomes more convenient and all of the things, I feel like as time goes on, 80 generations from now, I would assume it's probably the opposite, where most people will be mutts, and seeing someone who's authentic Eastern Indian still, like that's going to be crazy. 80 generations from now,
true.
That would that's my thought. However, that said, when you're watching a movie on the surface, you don't want to take the time to explain that.
Of course.
In the future, 80 generations, and imagine.
Well, and also the holograms are blue. So
yes, that is true. But I just anytime you're doing a movie in the future, if something takes place in India, you want to make it just. The quick answer is just make everyone look like they're from India. So.
Blue people.
Oh my gosh! Well, the hologram blue people. Anyway, so that was why that had to get adjusted. However, you can see Terry in the marketplace.
That's true. Yeah, she has
extras.
the. I think you can see.
Oh yeah.
That
for sure you see her when you're lifted up and everything. Yeah, so that's why it was way too Clinton Township.
I was like, where's my wife?
Okay, so a lot of people, and I released this video, I'm just going to show you a little snippet of it now, but a lot of people, since this is kind of their first experience to Aladdin, there are BB-8 comparisons, even Buffalo 8. It was so funny. The marketing team, I don't think even bothered to see the movie, which is okay because they're making decisions based on what people would perceive the movie to be.
Profitability and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. So when the poster design came, I did a poster very similar to that, but they wanted some changes. They wanted some things larger. They wanted some things smaller. And one of the things that they even said was the BB-8 robot is super cute. Definitely make him bigger. And I was like, BB-8? You mean Fidgy?
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay. So anyway, so I know a lot of you are probably thinking, oh, you must really like BB-8. I do like BB-8, but truth be told, Fidgy was designed way before then.
True. It was before we even saw the first trailer for Star Wars.
So real quick, let's take a look at Fidgy and where this inspiration really came from.
Yes.
All right, so you've had a chance to see what Fidgy looks like. Fidgy, of course, being Aladdin's faithful friend, his hovering robot sidekick. But you're probably looking at this robot and thinking, it's got white armor with orange accents, kind of roundish, very cute. What other robot does this remind me of? Listen, Fidgy was not inspired by BB-8. And listen, I love BB-8 just like everyone else, but Fidgy was actually designed way back in the early 90s when Fidgy was a character in a comic book that I created called Castar Shandax. And Fidgy always had white armor with orange accents. Now, over the years, the look of Fidgy has kind of changed and evolved, but the final version of Fidgy was actually created before they even started filming The Force Awakens. That said, you can imagine how I felt. I think we were 2 years into filming with Fidgy when artwork had leaked online of what BB-8 looked like. Of course, being this cute, lovable robot that's white with orange accents. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to be years before people really are exposed to Fidgy and everyone's going to think we copied. Now, truth be told, obviously Fidgy is a very Star Wars-ish looking robot. And I remember even way back when, Fidgy was obviously inspired by Star Wars, but in particular, all cool robots of the 80s. I'm talking Twiki and Daggett, and in particular, one of my favorite robots from the 80s is Vincent from the Black Hole, and I love that he was kind of this roundish floating robot. That may have been more inspiration for Fidgy than any other robot, to tell you the truth. Now, when designing the armor and colors, I knew I didn't want the accent color to be blue because, of course, that would look like R2-D2. And I didn't want it to be red because that would look like R5-D4. But I remember I really thought these robots from this movie called Silent Running, I really thought this orange color was really cool because orange is just this really 70s mechanical color that's just very functional, and so I always wanted the accent color to be orange. The look of Fidgy had evolved quite a bit over the years, but in the end, I wanted Fidgy to be this robot that Aladdin could make himself.
Stuff I never use it.
All right, so so that's kind of the scoop on Fidgy and BB-8 and kind of how all of that went down. Brittany Oranger says, sorry about all the questions. Do not be sorry about the questions. We love the questions because we're hanging out here all day, and rather than just saying the same stuff over and over, if you guys have questions, we have answers. So Matt, did I ever make a cameo in any of the movies? Yes, I have. And I kept thinking I'm only in the second movie, but actually I have a split-second cameo in the first movie. Right in the very beginning, you see a hologram of me walking by.
Oh, you're right.
In the very beginning.
Oh my
and I
gosh.
actually play the same person in all three movies. You'll see why there's a hologram of me and why it's a thing. But I have a pretty fun cameo in the second film. Again, this was never intended to be, but last minute it worked out great. And then there's another split-second blink and you'll miss it cameo that I have in the third film.
Pressuring him throughout the entire time that, when are you going to do your cameo, Matt? When are you going to do your cameo? So he did. Yeah, I forgot about the hologram part. You're right.
And I didn't really want to have one, for two reasons.
Oh,
For one,
Peter Jackson. Like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
I wanted to be behind the camera. I wanted to make sure that everything looks good. But also, I made a film in the mid-2000s called Conjure, where I play myself, and I took so much crap in reviews for that. And it wasn't that I really wanted to put myself in the movie, but because I hadn't made a movie yet, everyone that I contacted, hey, do you want to be in a movie?
Right.
This and that. And they'd be like, I think I have to wash my socks that day. And so I literally I played myself because it's all I had. And most of that movie was like me setting up a camera on a tripod, seeing my face, kind of, getting the blocking, and then acting to nothing. And then my girlfriend at the time, she would come over and I would film her, and then I would just edit everything together, even though we weren't even in the same room at the same time. We were in the same room, but not, the conversation wasn't a real one. It was just all filmed separately.
Right.
It's like the horror film Roulette's. I didn't intend to ever be in my own films, but no one else.
That's what I'm saying. You learn quickly. It is a team exercise, and if you don't have the team, you're doing it on your own, and it's a lot harder.
Do you think you're so good that you need to be in all of your films? Like, okay, first of all, no, but second, I am.
Well, that was because also because everyone was so mad you were in like 5 films that one year. Well, I'm like, let him cook.
Yeah,
let him cook.
People ask me. I didn't go forth and say, "Hey, can I be in your film?"
Right.
Like we were all starting up. We were all just friends, helping each other out with each other's films. I'm sorry that we all enjoy doing the same exact thing.
So I have a new sneak peek at the art book, some pages that you guys haven't seen yet. I am so excited about this art book. I also put a lot into the official collector's edition. I put some, the design of every page and like just the information. I had so much fun doing it, and I wanted the art book also to not disappoint. This art book is a good blend of obviously the art of, so there's like production paintings, there is storyboards, there's all the things, but it also is like a making of book. So there's a lot of like how we built the sets and everything else. And also it's interesting because it really chronicles kind of my career from really fresh out of high school all the way to today, but all the way to like why Aladdin 3477 and what were some of the inspirations. So it's really neat. It's done in a way where I was creating this graphic novel called Castar Shandax, where that was the first time Fidji showed up, where it was literally a con artist, and it took place in another planet, but it was
different Fidji. But that Fidji actually makes an appearance in the film.
It's all wild stuff. So some good stuff, but I wanted to share some pages with you guys. So here's this is one of the first production paintings of Aladdin, but this is so this I already knew, that you were playing Aladdin. And this photo, I believe, is that a selfie you took? Is that like the first day on set?
Maybe. That might have been first day on set. No, it wasn't first day on set because that was the first day in the apartment.
Oh, that's what I meant. The first day in the apartment.
That was first day in the apartment. Yeah.
So, and I hope it's you because I put for the little photo credit, I put photo by Erik Steele.
I'm pretty sure that's a selfie, or James took it. Sorry, James, I got your credit if that was you.
Oh, because I don't already have
a zillion credits. Here's a look at like the Fidji design for the T-shirt. There's me with Fidji on set, giving it a sweet little kiss. Here's some stuff with the princess. Obviously, the design of the Lego minifigs. There's a look at the laser taser, which was kit bashed. Here's a production painting of the marketplace that's in the Garden District area. And if you look close, you'll even see Roxy, the pug, in the background. There's Chenda. And Fidji's just kind of roaming around. Here's a page on Lochan Shyamalan showing some of the finished outfit, but also some of the marker sketches. Listen, don't judge. I was talked out of this. Now I'm kind of glad I was talked out of this. But in all my early sketches of Lochan Shyamalan, there's always a tube going right to his groin. And I don't know. Part of it was like I figured that. But also, I like when movies are a little bit weird.
Oh, yeah.
When there's, you know what I mean? Like Fifth Element is kind of like that, where there's sometimes there's just things like, what? But I feel like in the future, if we could actually go in the future, there'd probably be all kinds of things. We'd be like, oh, that's weird. Your family was laughing so hard when, and I won't spoil it, but when you get into your apartment, the way that you have the DNA code to unlock the door or whatever. but I love that. I love that it's so and it's so natural to your character. Like it's just how you do it.
Well, and it's also weird enough that who would think to do that, to break into someone's place? Like they would have to think like, wait, I have to do what now?
Yeah, and obviously it wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work. Yeah.
Because But here's a look at some storyboards. Here's the designs. One of the first set pieces we made was the Rashmi access portal that we had to drag out into the desert in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Here's a production painting of Umi. This is actually some storyboards from the introduction of Umi.
How many of those crowns did we go through?
Her tiara?
How many times did you have to fix it? Because I remember there was a time it got broke, then it got fixed, then it got broke, then it got fixed. Then it got
Gosh,
broke.
it's hard to remember. That might have been something that because Lindsay knew exactly how it would stay on.
Right.
I think that was something she took care of. Plus, there was this really weird thing that was happening. About halfway through, I was using so much super glue on things.
There's more super glue than plastic at that point.
Oh my gosh. So every time I would do it, I would, even if I did a lot, or even if I just did a little bit of super glue, didn't matter how much, the next day, my sinuses, and I'm not someone that has allergies or whatever, but like, oh my gosh, it was like I couldn't even control how much was being unleashed. And I don't know if there was if it was an allergic reaction, but the first 2.5 years, never. And it hit a point where no matter what, if there was even a little bit, so half the time, if there was something or a piece broke off a helmet, I would just hand it to someone. Eric, here, can you go in that room and super glue, like way in that room over there?
And that's the thing for me, super gluing. I always have to wear gloves now because there's been so many times you get you get on your fingers. But lately, I got some on my finger once, and it like ate away at the skin. And I was like, oh, okay, gloves from now on.
Yeah.
And also, whenever I open up super glue, I'll feel it in my eyes, like it stings the eyes.
Yeah.
So I get it. I get the idea of being allergic to it.
It's nasty stuff. I try to stay away from it now. Brittany says, I still really want a Fiji plushie. That is, there's a design for it, and really? And it's in the art book, the design that I did for it. I thought about it. I priced them out, and there were some companies that wanted to do it. I just didn't think people would really be into it yet. For the next movie, it's probably a must, but like right now, people don't know what it is, and they don't know what they're, you know what I mean? I feel like people need to see the movie.
What about a chibi plush Lochon?
Or a chibi plush that you hang like with a little suction cup in your car. Man, have you ever been to Round One?
Oh, is that a video game arcade or something?
Yeah, it's a Great Lakes Crossing. I'm gonna tell you right now, every machine is almost every machine is a plushie, and all of them like Japan. You show them a Fiji plushie, like
no, the plushie has to have a keychain on it so they can put it to their connected to their backpack.
It could just be the height of this popcorn bucket. You throw it in there. Machines I have spent more than I'm willing to admit.
What do people do? They just have them by their bed and by their pillow, or
put them wherever you want.
Right. Yeah. Oh, their car and whatever.
I want so many of these things. My closet is actually overflowing with just ridiculous.
And, I mean, it's why that scene in E.T. exists, where E.T. was able to hide with all the stuffed animals.
Absolutely. Terry Steele says, I need the Bridge hat 100%. In my life. That's a must.
Speaking of, did you see that we have a cosplayer who actually made it themselves?
Yeah. That is there are people that haven't even seen the movie and are already saying,
that's crazy.
They need the hat. So there's definitely going to be.
Now
he has it. And I'm telling him to hold on to it because whatever company in China that I use to make the hats, I'm probably going to want to send them in addition to the dimensions, because I feel like the shape of that hat is so perfect. If the ears are even just a little too close or a little too big or a little too small, or if the chains are too long or something like that, any slight difference is going to be like, it's not the hat. It's not the one. So
my friend Adley thought like, oh, Matt Busch directed this movie. I'm like, yeah, do you know Matt? He's like, no, this whole time I thought you directed it. I was like, what?
James has been taking the credit this whole time.
Absolutely not.
That's amazing.
Oh,
Tom Snyder, how you doing? I'll be tuning in this evening on Fandango.
Nice.
I know it'll be epic. Congratulations on your visionary journey, a trilogy that will soon be the talk of the movie industry. I mean, I don't know about that, but hey, we'll take whatever we can get, and we're super excited about it. Thank you for your many artistic talents and sacrifices we will enjoy for years to come. Man, thank you. Thank you so much. We've all enjoyed it. And for me, you know, it's never been about the money, and I've spent so much. I'm still in debt way over my head, but it's, you know, things will resolve itself. I'm not worried about it. I'm not even like, oh, I hope it makes you money. I just, we put so much into this. I hope people see it. I hope people like it. I hope people are down for the second one. And we just had a lot of fun making it. And to know for every person that sees it and really enjoys it, it's just like, oh my gosh, like that's enough for me. You know, that's it is what it is.
And if it does make money, that'll actually tell us that people liked it enough to
Yeah.
continue
Well,
to support it.
and so I guess what would an Aladdin like film day be? Like, would March 4th
No, good
be a thing?
Good question.
3, 4.
What I was thinking, because I was trying to figure that out too,
Right.
because March 4th at 77 o'clock, like how do you figure that out, right? It doesn't really, or March 47th, like it can't be that. So
July 7th.
So here's what I was thinking up until yesterday. Because the Kickstarter was a huge deal, we had the countdown and everything. It happened to be released on January 3rd. That was an important day more than people realize, because that was the first day people really got a good look at what all the characters look like. It's also the first day that they saw actual footage, moving footage from the movie.
Yeah.
So that was a huge, huge game changer. There were a lot of people, even friends of mine, people that are like, what are you making? You're making a movie. And as soon as that January 3rd hit, whoa, I didn't know that it was a huge game changer. And it changed, it flip-flopped. It used to be, if I ever posted about Star Wars, I would get lots of likes and lots of comments. If I ever posted about Aladdin, I would get like 2 likes, and those would be like, you know, cast and crew. Like no one else was interested in whatever.
Make it known.
Today, it's different.
Oh, really? It's
more people will like and leave comments about Aladdin 3477 and Star Wars stuff. Sometimes I feel like, you know, I still do Star Wars stuff too, and I don't get as many comments as I used to. But the Aladdin stuff, everyone seems to really
they
respond
see your Star
to.
Wars stuff. You're like, wow, that's actually really good Star Wars art. You should
Yeah.
work for that.
Well, so the interesting thing is, and this was not planned, but also here we are 2 years later, January 3rd, and this Aladdin movie is being released. So I feel like if we ever got to a point where it warranted having an Aladdin 3477 day, I feel like January 3rd is it.
And January 4th could be something else. January 3rd, January 4th.
Just another part of January.
January. Okay, and also to add on to that, in terms of numerology, I just looked this up. Do you know what 77 in numerology means?
No.
A sign of deep spiritual awakening, transformation, and a strong connection to inner wisdom.
What? Wow.
So there you go. That gives us reason for the 77.
Well, most of you already know the story, how I came up with 3477. It's my TK number. It's my name. You turn the letter sideways.
Little did you know it has wisdom hidden in it.
Yeah, well, and not only that, it happens to be the 1,500th anniversary of Star Wars. Also interesting. Here's another tidbit that I thought was interesting. So a lot of people of different Christian denominations, you know, obviously the number of the beast is 666.
Right.
A lot of people feel like 777 is God's number. It's like this perfect, you know, it's, I don't know.
It's also jackpot. I was going to say.
What's that?
A jackpot on a slot machine.
777.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Well, here's the interesting thing. Years ago, I actually got an email from someone that said, God bless you. I see what you did there with 3477. You are, man, just God bless you. Everything's amazing. And I was like, what? What do you mean? Well, 3 + 4 is 7.
Yeah.
7 is 777. So I didn't want to be like, oh no, that wasn't the reason. So I was just, you know what people see and what people get out of it. So I was like, God bless you too. Thank
There's
you.
There's a lot of things to tear apart in that the number scheme.
Yeah.
Your brother, praise be to God.
Brittany Oranger says Terry needs an Aladdin plushie. Yes,
I agree,
she does.
but she's also got the real thing.
That's right. No, that's right. Yeah. I love it. Okay, plushies. Everyone's saying the plushies. I feel like that's the thing. Here is a page, one of the pages on the Red Star. This is a painting that I did of the Red Star. Also a look at how the figure, the minifig was designed.
Yeah.
And the minifig actually comes with a Romo. And so I believe this figure has the most pieces. And I think with the Romo included, it's something like 36 pieces in total for all of the armor and everything. Pretty wild. More than Fiji, because it comes with a Romo. It's
just one Romo.
It's definitely more. Yeah, it just comes with one. And then what else here? Here's the sky sail. So you can kind of see this main image here. This is when Fiji wasn't designed yet, and I still thought Fiji, the final version of Fiji, wasn't designed yet, and so there was going to be a different. It almost looks like a little velociraptor or something like that. But this was kind of the design,
more like a duck,
showing how we. Yeah, it is a little bit like
Fiji
a duck.
First I thought you said, "Oh, and here's the sky sail." I'm like, sky sail minifig you've been holding out on me.
No, but you know what? We'll talk about. There's something about the sky sail that I'll talk about in a moment. Here's a little thing on the DePauli display. You actually took a photo of this for the in the beginning. When the teaser poster for the new Disney live action came out. We were kind of upset because we were already 2 years into filming when it was announced. They hadn't even written the screenplay yet. And like a year and a half later, we were still filming and the Aladdin movie comes out. And we were like, oh my gosh, because the Disney machine can just turn it out.
They have the money to do that.
Yeah, so I was kind of jealous, but anyway, we kind of had fun with that. Here is a look at a page for the Hong Kong Trooper. A look at some of the designs for the Hong Kong Trooper minifig. Here's some stuff on the logo and how Sean Sheehan. We talked about this a little bit when he was here on Sunday. Here is a look at the back cover with the UPC barcode and everything. This is one of the early production paintings. Again, you can see Fiji looks a lot different. But surprisingly, it looks pretty similar to how the final,
pretty close.
The final scene came out, which is cool.
And just more proof that the color scheme of Fiji has always been that.
Yeah. So here's what's up. This is the apartment, and this was a production painting that I did. We had not built the apartment yet, but I wanted to share with you guys something brand new, something you guys have never seen. But let's take a sneak peek look at how we built, how we created Aladdin's man cave apartment. The challenge is going to be, we've got these cool panels. How do we get these panels to angle like this and then angle upright and then angle back this way again without having beams all up and down this thing like you would in a basement? And we're going to begin today. The set looks great. It looks cool. It looks inventive. It's this really neat mixture of high tech and low tech, and I think it meshes together incredibly well. And I think this is really neat. This apartment, it isn't just slick and super high tech. It's charming. All right. So very, very cool. It's fun. So, man, let's talk about socials really quick. So, man, we were talking a little bit earlier, like how much the game has changed with TikTok and Reels and Shorts and everything. So it's funny, earlier in the year, to kind of prep for this, because it was my 30th anniversary of Star Wars, I sunk a lot of time and effort into filming. I had a bunch of the projects I was doing for Star Wars, and so I filmed. I just had a backlog of reels. I still have a bunch I haven't posted yet. But you and a lot of other people have said over the years, if you just post at least one thing every day, stay consistent, it's got to be somewhat entertaining, of course. But you got 20,000.
No, just 2,000. It was just 2,000.
Okay,
but it was
that
in TikTok from having an account for like almost a year or two with not really posting anything. And then a friend of mine was like, "Yeah, just post those old videos you have on your YouTube channel." I was like, "Oh, I got like 22 videos," and so I just posted one a day. And next thing you know, like, and granted, you know, they're my fun little cartoons and stuff, but like it went from like 100, 200, 400, 700, and it was like exponentially growing just because I was hitting it at the same time every single day. So the algorithm was pushing it more back then. I don't know. And again, things change and evolve. But
your Steele shorts?
Yeah, Steele shorts.
I still die when I watch the Woodpecker.
Most of them, well, yeah, that was your idea, but most of those were made like while we were filming like Aladdin. I was doing one a week for 22 weeks.
There's no way that was my idea. There was no. Oh,
maybe. Yeah.
I just know when I saw it.
So, interesting times, and so it's been good. And I've had some weird, strange breakthroughs. There was a video that of me just drawing a sphere with basic light and shadow, and I almost didn't post it because it doesn't actually show anything Star Wars. It doesn't show anything Aladdin. I was like, no one wants to see this. I posted it anyway, and it blew up, and it has. I think it already has well over 1 million views on TikTok. Strangely, on Facebook, which I didn't even think I was posting to Facebook, but I posted it on Instagram, and it just went to TikTok or went to Facebook anyway. And on Facebook, it has, I want to say, something like 6 million views. It's crazy.
It's aesthetically pleasing.
Well, not only that, but it's you never know what people are going to be drawn to. I mean, there's a reason Hawk 2 girl went wild for a while. Granted, she's not doing so great anymore, but with the scrutiny. But like, it just, you never know what's going to capture someone's attention.
I don't even know why I went viral. I watch it. Like,
I think some people just really like when a girl does a Hawk 2.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
The Mihawk 2 guy ruined that for me.
Sure, Mihawk 2. Yeah.
What? I don't know that.
There's a One Piece character named Mihawk, and there's a guy who comes into the tournaments on Monday, and his registration name is Mihawk 2. Just like, no, it's not.
I guess there could also be a Hudson Hawk 2.
Hudson Hawk 2, yeah.
Anyway, oh my gosh, so many fun things we've been doing throughout the years to kind of help promote. And check this out. For the holidays, this is the studio in downtown Utica.
That's
beautiful Christmas lights, awesome 8-foot banner. It doesn't look that big in this photo, but that is huge.
Yeah, it's a big face.
Giant windows. And what's cool is right next door, there is, what's the name of the card shop? Jawbreakers Card Shop and Candy. They have the poster in there, and there's a bunch of places that have the flyers, and the flyers are super cool. And actually, maybe that's even what I'm getting into next, which is, okay, here's the flyers right here. And on the back, it's got the QR code that takes you to the trailer and all the things. So these we've kind of
doesn't it go to your link tree?
It does.
Yeah.
So it's got all the...
Now, in that link tree, could you add the Fandango at Home, the Amazon, the Google?
Yes. In fact,
I
should and will. No. Man, my list in the past 2 months.
I can only imagine.
This is all the things that I intended to do. Well, we talked about all the things we talked about. And this is everything I wanted to do. See this on camera. This is everything I wanted to do. This is about as much as I got done. And it's not because I didn't try. Oh my gosh, I got 45. I'm glad I got 45. The only reason I got 40, I would have kept going. But I was like, man, for the live stream, I need to get at least a little bit of sleep.
And 45 minutes was it? Yeah.
So in that, there was a bunch of things that we talked about. There were so many things. I had something special planned for every single day. most of them went to the wayside. But one of them, kind of glad I didn't do this because I don't think it would have gone over well. But in addition to the like draw this in your own style contest, I wanted to have another contest. This is just an AI image because I couldn't figure out a way to get an image of a Lego sky sail, but I wanted to have a Lego contest where people from around the world could make their own sky sail.
Oh.
And maybe there's a money prize, but the biggest thing is for the top 10 winners, I would have the minifigs to send them. And then there wouldn't be rules because you could make one huge.
Right.
It's even bigger than minifigs. You could make one minifig size that actual minifigs could kind of fit into. But you've seen, I'm sure, the cute little mini things that people do sometimes for vehicles, like Star Wars vehicles that are maybe only made out of 8 pieces, but they're so cute because, man, that really does look like the Millennium Falcon, or man, that is totally a TIE fighter out of like 6 pieces, and it's legit, you know. So people could do an easy one that way, like I don't know, but anyway, as things got closer to it and I was running out of time doing a video and stuff, and it just occurred to me, gosh, who would actually do this contest anyway? Like I could do all the work and like, I don't know. So maybe next time we'll do that. The biggest thing that you and I talked about that we thought was going to happen and then it ended up not happening. We had, there was a chance that Buffalo 8 was going to have, they actually had this for Woman of the Hour and for Terrifier 3. They actually had a storefront that they were renting in Times Square. And so when we were having one of our newer marketing meetings, they said, listen, we're trying to find some kind of publicity stunt, something that you could do. Do you have any ideas for that? And I explained, we always joked on the set about taking the sky sail, putting it in a trailer, going to downtown Detroit, having Erik dress up like Aladdin, have James dress up like one of the bounty hunters, someone, dressed up as the Hong Kong trooper, someone secretly puppeteering Fiji underneath the sky sail that we would just put right by, Campus Martius, like literally downtown. And then just see what happens. Like people coming by, taking selfies. The police might come by and be like, you have to move this.
Right.
But if you stay in character, like, I know I'm trying, but I can't get the hyper motor. Fiji, what's going on? And someone's like puppeteering Fiji underneath and stuff. Bredge could be there too, like adding to the whole thing. So when I told them this idea, their eyes got really big and they were like, so here's what's up. Like, can you imagine? So it ended up they had to wait because the building is vacant. And if someone buys the building, then they lose it. And long story short, it didn't work out and we weren't able to do that. But man, that would have been amazing.
The logistics of getting that sky sail anywhere was rough enough. Thing's heavy.
Yeah.
So if someone actually successfully did steal it,
it would be.
You know what? They must have really wanted it.
I'd have to give them props.
Yeah, it's wild. So anyway, one of the things we did, just a quick revisit that I thought was really fun, is the big splash that we had exactly 2 years ago today. Is the Kickstarter on January 3rd. So I thought it'd be fun just to watch a little snippet of that video, which this was people's first introduction really to what it was. Because prior to that, again, I don't think I even shared a photo of the entire Lochan helmet. I just shared like a snippet of the eye or something like that. And thinking people would be like,
it was this shot,
yeah, like where are people like, what are people going to think of this? And like, cricket, like nothing. But when I shared this, suddenly people were a lot more interested. Check this out.
Hi, I'm Matt Busch, writer and director of Aladdin 3477. You may already be familiar with my work as an artist on tons of Star Wars projects over the years. I've also worked on other studio properties like Indiana Jones, Lord of the Rings, and Stranger Things. I got my start in Hollywood working on feature films, but the dream has always been to create my own epic saga. So over the last 13 years, I've been working mostly in secret on my own huge sci-fi adventure, Aladdin 3477. A world with compelling characters, robots, mysticism, armored warriors, starships, intense action, bounty hunters, martial arts fighting, and vast landscapes. I spent years writing and traveling the world, getting inspiration and filming background plates in countries like India, Hong Kong, China, Thailand, Cambodia, and more. The amount of concept art I've done is insane, and every single shot of these films I've storyboarded by hand. Principal photography here in Michigan took 5 years alone, and I couldn't have done it without the incredible help of family and friends, along with industry pros that went the extra mile. We've made hundreds of costumes and custom armor, kit-bashed props, built mechanical puppets, constructed dozens of giant sets, filmed in exotic locations, choreographed wild fight scenes, and performed crazy stunts. Without a doubt, this project is an unheard of scale for such a small indie production. We used every visual FX trick in the book and relied on practical effects in miniatures wherever we could. Recently, the Hong Kong Business Awards bestowed Aladdin 3477 with Most Anticipated Film Project. Since then, I've spent the last few years editing this beast to create an awesome experience of sight and sound. Speaking of sound, the soundtrack features Cell Dweller, a master of cinematic music you've heard in some of the biggest movies, TV shows, trailers, and video games. The end result? Based on the classic tale from Arabian Nights and set 1,500 years in the future, Aladdin 3477 is a trilogy of feature films. We've already filmed all 3 movies, and the first film, The Jinn of Wisdom, is coming to you soon.
All right, rock and roll. Cannot wait to see. Oh, so anyway, so I was thinking January 3rd is like the official day. Well, now after these snafus, and there are clearly reasons why everyone in Hollywood is telling me I'm insane for dropping a movie on January 3rd. I feel like, do I not ever do this again? Or do I die on this hill and say, you know what? We are going to be the movie that stakes our claim for January 3rd. Always something new every year. And maybe on years, if we don't have a film ready to release, it could be a new contest or a new whatever.
So you can die on a hill. Neil Breen did it, and he seems to keep coming back.
You know what? You know what I want to do at some point? This is just me, and everyone's got like things that they like. I know this doesn't maybe make as much sense to Aladdin, but I would love to have at first, if there's enough money that ever came through, I would love to have an Aladdin 3477 cruise.
A cruise?
A cruise, like just on a cruise
On a
ship,
ship? Oh.
where there's enough money to take top cast and crew.
Ooh.
We just go and have fun. And if there's enough of a demand, we do it every year, but we almost do it like one of those conventions or one of those fan things where if there's any fans that want to hang out with us and we get to a point where we don't even have to pay for it, we can have this event where the fans are paying for it, but maybe we have workshops where like maybe one day during this time you can do an acting workshop with James. Maybe another day there's a screening of all 3 films
on the
that
ship?
you can see on the ship.
Oh, that'd be so
another
cool.
day there's or maybe there's certain things that people can register for. Have breakfast with Aladdin. I don't know what, but it's a pipe dream. I don't know. It just in my daydreaming of like all the things, like that's something that because I just think we would have fun on a cruise.
That would be
all
really
of
cool.
us, we would have a riot. Thank you. Everyone is so amazing.
Yeah.
It's just been awesome. No, I believe that's Mike Heston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
We can ask him.
Anyway, I don't know if Mike is coming out or not. So this is lots of articles that have been coming out. This one from Germany, that is not a photo of Aladdin 3477. This is interesting for filming. This is actually one of now 2 websites that strangely have really good detailed places of where all of Aladdin 3477 movies were filmed, like surprisingly accurate information.
Yep.
that I don't think I've ever even typed or put out there. But you were mentioning that there are website geo-trackers. Like, interesting. I'd never heard of that before. Yeah. It's wild.
It's funny how when I brought that up, James lit up because I knew exactly. He's like, "Oh yeah, we were going crazy about the geo-tracking." Yep.
It's wild.
We fell, all three of us fell in a rabbit hole of Jeopardy, geo-tracking, and then you would start coming by, and then Ryan showed up, and then the guys were just gonna. And then Terry's like, "You guys are watching Jeopardy like old people." I'm like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah, you were.
So this is interesting, and this popped up earlier in the week. I don't know how, I don't know where, I don't know why, but so my students in pre-viz, they have to read a legit screenplay and they have to write a miniature legit screenplay. So I teach them the format and everything. Well, I always tell them, just because they find something online that says it's the movie script does not mean it's the movie script.
Right.
So they kind of learn about it, what to look for, the slug line, the spacing, how everything is. Because a lot of times they'll just type in a movie and the first thing they find and grab is like a 14-year-old kid that literally is just writing the dialogue for everything and not putting, dissolve to or like, any of that stuff. And already in the week, I saw again on Google, Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom movie script. And I was like, the movie script leaked online? What? But you can see here, the movie script is literally Madam Darshana Shailaja, Venkata Gatekeeper. What is this device? Madam, this is just a mapping tool to help us find you. If you use such a device again, it will be you who finds fate with fire.
I mean, it is in the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, no description of what's happening.
Yeah.
I remember when I took your class with that, I think the script I got was Back to the Future. And that was a trip because it was like the original script for Back to the Future.
Oh, before there was
the DeLorean. It was literally like a refrigerator.
Oh my gosh.
That was powered by Coca-Cola.
Oh my gosh.
And atomic energy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, but the strangest thing, the strangest thing yet that I have found online is there is a store selling the official trailer. Mind you, this is not the new one. This is the one I did years ago. They're selling the official trailer for $35. And you might be wondering, well, what are they buying?
Yeah.
I don't know, but there is options. And when you click on the options, it's men's shoe sizes.
Yeah. When are we going to get the Aladdin Sky Sail shoes?
I feel like I need to order one and just see what I get. Like I'm
for all you sneakerheads out there. Yeah. What do you want to see?
High top, Fidgis.
What would be the Fidji name for the shoe? I don't know. I'll come up with it.
Fidji, gosh,
Fidji Flyers,
Fidji Flyers, Fidji. What are the toe? Flip. Fidji flops.
Fidji flops.
Fidji
That's
flip,
it. That's
Fidji or
Fidji
flip
flip.
Fidgis.
Fidji flops. Sounds great.
Yeah. Anyway, some of you may have seen the new music video that just unveiled 2 days ago. I had so much fun putting this together, and I feel like there's like a vibe to it that, like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. So check out this new music video. This music is not in the film. This is just something I did for fun, but hopefully you guys dig the vibe.
From a faraway place where the caravan camels roam. Well, it's flat and immense and the heat is intense. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. When the winds from the east and the sun's from the west and the sand in the glass is right, come on down, stop on by, hop a car, and fly to another Arabian night.
All right.
You would be able to
There
see.
we go.
Or no, you wouldn't be able to see it.
We're doing a little set decking right now, getting
This is probably the way
some
to go.
camera
'Cause
equipment.
you won't be able to see what you're filming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, needing to see that. That makes sense. Oh, have you seen those camera monitors for your phone that you can actually put on the back of your phone that will send a wireless signal so that way you can see what you're filming, so you don't have to use the front camera.
I have not. No.
Yeah, they have them now. I'm contemplating getting one, so that way you can use the good camera versus the selfie camera and still see yourself.
Interesting.
With the video feed. So yeah, I love all the tech gadgets and gizmos and stuff that comes with filmmaking. There's so much stuff. Oh my gosh, so much stuff that you always need more when you're working on something.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving forward, we got some reviews, and again, man, this is it's so amazing. Some of the things that people are saying, professionals. This is again from the J. Craig podcast, Jason Catron. It really blew me away in the art direction, set design, and costume creation. Tom Santilli said, in an era dominated by big studio blockbusters, Aladdin 3477, The Jinn of Wisdom, stands as a bold declaration of what independent cinema can achieve when driven by passion, creativity, and relentless determination.
Of many years.
That is just like, I'm just so thrilled. I mean, it's almost like I wrote, that's all the things that I hope people would see. And it melts my heart that people see it that some people see it that way. Chris Jones, overly honest reviews. I'm definitely psyched for part 2.
Oh, cool.
Alan Ford, Filmophilia, says an expansive cinematic universe brimming with creativity.
Eric, with brimming.
Filling it to the rim with brim. And Rob E from Attack on Show says this is a fantastic original take on Aladdin. Wild. All right, so as you guys know, Amazon Prime, if you got it there or if you were planning on watching it there, bro, sorry, there's still no subtitles. So you do not want to watch it there yet. It's not that the entire movie is subtitles. It's not subtitles from beginning to end, but there's enough that if you don't have the subtitles, you will be lost. You will be confused. You really need to wait on those. So either get it, wait until the subtitles are up. We don't know when that'll be.
But we'll let you know.
Or you can, you can get this on any of these platforms for as cheap as $3.99, for as expensive as $7.99, depending on how you want to watch it. So you could simply watch it on Fandango. If you wanted the price of a burrito.
A burrito.
And but hold off on Amazon if at all possible. We don't know when it's going to be. Maybe tonight, also maybe 4 weeks. We just don't know. It's all on Amazon. So I will keep you guys updated, and we will constantly be checking to see what is up. On the Plus, there is a bonus feature when you watch the film. You definitely want to stick around to the end credits. There's an app. Have you ever used this app? It's an app. I forget what it's called, but it lets you know. You type in any movie, and it lets you know if there's a post-credit scene or how many mid-credit scenes there are. And you simply type it. You simply open it up for any movie that you're watching, and it lets you know. It's an app.
Would the credits also count as a thing? Because they are very creative credits.
They are, but if it's not like an actual scene or something, I'm guessing maybe not. But
just a minute, I guess it depends on who's in charge of the thing.
But I tried to make the credits interesting because I like when a lot of times Pixar movies will have like the cool art and stuff, you know.
But you said that was Steve's idea, right?
It was Steve's idea. You know, it was interesting. He said it, and he was like, "You should do that with the art." Oz said this. And I was kind of like, I don't know. He's like, dude, I think that would be amazing if you showed your concept art and people could see what it looked like kind of when it was in your head at first. So I thought it was cool, but I was also like, man, is this like too much like Matt Busch wrote it, Matt Busch directed? Now that the movie's over, let's take a look at my artwork. Like I was kind of like, I felt a little weird about it. So I started putting it together, and I really liked where it was going, and but I was still felt sheepish about it. And then The Mandalorian came out, where the end of each episode shows the cool part. And when I saw that, I was like, okay, so it's like, this is
and he's rocking the OG shirt today.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh my gosh, thank you, Oz. Woohoo!
He made it to the stream.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean,
Oz. That
at
is
least
so cool.
Because like James was talking about the whole Neil Breen films. Yeah. Have you ever seen the credits for him?
No.
So he does pretty much most of the production, like filming and editing and special effects and yada yada yada. And so he'll have his name throughout the entire credits. That whenever it's not him, it's someone else. But then he'll make fake names, and at the very very bottom it says any name that's started with a whatever letter or that was actually Neil Breen. So on top of having his name throughout the whole thing, he puts fake names, but then disqualifies that by saying, "Oh, those are awesome."
That is hysterical. That is hysterical. All right, so James, I know you just set up that tripod, but for the next segment here, I'm probably going to need you to film handheld for a second to get some close-ups, if that's okay. I know you just set that up.
We're just charging the gimbal.
Yeah.
We'll be back to normal.
This will be easier. This will probably almost be easier to do by hand anyway. All right. So we've got the Aladdin minifig, which you guys have seen, and then you guys have seen a look at this.
What are the blockhead or wait,
blockhead brickheads? I don't even know.
That's it.
But these are so cool because it doesn't seem like it, but there's well over 100 pieces in here because you want to do it. It's made out of Legos, but all of the pieces on the outside are flat, so it has to be constructed in a way.
Yeah, they have
where
no nubs.
You're using L shapes and it's got the little pegs sticking out, but then you use flat pieces on the outside. It is such an intricate thing. So I love these. I think they're adorable. I want to get these made, but I don't know what the demand is for them yet. And so I've been pricing out. I've been trying a couple different companies that make these. And so what I thought would be interesting on the show today, so I got this one through one company, and then I have another company that I decided to get another one made. So now this is a completely different company. That's fine. This is a completely different company. Thank you, though. So this one's slightly different.
Gosh, wait. The eyes are so much bigger.
Yeah, it's the actual pieces.
Like Gur eyes.
So this is completely different. So I thought it would be fun.
Oh my gosh!
To have you build your own figure, and then you get to keep your own figure.
Is this going to be just like when John Rick was putting together his piece, and it actually was the
chin? And we didn't even know until he was almost done.
Like,
somehow,
this is the wrong one.
Yeah, and we didn't know until it got to the Jinn of Wisdom symbol, where it was like, wait a minute.
I love that he called it out. He's like, "This isn't me.
Yeah.
This isn't me."
So funny. So hopefully we'll know right away if it's something else, I think, but hopefully this is
boy, here we go.
This is you. And I want to compare the figures and see if there's like a quality difference or anything like that. So the first thing you have to do is scan in the barcode here.
Oh, you got to scan in the barcode?
Yeah. And that'll give you the instructions.
Oh, the instructions are on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how long it takes.
You get to move around the wireframe and everything.
Oh, really? It's like
it's pretty cool.
You'll feel a little like Iron Man.
Translate page, Chinese to English, translating.
I didn't even know that there was anything to be translated.
So it says it should take me 52 minutes to make this, with 178 parts and 128 steps.
Well, and I thought we would spread it out over the day if there's like talking there, but I just thought it'd be a fun activity.
I was just like, let's see how long it actually does take me to do it. Oh boy, I wanted to see these.
John didn't even beat the challenge because half the time was spent on something that wasn't even him.
Oh boy, this is the whole big old bag.
Yeah, those estimated times are.
It doesn't look. It's not very ominous because you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just a bunch of pieces.
Now be careful because
I don't want.
In fact, John Rick, if you're watching right now,
Oh no, you still found pieces?
Yeah, here's two.
Wow.
So two pieces from the
so
bridge
you
figure.
still didn't finish the bridge pick after all that.
They sometimes those time estimates are based on you doing nothing else but that.
Right.
I started a project and I told Terry that it was going to take. It allegedly was going to take 3 days. Eric,
it was supposed to take 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days. Eric, it's been shelved for a moment, but but I got maybe a quarter way through, like all hours into the night, and I was working at it for 6 months.
Dude, you gotta go to the first.
Oh, I'm organizing them ahead of time. That's
All
that way I
right.
can easily find the pieces. That's what's
I see. Clever.
That's gonna take the time down.
All right.
So it officially hasn't started yet. I'm just organizing my board of pieces so that way I can easily find the thing I need.
Actually, no, 3 days became 6 weeks, and I'm still not done with it. So.
The skin color is a little bit off, but that's okay.
That's great.
This is what my grandma would do with puzzles. She would lay out every single piece and then attack it.
I mean,
when's the last time you've done a puzzle?
Yes.
Long time. I'm looking forward to doing that with Bo. My mom does puzzles all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, we can have Aladdin puzzles.
We know what we could do. What if there's a two-sided Lochan, the hologram form, and then
on the other side of the puzzle?
Yeah. So it's a two-sider.
Oh.
Double printed.
I feel like the movie poster would be a good.
I mean, that too, but
super colorful and everything.
That whole art challenge, that whole cutting through the hologram form and seeing the dragon form.
What about one of the lenticular trading cards where it changes as you look at it differently?
Oh yeah. This is a great part.
So fun. Well, while you are organizing the pieces, we're going to go to a video. We'll come back when you start. But real quick, this is just a quick ditty where a lot of people are.
First of all, I don't know if we want to see a ditty
video. Which ditty are we talking about?
A lot of people are curious. Disney's Aladdin versus Aladdin 3477. What's the difference with the characters and such? What's going on? Some people are also curious, like, wait a minute, isn't Aladdin supposed to be from the Middle East and everything?
Yes.
So I just wanted to show a quick snippet from this to kind of set you guys or perhaps enlighten you guys on the actual real history of Aladdin, of the Aladdin tale. You might be surprised by some of it. Check this out.
Which Disney characters are in Aladdin 3477? The original Aladdin tale comes from the Arabian Nights collection, often referred to as 1001 Nights, which is in the public domain. In 1992, Disney came out with their own version and changed a few things. My version, Aladdin 3477, is also based on the original source material, where I've changed a few things as well, the biggest of which, mine takes place way in the future in the year 3477. So while there are some huge differences with the Disney version you know and love, there are also some similarities. Let's talk about them. Aladdin. Yes, as you can guess, the rogue street rat Aladdin is the central character to these films. The first thing you might have noticed about our Aladdin is that he isn't Arabic, and the reason why is neither is the original Aladdin. Despite coming from the Arabian Nights book, while the characters all have Arabic names, Aladdin is actually a Chinese boy living in China. So I thought it would be interesting to split the difference location-wise and have the Aladdin 3477 saga take place throughout Asia and India, and so our Aladdin roams the streets of futuristic Hong Kong. The Aladdin you'll meet in these films is charming for sure, but he's also a little bit more of a scoundrel. He's a con artist through and through, so we'll see over the course of these 3 films if he becomes the hero everyone is expecting. Abu is my favorite, but sadly, Abu doesn't exist in the original tale. He's a Disney character, so no monkey sidekick in Aladdin 3477. You do see monkeys in the films, however, the only thing better than a monkey sidekick is a robot sidekick, and that is Fidji. Fidji was a character I designed way back when I was in college, way before I entertained the idea of making a series of Aladdin films. He was always intended to be the floating sidekick of this other adventure-seeking con artist, so when it came time to making these films, Fidji was the perfect accomplice for Aladdin's shady antics.
Questions like, James, where's the monkey?
All right. So here's what's up. We're going to get to some comments real soon. But in the meantime, let's take a look at Erik starting.
That's right.
On the.
Let's start next. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh,
Isn't that
I
fun?
love the three.
Isn't that
All right,
cool?
so
So that helps.
Boom. Step 1 done. Step 2.
And if there's some interesting things, you'll have to show. So on the phone, show real quick
yep.
what it looks like.
So this has got the little. It's kind of hard to see with this one because it's all white on white.
Yeah.
I'll wait till it gets to a more difficult part because I'm just flying through this thing.
In the meantime, John Rick says, I'll take an Aladdin 3477 in youth size 6. Oh, so that's probably in reference to the shoe sizes or whatever for the trailer. So strange. Brittany Oranger says, love it. Cody Penn. Oh my gosh, what is up, Cody? How you doing? Hey guys, I read somewhere that the budget was around 200K, but I remember when we talked, you filmed all 3 at the same time. Did you do all 3 on the total budget of 200K? No. So here's the crazy thing about the budget. Because I'm one person and I was so busy just making a movie and just basically my paychecks coming in just went to everything. I didn't really have time to document every receipt that I did and everything else. So I have a rough estimate. And also we finished filming 6 years ago, but I have continued to spend money. I farmed out some of the more
difficult effects.
More of the difficult effects had to be paid for, obviously. There's all kinds of things. And even things like the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter was a nice help, but I spent way more money on the Kickstarter products than I did actually making in from the Kickstarter. It's all good. It's all gravy. Really, for me, it's more about the long game. It's more about the bigger picture. And at the end of this, it still might not make money after all 3 films. And if it doesn't,
What you said.
You know, but I never did it. I never did this like thinking I would become rich. This was just like a fun thing, you know, just hanging out with friends and doing something we can all be proud of.
They did put the design on it, but it's on the front. Okay.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I'm jumping ahead because I already know this is going to go like this.
You know the costume well, huh?
I know the costume well. So here's where you see the different types of bricks. It shows you it in a 3D realm. So you can like figure out how that works. Oh, and I already screwed it up. Oh, no, I didn't.
So, and also it's interesting to see, look at this brand. Look at the feet on this one compared to this one.
Oh, yeah.
You know what else? Did you do it backwards already?
What? No, I did it the right way. Watch. If you go to the front, it shows you.
Nope, you did it wrong.
No, I did it right.
Nope.
What are you talking about? Look at that. Look over there.
Look at this. Look at this.
Well,
right here. Look at this right here.
Yeah, it's it.
There's more space in the front, less space in the
It's
back.
exactly how I have it.
All I see is the
Aladdin.
Mario Kart thing, Erik. But no,
Yeah.
it looks like you do.
Oh yeah, it's totally it's totally the way it's supposed to be.
Just making sure. So you got to be careful. There's little things like that where you'll be like, oh, this side is just like this side. You really have to pay attention because a lot of times it's not. Anyway,
jumping ahead.
Cody, to answer your question, up to this point, with all things included, including making minifigs, all the things, I have spent to date about $600,000.
Whoa!
That includes all 3 films. Now, so you could argue that I spent $200 on each.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's again, this isn't an exact figure because there are some sets that we did, for example, that you see in all 3 films. So I guess you would split that up. But also there are sets that you only see in the first film or sets that you only see in the second film. So it's really hard to gauge what that exact number would be. But as of right now, roughly 600,000. So about 200,000 is kind of the guess for each. But that's a super, super rough estimate.
DTE en route.
Oh, awesome. Good.
DTE energy?
DTE energy. Absolutely.
Man, I miss doing that.
Okay, so John just sent me a message. I tried on Apple Plus and it's not there. We're going to get to that soon. We'll give you the full scoop on Apple momentarily. So John Rick says the good news is you will not take as long as me. I am the baseline of figure building failure. Hey, in your defense,
you were doing the wrong one.
You were not given a correct figure, so you had the right training or the right instruction manual, but not the right pieces to work with. Brittany Oranger says Aladdin 3477 collector edition trading cards would be cool. We actually have.
We do have trading cards.
It's a small set of 24, and there's they can be signed on the back. So actually, there are
on the front. Oh no, you're right.
No, there's like a space on the back, and the deluxe like Sky Sale Sky Club. One of the rewards that they're getting in Swag Box 4, which hopefully is going to ship maybe as early as February. It just depends when the Blu-rays come in. But anyway, they will get a set of 16 signed. And you might be like, why not 24? There's a reason. Too long to explain right now, but a sign or a set of 16 saving some things for the second movie.
I hope we get more cards.
I hope so too. I think that's definitely a must. But anyway, Brittany, remind me next time I see you, and I can hook you up with the limited edition Aladdin 3477 trading cards. Also, out of curiosity, for your research of reading Aladdin, did you read the Richard Burton translation of it, or any other stories in 1001 Nights? Great question. I did not read the Richard Burton translation. I'm not even sure I know exactly what that is, strangely. I did read a couple other things from 1001 Nights. For a time, I was actually considering having there be an overall, like, Shahrazad part of the story where you have the princess that's about to be murdered, but she kind of tricks him into like telling a story, and that she actually tells the story of Aladdin 3477, and that this would continue across all three films. I was considering that for a while, but it was just too much. It was adding too much, and we were already filming when I was considering doing it. And anytime I added even a line of dialogue, people were like, bro, no more. Like, keep it as is. I didn't add as much as I think people think that I added, but anyway, so no, but I did research. I mean, obviously the original story. Also, I watched every single Aladdin movie that I knew in existence, which I thought was just about 30. Turns out there's 71, including our movie now.
The French one is probably one of my favorites.
Yeah, the French one is really good. The Hindi one is really good. Yeah, there's a lot, but
it's such a good story.
And quite frankly, I know it's not Aladdin, but
it's Aladdin.
The story, one of the stories within RRR, it's absolutely that kind of story. I love RRR.
Yeah, that movie's amazing. Joseph Victor, what is up? And he says, what handsome devils. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Cody Penn says, it's clear this is a passion project, which is something I love about it. I imagine your taxes must be crazy for this with all of the confusion of receipts at the time. Yeah, the biggest thing that's difficult about the taxes, because it's a business that I have, Kaleidoscope Koi Entertainment LLC, the trouble is this. because for years now, for 15 years, I have been spending money, but I haven't been making money yet. So that's the difficulty, is it's really hard to write things off. If you don't have money coming in, it's like you can't really show, well, I spent this to make this, because it's not happening in the same year. So what my my tax gal is trying to do is trying to save things in a way for that when the money starts rolling in, which will be this year. There was also some money that rolled in, obviously, when the Kickstarter happened. Right. And there's some small potatoes coming through with the pre-sale store.
We're getting potatoes?
What's that?
We're getting potatoes?
We should. We should. So hopefully this year that'll start to change. And I guess it's hard to, if you have money coming in this year, oh, this is the result of things that I spent years ago. Like that's a little, sorry, I just swiped your buns.
Swiped my buns.
But it's kind of difficult to do. It's certainly way over my head. But so yeah, it's tough. I do have receipts collected pretty good. And I have them itemized by things for taxes, but not necessarily for Aladdin, because there are some differences. There are things that I can consider part of the budget for Aladdin, but aren't things you can write off. So you used to be able to, for example, to write off meals. If you have like a business dinner and you talk about certain things, you can't, in the state of Michigan, you can't do that anymore.
You can't write off the meals?
Mm-mm.
Oh, crap.
So
Stop doing that.
That used to be how I used to know how much money I made, how much money I spent at Muldoon.
Six or 7 years ago, I think, is when they first started doing that. Unfortunately,
that's true.
So, but so you can't write them off for taxes, but in terms of budget, I mean, you're feeding people on set and everything else. So in that regard, yes. But in terms of like just writing things off, that you can't even do anymore. So it's complicated stuff for sure. Terry Steele says, I already have one. Woohoo! And
it was in regards to in regards to a plush Aladdin.
Because I'm a plushie. Awesome. Brittany Oranger says, you rock, Matt. Thank you.
I just have so many pieces left,
Brittany.
and I still have. Boom.
Oh, she's probably saying that in regard to the trading cards. That
yes,
I will hook you up. Joseph Victor says, "Miss you guys. Keep up the amazing things. Thank you so much. Man. Thank you, and hope you enjoy the movie." So we got some more juice, some more things that we want to chat about, but let's see here. Oh, I got to move this. Oh, Cody says another. Let me pull this up. Thanks for answering my question so thoroughly. Looking at this retrospectively, what would you do different about the release, filming, or otherwise? Any clear plans? That is a great question, and absolutely, I've learned so much. And by the way, thank you for asking great questions. We're here all day, so when you guys have questions, that's great. It gives us, it gives us something to chat about as we kind of promote and tell you guys all the things. So let's see, looking at this retrospectively, what would you do differently about the release, filming, or otherwise? Well, first of all, the release and the verdict is still out. So I don't know yet, but for a while, I was so excited about the January 3rd release, even though all of my friends, any producers that I talked to in Hollywood said it was suicide. Don't do it. In fact, there was a publicist that I wanted to work with before discovering Justin that he flat out would not do it because of the release date.
Wow.
Said, you're crazy. Sorry, there's no way I'm going to help any film that releases on January 3rd. The reason why is because in the world of PR, in the world of even writers that write for popular websites, a lot of them take 2 weeks off, literally right before, they kind of come back to work on January 2nd, if not the 3rd, if not next week. So it really is slim pickings. But every time, sometimes people told me stuff, I was like, but that's the reason we're going to stand out, because no one else is dumb enough to put a movie out now. And obviously we've hit a couple pitfalls probably
so stupid. It's brilliant.
It's all different. It's all different reasons, but I think they're all attributed to just the timing. This is not a good time to release a movie. So the word is still out. We'll see long term, like how things work out. Did that have
my skull?
Yeah. Did that have a brain in it?
Oh, there was a brain?
Was there a pink piece that goes in the middle?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that
I
wild?
think, oh wow! I didn't even put
Isn't
that together.
Cool?
I did not put it together. Just going in straight.
Yeah,
engineering mindset.
I love that it's almost like the Build-A-Bears that have a little heart, the fact that there's a pink brain in the middle of the head. So I don't know. I don't know if that was smart to do the January 3rd or not. I think I need to kind of simmer on it and kind of look at it retrospectively. Gosh, what would I do different? I'll tell you what, one of the things I am not interested in doing anytime soon, as much as I wouldn't take any of this back, the next movie or movies that I do after this, after I finish the Aladdin movies, pretty safe bet will not be sci-fi.
Oh, really?
Because I am so jealous of all my other independent friends that if they always make modern day films. So it's either a modern day horror film or it's a modern day mafia movie. It's a modern day romantic comedy. And the great thing about it is, okay, this scene takes place in a living room. Who's got a cool living room? You do? Great. Let's shoot in your living room. Okay, this scene, they need to travel from point A to point B. They should probably have a pickup truck because they put the thing in the back. Who's got a pickup truck? I got a pickup truck. Cool. Awesome. Let's use that. Okay, next scene takes place. They just came home from a funeral. Probably should be wearing black. Do you have anything black? You do? Perfect. Okay. We couldn't do any of that.
Nope.
Every single set, every single costume, every single vehicle, we had to either make it for real or sometimes it was miniatures from the outside and then full-size cockpits on the inside. It was so much work. Now, granted, it was fun. I had the time of my life. I loved kit bashing and everything, but it was so complicated. It was so difficult to do. Meanwhile, a lot of people that make independent films, they can bust them out in like a couple months.
True.
And sometimes filming in a couple weeks, where between all the set building and everything else, it took us 5 years. And it's just been such a long road. It's not that I don't think I'll ever make better films, but I don't know that I will be as ambitious with all of the building and all of the kit bashing and all of the everything else. I think
you should just do a period piece next time.
Yeah. But who knows, if there was a crazy demand, there certainly could be more Aladdin 3477 movies. And I have lots of ideas, but I don't know. So that's something that I would do different in the future, is not all of those hardships. Yeah. And I would say, like any independent film, the most difficult thing was just scheduling, trying to figure out all people at the same point at the same time. And, I tried to be fair with everyone because we never knew how long the next set was going to take. So it was kind of like, okay, nothing. Boom. We're ready for the next scene. Hey, are you guys, and I'd have to go person by person. Are you available on this weekend? Great. Right. Cool. Are you available on this weekend? I'd get 7 people down the list. No, I'm in Chicago that weekend. And I couldn't be upset because people have to live their lives and I can't just own people for 5 years. So, so it was, that was probably the most difficult part, was just scheduling everybody. Brittany Oranger says, well, you rock in general too, but LOL, yes, cards. Woohoo! Awesome. Terry Steele, do you get any reports on how many purchases, views the movie gets? I believe so.
Cool.
But
analytics,
that information comes through quarterly. But I imagine that I do get to see where the views are coming from and everything. And also, on that note, there are expenses to be paid first. So there are some things that Buffalo 8 has spent money on, and even things like, getting the DVDs and Blu-rays produced. So all of that stuff has to get paid for first. Then Buffalo 8 takes their cut, and then it comes into me, and then I have the sales agent, the producer rep to pay. And then it seems like it would just be money for me, right? Well, I also spent 600,000, in the past 15 years. So we'll see. I mean, there's a chance maybe even the first film, but maybe by the time the third film rolls around, maybe there will be a profit. But see, I also keep spending money as I go along,
right.
so that amount just keeps growing. So we'll see. But yeah, I believe I do get some really cool information, which of course I'll be sharing because I find that stuff fascinating, and hopefully you guys too. Awesome. Then I won't apologize for asking a smorgasbord of questions. Yeah, anytime.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Aaron GTV. Hey guys, where is all of the cool guys? Hey, this is where the cool guys are hanging. Hey, Aaron, if you are interested, if you are in a place where you can, not zoom in, but kind of video in with us to say hi.
Oh yeah. We have the technology.
I want to make sure that I have this invite thing right. So let me know if you are down for videoing in for 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. Nothing too crazy.
It's release day.
I want to have you on, I believe. And I can't remember if I've told you the date, but I think not this Sunday, not next Sunday, but the Sunday after that, because I feel like that's fair game to chat about all things Jinn of Wisdom. And the spoiler embargo will be lifted.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And not like there's anything huge, crazy spoilers, but the Jinn and everyone who's seen it with me loves the character so much. But I think part of the reason why they love the character's great, but it's really a character that's meant to be discovered. And it's not something that I feel like you can really show in a trailer and people will appreciate.
True.
How cool the Jinn is, because it's a little more cerebral and it's not fancy magic and blue smoke and all the things. So, but I will really be able to do an awesome deep dive in a couple weeks. So I want to do the longer form thing then. So let me know, Aaron, if you're interested in signing in, and I'll see if I can figure out. I forget how to do this invite, and I'll see if I can figure this out. Kyle Smoot, y'all really rock. Can't wait to see the movie. Come back to watch the stream. Came back to watch the stream on my lunch break. I'm totally on board with the release of Boba Fidge. By the way, yes,
nice.
I think that would be amazing. Aaron G says, anyone have a spare sky sail? Yeah. Cody Penn says, was there any clear difficulties in timelining scenes for 3 movies simultaneously? I imagine keeping that chronological and ensuring accuracy of costumes effects would be meticulous. That wasn't too bad. That was something that in my brain, I was able to kind of really plan out. Again, it's a lot of it is storyboarded, and Aladdin's wearing this for this scene, and for this scene Aladdin would have already been cracked in the head, so he's got this this bruise and scabbing and stuff like that. So a lot of times we would film the bruises and the scabbing before the actual thing happened, right? That would kind of make that. So yeah, we did have to stay on top of that. That part was pretty fun, but the fact that it was 3 movies, I mean, it made it a larger project, but that actually, in a weird way, that was actually easier, because if we had filmed all 3 movies separately, when they filmed the Star Wars movies, they had to build the Millennium Falcon every time, full size. Then they burned it because they didn't have a place to store it. A couple of years later, they built it again, and then they burned it again because they had no place to store it. So we couldn't afford to do that. Plus, so many things were kit bashed that, like, if we tore something down, the chances of being able to recreate it exactly like the first one was slim to none. So it really made sense for things like, there's a couple locations you see in all 3 movies, like Aladdin's apartment, the Taj Mahal throne room. It really made sense to just film all 3 movies, and kind of go through and get them, because we never would have been able to make those convincingly, I think, again. So that was the way to do it. Brittany Oranger, I know Matt's a good teacher, but Erik and James, how was Matt as a director? That's a great question.
Giggles. He was nothing but giggles. It was good. No, it was good. It was a very non-stress environment. I mean, there were certain days that we would have, we're up against the wire, and I think there'd be something that would come up, and we'd like be running behind.
Mm-hmm.
But you never got stressed out. That's the thing. He keeps it cool and calm and collected. All pretty much. Like the building could be on fire, and he's like, "Okay, guys, well, let's just figure out what we have to do."
I don't know.
I remember there was a day where Matt basically just told me to shut up, and it wasn't even me talking.
I remember that too.
Yeah,
I have that. I have that on. I have that saved. I have that on. I might even be on the blooper reel, because we were filming something and people were being so loud in the hospitality suite, and this is after already telling them, like, "Hey, pipe down." I could swear I heard James' voice and I heard James laughing. So all I said, I said to someone, can someone go in there and tell James to shut his trap? And instantly, because there's only one way you could get out of the Taj Mahal throne room, because the door was shut. So instantly, I think someone started to walk over there, but instantly, not anywhere near the hospitality suite, James just kind of like walked in. "Hey, what's up, DTE?" James just like kind of peeped in, and like it was, just kind of like puppy dog with the tail between the legs. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry, James. I totally thought it was James." Whoever it was must have said that they were so excited their pants got 6 inches shorter. I heard something where I was sure it was James. And
done. But I have all these pieces left, which means I screwed something up.
Unless those are extra.
Does it come with extra?
I feel like.
What's time on that?
You finished?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what are these?
I don't know why I have pieces left. I followed everything to the T. I mean,
that's adorable.
There's nothing left. Unless
that is adorable.
Let me see if
that's cool. DTE, what is up? Come on in.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
I've got Mountain Dews and Coke Zeros and waters and coffees and all kinds of stuff in there. We got some snacks. I might be sending you on a trip soon, because we haven't had anyone here yet. So you guys are probably getting pretty hungry for pizza and stuff.
Oh,
right? Whoa! This is so much smaller.
Significantly different size. Yeah, the forehead.
Is it closer to Fiji size? No, that's way.
Was there an extra? Like, is this in between your eyebrows and your?
No, I followed that.
Or something?
That's what I was wondering, if it was a neck, but
no, it looks like
I'm following it.
Look at 2 different companies.
Wow.
2 different Aladdins.
That's wild, the difference. But again, that's creativity of having blocks, is that you can have so many different ways to get there.
One looks like he's about to steal some oranges, and the other one looks like he's about to sell me some oranges.
Dang it, James.
That's okay to say to you, right?
What?
He's not wrong. He's
not wrong.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm curious. Is there anything? What would you guys like to get from Little Caesars?
Ooh, I'm a fan of the extra most best. Oh, have you tried?
Ooh, extra most best.
Well, I was gonna say
sounds
that.
Good.
Or have you had the little mini
puffs?
Yeah.
So those are mandatory as well.
Okay.
Let me see here. What do I got to write down? Oh, I got something right here.
Where am I missing the? Yeah, I got that. Oh, I guess I just.
All right. Hey, remember? Oh my gosh. Is there a better commission rate for you on Apple or Amazon? Are they all the same? I'm going to say real quick here. Let's see. Fandango at home. Subs aren't working on Amazon, and Apple is pushed back to Jan 23. All right. All right. So let's see here. For sure, an extra most bestest, right?
I'm super simple with like just pepperoni and
Yeah.
yeah. As long as it's got pepperoni, I've never turned down a pizza.
Let's get 2 orders of puffs.
Hello, Aladdin. See. Hello, Aladdin.
The multilingual.
And then we'll get 2 extra most bestest. Anything else? We've got stuff to drink here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Anything? Do you guys need crazy bread or anything like that, or ICBs?
ICBs? No, I'm good.
You know what ICB is?
Hey, poop here. ICB, where is it?
Italian cheese bread.
Oh,
I thought it was ICB root beer.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, is there?
It's a different acronym. I can't think of it. I know what you're talking about, though.
I'm
is it ICB? Is it? I guess.
IBC. Wow,
Oh,
my dyslexia kicked in. But my brain instantly went to IBC root beer.
You guys started early. It's to be forgiven.
That's true.
Oh, Cody has a great question. Is there anything for this project that went miraculously better than expected?
Ooh.
That is a great question. There are so many things that went better. There are sets that were better than I thought they would be. There were small nuanced things that there are performances that as we filmed, I'll give you an example. The character of Bredge was always meant to be rascally, was always meant to be like play off Aladdin and like this really cool bromance and stuff. But you guys became such good friends across filming, and you knew him already from the Chop Shop Diaries.
Absolutely.
And everything. But Bredge became so funny that like, as we kind of saw how the films were progressing, I think everyone got to understand their character a little bit better. And also it was really neat because everyone had ideas and I listened to everything, and we couldn't do everyone's idea all the time. As a director, sometimes you have to kind of pick and choose, and like it sounds like a good idea, but that isn't going to work with what happens next, or, there's any reason why something might not work. There were so many times, though, people had ideas where it was like, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Like, that is way better than what we were going to do.
True.
So there are tons of things that came out better. That is
and just the fact that he's a very, very good rapper too, which there's scenes that even my brother was like blown away, like, wow, that worked really well with the two.
You know what's interesting? Are you talking about the rap and the thing?
Yep.
You know what's crazy? You filmed your part first.
Yeah.
And then he did the rap, and you had so many good like reactions and kind of like where you started to say something, and then then where you were kind of like, oh yeah, that is pretty. Oh no, wait, don't talk about. And like, unbeknownst to that, what he's rapping about at that moment lands perfect. Like there was so many really good.
Well, and you would never believe that it was shot separately.
All right, if you don't mind, Dave, unless if there's anything else you want, but I would say let's do 2 extra most bestest pepperoni, and then 2 orders of the there's 4 in each order.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I got to get the Johnny on the spot thing going through the end, even in the live stream, right?
I know,
We
forever
appreciate
Johnny on the
you.
spot. All right, real quick, let's get into some juice. This is the live stream. I can't believe how fast you put that together.
Yeah, what was the timing? So let's go back to the.
I mean, I feel like that was 20 minutes, but to be fair, you did have everything organized. But
that's what I'm saying.
then,
See what happens when you organize it? It just.
Even with it organized, like that was amazing.
And see exactly how long it took.
Cody says I'm going to be lurking for a bit. I got to go shopping for liver and onions. All right, I'll ask more when I get back. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Cody. Great seeing you, and awesome questions. Thank you for hanging out with us when you come back. So obviously our special guest today is Aladdin in the Hizzle. Woohoo!
Hello. Nice to see you.
And James' outfit. James, you need to do a quick spin with that camera
to
show off the.
There's really nothing to show off today. Got the shirt.
Woo!
Obviously. Got the South Korean casual.
All right.
The
outer
sheer.
layer.
Yeah.
No protection from anything, but yeah.
Protection from drab. Got the Fiji enamel pin, the hard enamel pin.
The hard enamel pin, yeah.
As if we swing by and see my dumpster fire, that is a soft enamel pin. With my Polaroid butt shot. Got the Kiriko Overwatch 2 with the glowy fox. Got my Korok. And with the hook shot at the Korok. Got my white rabbit candy for all the Asians in the house. Got my little hollow sparkle Porygon. And my llama potion. And swing back around here.
So speaking of that chain really quick, one of the other things I want to do for the next film, I want to have a enamel pin of Bredge's head with the, you know, the fuzzy ears, and then have two little chains connecting, and then having a pin for each little fuzzy ball, so you can have them like crazy, like in any direction.
I do that because I have one of Donald Glover.
Yeah.
Where he's just wearing gold chains, and it's just his head.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where I got it, but it's
Nice.
there.
Love it. That's awesome. James, do people ever stop you on the street and ask about the bling on your hat?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I bet.
I make a point to try to switch it up every week or so, because customers will come in and it's a talking point.
Oh, and they probably also want to come in and trade.
Yeah.
As well.
It's always interesting to see.
But the question is, do you bring your little board of all the ones you're not wearing?
No, because initially the board started when we were at Celebration, and it was just going to be one board, and I'll just get pins that are significant to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, 4 boards later, here we are. I think I'm like, okay, I need just a giant board to take up all of the pins. So I had this thing commissioned. The board is roughly the size of, it's bigger than this lit up Aladdin thing here, right?
Okay.
And so obviously the board filled up. And so I used the other 4 boards initially before the other board. So all 5 boards are now filled, and there are spare pins on the side that I have to now figure out what to do with. It's a lifestyle, gentlemen. It's not,
Interfleet Broadcasting says, congratulations on the launch.
Thank you.
And Battlestar Glasses at the top. Frack, yes. Oh my gosh, love my BSG old school glasses. Chantel Williams says, James, that hat is nice. I agree. So happy holidays from all of us and Fiji to you. I feel like at some point we need to bust out Fiji and get the lights cooking and do some interaction or something like that. Maybe recreate some moments or something like that. But happy New Year, all the things. Shiva to Believer. This is the day. Oh my gosh, it is the release. So exciting. New videos. If you go to the Aladdin 3477 YouTube page, there's a great video there. What is Aladdin 3477? And this is a great way, like if you have friends that are like, what is this thing anyway? It's a great primer that kind of shows you how we made it and what it is and what the intention is behind it and everything. A great video. But speaking of videos, I've got something brand new that you haven't seen before today, and that is there is a video that originally was going to be in the beginning of the film. It's not in the beginning of the film now, I think for good reason, but I still think today it's a good reason to see it for a number of reasons. Instead of me just saying it all, let me show you what it is that I am talking about.
Hi, I'm Matt Busch, creator of Aladdin 3477. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to watch a truly independent film. We did our best to try and make an A-list looking movie without having the budget of a big Hollywood studio. With family and friends building sets in our own backyards, we spent years putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this handmade epic saga. This film, The Jinn of Wisdom, is the first in the Aladdin 3477 motion picture trilogy, and the adventure is just getting started. Be sure to stick around after the end credits, where you'll get your first sneak peek at the second film in the Aladdin 3477 trilogy. Enjoy.
Woo! So if you guys, I'm just writing that if you guys want a video in for a few minutes before or after, I can send a link for you to join us live.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. Rob Morocco?
Oh, yeah. Rob, that's
He's
awesome.
getting together with a bunch of his friends.
No way.
And they're going to watch the film
That's
tonight.
awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, I can't just wait till you see yourself. It's going to be great.
Yeah. And, it's cool because anyway, as it said in the video, obviously it's the first of 3 films, but there is a really cool bonus thing at the end, your first look at the second film. And I think that's the big takeaway. In addition to hopefully people enjoy the film, is they're like, I need to see the second film. When and where is it? So cool. So here's what's up. Our fierce competition today is Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. Those movies are awesome.
Wallace and Gromit
right?
are great, yeah.
Now, did you grow up with those movies?
I did.
It was probably early 90s.
It was,
or
yeah.
Mid-90s,
It was
maybe?
the moon one where they go to the moon that's made of cheese.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. That was
Oh
my introduction to it.
Jeez. Hello, Gromit.
Okay, and yeah,
that was the first one. The movie.
that's the first one I saw.
Okay.
I don't know the order because it was one of those things that we only got certain episodes and issues, and I think it came on like a VHS.
Okay, yeah.
So that was my introduction to it.
Gosh, back in the day, it's so cool. All right, we've got massive updates, and here they are. So today, there's 2 phases of TVOD now. It seemed like everything was coming out today. We've got some updates. Here is the scoop in a nutshell. It is available on Fandango at home. That is probably the best way to see it. If you used to watch stuff on Vudu, that is now owned by Fandango. Also, Hoopla, you can actually watch it for free. If you have a library card, you can watch it that way.
The government pays for it.
I know. So that's why you don't have to pay anything, but we still get paid, which is cool. Verizon Fios.
I'm assuming Fios.
It sure looks like Fios.
Or Fios, because it's the little small I. Fios.
Fios.
Fio.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Vubiquity, and then all of the cable VOD, which includes Charter, Spectrum, Cox, and Xfinity. Why are you giggling every time I say Cox? All right. However,
because I'm a child.
Is it available on Amazon Prime today? Yes, it's available, but unfortunately, there are subtitles issues. There are currently no subtitles. Now, this film does not have subtitles from beginning to end, but there's a fair amount. This is a global adventure, and there are things that will flat out not make sense if you watch this on Amazon. Now, the issue is going to get resolved, so if you've paid for it, you have to wait. I don't know how long it'll take. Amazon's on it. It could be as quick as tonight. It could take up to 4 weeks before they get it resolved. I don't know when. I will keep you guys posted. But if you were planning on watching it on Amazon, please wait until this is resolved. There's plenty of other places you can watch it. You can watch it for as cheap. Well, first of all, Hoopla, you can watch it free, but it's as cheap as $3.99. It's as expensive as $7.99. My recommendation is, and today it's only released in US, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. More later. Which is the best? Easily Fandango. You can watch it. The reason why Fandango, you can watch it in HDX, and also it's in Dolby Digital Plus, and you can download the film so you own it forever. There won't be any lag or any streaming issues. So I can't recommend enough Fandango. For the time being, Fandango at home is the way to check it out. I just got a question here. Are we streaming all day?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, until midnight.
Till we pass out.
Mom, can we get Fandango? It's like, we got Fandango at home.
It's Hoopla.
Clever. I see what you did there.
Cam would appreciate it.
So Tom Cruise's head. Oh, what am I just reading? What this says? Collider man, really helped us out by giving an exclusive, sharing this first exclusive scene of the princess getting ready. Check this out.
And we're back.
All right, what is shaken? So that is the first scene that was unveiled, the first actual scene from Collider, which is great. Today is January 3rd. So this is the first phase of TVOD. And how often do you watch films TVOD, transactional?
Quite a bit actually. Yeah. I've seen like Everything Everywhere All at Once and that was after seeing it in the theater.
Yeah.
I still rented it.
What a great movie.
It was so good.
Yeah.
Which I'm curious, and we'll see who out there can beat me to this, but I'm going to try to figure out how many visual effects are in the film and to see if we do more or less than Everything Everywhere All at Once. Because in terms of a team, they had like 5 people doing all those effects.
Yeah.
How many did we have?
In total, doing the actual compositing stuff, 4. Most were me.
Yeah, that's why I figured as such.
So. But Sean Sheehan supervised a bunch of stuff and did a fair number of complex shots. Nick Garlock did a fair number. 5. I take that back.
Okay,
5.
so.
Nick Mogi helped set up a few shots, and I think did a few shots. And then Dave Todd actually did a few shots as well.
Jeff had a brother.
So 5. Jeff Mogi.
You said Nick Mogi.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeff Mogi.
To be fair, he's 45 minutes of sleep.
That's right. 45 minutes of sleep, 3 hours the night before. Anyway, transactional video on demand. That means, yes, you do have to pay for it, but it ranges anywhere from free if you're using Hoopla. Your library probably has Hoopla. But you can rent on any of these. It's all the same price. So if you rent an SD, which is kind of like DVD quality,
right?
Not great. Maybe would be okay for a phone. It's $3.99. Full HD is $4.99. That's just to rent it. And rentals include 30 days to start watching the video and 48 hours to finish once you've started it. And then if you buy it to own it, again, SD, smaller, resolution and everything for $5.99, and then most expensive is buying it in full HD, $7.99. Still, that's way less than Wicked is now. If you were to watch that, I believe it's $24.95, and there's another one that I think is $30, and I'm trying to think what it is, but there's it's $30. One of them I was looking at, they like have special packs where you get a poster and a this and that, and it's $60, but you get a poster and a t-shirt, and there's it's crazy some of the stuff that they've got cooking with that. IFB Interfleet Broadcasting says, Geek questions here. What cameras did you use in editing software? Great question. We did All Black Magic, which, by the way, they are doing. I was in touch with them a couple weeks ago. And they said they want to do some PR for us.
Oh, cool.
But they said they're getting more information about it, and they'll circle back. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to be like, hey, are you said
It was their first generation 4K camera, and then I later down the line, I think years later, I ended up getting the Ursa. So the movie kind of evolves with both cameras, and then I think drone as well.
Yeah.
The DJI Phantom 3 Pro was used a bit.
Yeah. So some good stuff, and then the editing software. I did Final Cut
7. At first.
Yeah, no, it's Final Cut. And there's a chance, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be moving to DaVinci for the next 2. The difficulty, though, and man, I may need your help with this. I don't know. The difficulty is I have everything organized in Final Cut, but I can't upgrade my software to new versions of Final Cut. So I already have a new computer that I just got a couple weeks ago. But the question is, okay, I've got 2 Drobos and then like a dual hard drive. What is the easiest way to make all the XML files
transition the timeline?
Yeah, but I have the way I have everything organized. Oh my gosh. Vertical promotion things, bloopers for the first movie, for the second movie. Everything is organized in my way, and I've got my little folders and everything. But I feel like this is not as easy as just making all the XMLs and then plugging everything in. First of all, thank you, Apple. None of the Drobos or hard drives that I have will even plug into the new computer because they change the plugs like once a year. It's a new
adapter.
Oh my gosh, like it's going to be crazy. Adapter city. There's so many things. And then like if something doesn't work, I need to re-edit. Then what? I unplug everything and go back here and try to figure out I mean, obviously there's going to be some things that don't line up, and that's fine, but there's also going to be some things that like, where is this? We're talking about years and years of footage and animations and stock footage and music that right now I know where everything is and it's super easy, but like, this is like a huge thing.
It's a big undertaking to transition it over.
Yeah.
Was the ED or XML
Yeah.
file should be able to get you the timeline.
Yeah.
And DaVinci is pretty good about like once you have all the files like reconnected.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty. You don't have to change any of the folder structure of the hard drives.
Yeah.
Just in the media folder.
Yeah.
So it'll be a task. It'll be like a full day of.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Well, depending.
I was thinking it could be a year just lining up keyframes and all the.
So the only problem with the transition is like any of the effects transitions from Final Cut will not transfer over to DaVinci.
And I'm prepared for that.
Yeah, so those will be the things you'll have to change. And even some of the fonts might be weird.
Mm-hmm.
But no, organizing it should be like a week, maybe a weekend.
Yeah.
But
leisurely. Let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. Because I'm down for learning, like doing whatever I have to do to upgrade and to do all the things. But time-wise, because obviously people are going to want to see the second movie and everything. So I've got 2 more films. There's already rough cuts. Everything I'm doing now works. The danger, though, is like what happens if this computer goes kaput? And like, how am I going to do it? So I have a computer that's about 5 years old, that it's the last computer that came out, the last operating system that you could run the editing software.
It's maxed out to the top of that. Yeah.
So literally any computers newer than that will not run the software. So my question is, would there be any reason just to get these films out quicker so I'm not learning new software and troubleshooting this and what would the difficulty be if something does happen to my computer? Because everything's on the hard drives. Is it possible? How hard is it to get a Mac that's 5 years old that has the operating system that I would need to just get that computer, plug in the new hard drives, boot it up, and I'm ready to go? As opposed to learning. Listen, I don't want to spend the rest of my life doing everything on this, but I feel like just to get these films out quicker, would it make sense? If it's working, like, is there any reason not to just keep staying on the same thing and just
how long it took though when you were like transferring that stuff and like saving that stuff, and again how often it crashed just to fire it back up, save every 5 minutes because you knew it was impending?
sometimes, although it's worth pointing out, I used to have all 3 films kind of in the same timeline and all the folders. As soon as I had rough cuts of all 3 movies, I made a new file of just the first film and just things that are attached to it. And now it does not take 30 minutes every time I boot. So that was that helped a ton. And it rarely crashes now. So that helps. So that would be the first thing I would do when I jump back into the second and third films, is split those apart. And, because I mean, for a while I was working on all 3 at the same time, where we were filming random stuff from all 3 movies. So anytime we filmed stuff, sometimes there would be a day where we filmed things for all 3 movies. Or sometimes this is mostly the second movie, but there's actually a single shot for the first movie. So when editing, I was like, okay, this goes in this folder, this goes here. And there was like a master, thing that I was.
That's pizza. Yeah, the organization part is always the most difficult. And you said it was the newer Final Cut program?
No.
This is okay.
So anyway, so I'm gauging. I'm going to take some time to see what it would take to move everything over. But part of me is wondering, with all the pitfalls and all the figuring out.
It's hard. It's hard to transition right when you're like still in the middle of a project.
Yeah, and that's where I'm wondering, like, to get these next 2 out, do I rough it for a couple more years just to get these out quicker, or do I make it bulletproof and do it the right way? But also, it's just going to take longer for me to. So I don't know what the answer is.
Good question. This is a good question that Matt and I have actually talked about.
Are you going to get the actors together and do a commentary track? Yes, and yes, eventually. So the DVD and Blu-ray originally was going to have a commentary track, but now it's not going to. It's their Buffalo 8 for a while said, yeah, we can do it, but hold off. I'm not sure why, and I don't even know if they said why hold off. So when I asked about it again, they said it's not in the cards for this time, but if there's ever a reason to do something more deluxe, steelbook, kind of whatever, then obviously we could do that. What I would like to do, though, is get at least you for sure and do a commentary video, like a YouTube thing or something, where we literally say, okay, we're pressing play, right?
3, 2,
now, and then we kind of go through, and that way people can watch it too, and that might be a kind of a cool thing.
So have it like podcast setup, but like wherever we're all watching.
We could do it here. We could do it in the sidebar.
True.
So that is a great question.
With remnants of the set of Aladdin.
IFB Interfleet Broadcasting, worth the transition though. I know, but if you have no idea, this is 15 years worth of work.
True.
Organized, and it's not just the film, it's the behind the scenes videos. It is so much. And I'm down for whatever's right, whatever the right answer is, but I'm just wondering time wise, like if it was the difference of the next film coming out in 2 years,
I think,
or the next film coming out in 4 years.
I think the reason he's bringing that up, though, it is a good point, is because we shot the whole thing on Blackmagic. The codec is specifically meant for DaVinci.
Yeah.
So it does.
Well, it's Apple 422, right?
Yeah. But Apple ProRes 422, but it's a DaVinci footage that is meant to be read by DaVinci.
Yeah, that's true.
So it would if you've ever run into issues where like, oh, it's buffering, you wouldn't run into that.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting.
As much.
Yeah. I'm open to it. I am absolutely open to it. Hey, what's up, Nathan Dumar? How was working with Cell Dweller? The music in Aladdin 3477 is fantastic. He is super cool. I've always been a fan way before I even knew who he was, and I didn't know he actually lived in Michigan for a while. Then he lived in Los Angeles. He actually lives in Michigan again, and He is super cool. And before we even started filming, I met him through you.
Yeah.
Strangely enough,
Yeah,
because you worked on a music
Me
video.
and Chuck
right?
Wheeler worked on a music video for him back in the day. Me and my buddy Brent, we were shooting it. And a small Easter egg is that some of the Cell Dweller music video set pieces transitioned over to the Aladdin film that you made your own.
Yeah.
So,
and if you see those in particular in the second film, which is really, really cool.
Yep.
We got some more comments, but we haven't eaten anything all day other than a little bit of popcorn. Dude, hook us up. You got some
We
pizza?
should answer some questions with a mouthful of pizza.
Too good
Yeah,
two's
good.
perfect.
Oh, cool. You found the paper plates. Rock and roll. Thank you so much, Dave.
Switchback was the first PowerPoint presentation song I put to when seventh grade.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
I was listening to Cell Dweller because Newgrounds Flash Animation. There was a Flash artist on there that only used Cell Dweller tracks for it. It was called Tooth.
Can I get a Mountain Dew, please?
It was basically the inside of a guy's mouth with little sentient teeth, and they were just going about their day to day.
Amazing.
Super cool.
So you Cell Dweller, awesome guy.
Tony Francisco, and look at he's got the HFR in the
what's up,
background.
Tony?
Hey, what's up? Interfleet Broadcasting, that is a great idea. Tony Francisco says, congrats, you two. Thank you so much. We're also hanging out with James and Dave Todd, who were super helpful throughout the production. And Happy New Year. Woohoo! So when you're looking for, thank you so much. When you're looking for, I'll also take one of those puffs. Yeah. So when you're looking for Aladdin on any of these services, you probably will have to type in Aladdin and it should pop up. But, again, the algorithm is all Disney Aladdin. So you might have to start typing in 3477 in order to see it. There is Christy. So adorable, and this I believe is when she found the pre-order earlier in the week for Fandango.
Oh, that was on Fandango. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, woohoo! Fun.
Perfect.
Either way,
There's another box.
awesome. Here, I'll close this just so that it stays nice and warm. We have some new release dates. So very important already. I know a bunch of people have been asking. I apologize. I have so many emails and messages on my phone and things that I haven't had a chance to get to. There are some new release dates. So the second half of TVOD, transactional video on demand, is January 23rd. And that will include Apple TV Plus, Apple TV, iTunes, and Google Play. So those originally were supposed to be scheduled for today. Those have been pushed back out of my control. I'm not even sure what the deets are on that. I don't think it's on our end. Pretty sure it's not. We already passed quality control. All of this was set up back in October to go off without a hitch, but for some reason that's been pushed back a little bit to January 23rd. Also on January 3rd, that's when it opens up in a lot more countries. Today is only 5 countries, 8 if you consider the UK, 4 countries or not. And then, which no one has given us the official scoop on yet. We're curious, is that 1 country but 4 territories? Not sure. Anyway, 66 countries and territories on January 23rd. Sadly, no Kazakhstan, but there is...
All right, we'll have to wait.
We got Norway.
What's the other one? Not Kazakhstan, but not Pakistan. Oh, Tajikistan. All right.
My cousin can see in Norway.
So anyway, one of the fun sets that we had a riot with is Aladdin's apartment. And so I wanted you guys to see a fun scene that takes place in Aladdin's digs. So check this out. Just a really cool set.
All I want is the lamp. Where'd you get a key? Does it matter?
I'd like to know.
I'd like to leave.
I'd like to leave.
Good, I'm flying.
Wrong, I'm flying.
I'm flying.
I'm flying.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's my power key.
It's my sky sail.
Fine.
Fine.
Fine. But you help me retrieve the lamp, and we get it my way. End of discussion.
And what are we waiting for?
Diva de Believer! Yes!
Here goes nothing.
Super cool. Yeah, real exciting scene, amping up for adventure. All right.
Ooh, a bonus.
Speaking of fun things, there is a bonus scene, or not a bonus scene, there is a bonus at the end.
Oh.
So you have to stick around through the end credits because a true Marvel fan stays until the credits have finished rolling. And there's usually a surprise. We've got a great surprise. It's even better than like a scene. It
True.
is your first look at the second film, and hopefully we'll get you excited for what comes next. We've got some great quotes. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna maybe we'll skip through these every time we go through, just because like
Those that have
there's-
been hanging out this whole time.
oh my gosh, there's just so many like awesome things that professionals have been saying about what we tried to do, and
we didn't tell them to say anything other than
Mm-mm.
just give us your feedback.
yeah,
So
which is great.
which makes it so much more meaningful.
So the best thing you guys can do if you want to help is leave us a review, please, 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 and especially because we've hit this snag with Amazon where a lot of people are going to watch it on Amazon not knowing that there's a glitch, a temporary glitch with the subtitles. And a lot of people are probably going to not say nice things because like, where are the subtitles? Or like, I didn't understand what was going on. So if you can hold off on Amazon until the subtitles are back, or anywhere you watch this, there are multiple places you can go. IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, all the places. Letterboxd is one of them. For those of you that are on Letterboxd, it's a really fun social to kind of mix up lists of movies that you've seen and create your own creative lists. It's a really cool thing, and you can leave reviews and make watch lists. It's a really fun thing. Rotten Tomatoes, obviously, but please spread the word. Email people, call people, text people. You can share this live stream. There's so many things you can do to tell people about it, and I feel like there's a lot of angles here. Hopefully you would just enjoy it, like, oh, it's a good movie.
Right.
But if you're into like Star Wars films, or you might be into or Disney live action films,
Or if you're just into reviewing films like Attack on Show, like send us the link of what you think of the film, and we will share your message about us. Cross promotion.
Oh yeah. Thank you, and thank you so much for everyone who has already. So the next phase is advertising video on demand. Do you ever watch anything through
Yes. I think, what was it? Jim and us were watching Fat Ninja, and
Chris Farley?
No. It was like the one with
It's Donnie Yen.
Donnie Yen, yeah.
Enter the Fat Ninja.
Enter the Fat Ninja, yeah. Because he's in a fat suit. It's amazing.
Oh, so he's the one playing.
He's the one. He's
the Fat Dragon, and what's hilarious?
Oh, Enter the Fat Dragon. That's what it
Enter
was.
the Fat Dragon, and there are parts where he's fighting, where the physics of the fat suit cease to exist. It's like it didn't stop him whatsoever.
He basically had like the guys who were in the Ninja Turtle outfits. Like he's just so good, it didn't matter that he was wearing a fat suit.
Yeah, he's fatter, but that doesn't stop his training as a super cop. It's like, keep going, Donnie.
That and Shaolin Soccer, Kung Fu Hustle, a lot of. And did you know that Kung Fu Hustle is coming out with a sequel?
What?
Yeah, they're
You know,
finally making it after
I just
20
saw
years.
Kung Fu Hustle for the first time maybe a year ago.
Really?
Loved it.
All right, yeah. I love Stephen. Stephen Chow. Mwah, magnificent.
Character?
I don't know. They said it's 20 years later, and it's supposed to be part 2, present day.
Wow.
That town.
He'd still be around. Yeah.
But yeah. So yes, I have done the advertising video on demand.
So obviously that's where there's actual commercial. It's free, but you have to wait through commercials.
And that doesn't come out until the...
There isn't an official release date yet. But probably maybe like 2
days.
months from now or something. Yeah, something like that. Blu-ray, obviously, I don't have a specific date for this, but Blu-ray and DVD. There will be a movie premiere of sorts, but I don't know when, don't know where, and I don't know yet how I don't know yet how many places. I don't know if we're just going to do like a local thing, like maybe it would be kind of cool to have a week of like Imagine Theaters, but a different one each night. That way people that live on this side of town have one at the Macomb, have one at the Rochester, have one at the Novi, one at the Royal Oak, you know, and have a different one each night. And then have like a merch booth, you know, go to each place or something. Or do we do a full Midwest tour, take a month, different city every night, and go from theater to theater, spreading the word, and an opportunity to watch this fun popcorn film, actually seeing things on the big
if you
screen.
guys are from out of town, let us know if you want us to come to your town.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
That's the best way for us to figure out where we're going to go.
Yeah, for sure. Because I randomly get people that are like, I live in Vegas, I know people, and I can this and that. And it's like, if you can drum up getting people excited, because randomly I might have like a cousin that lives close by, but like, you know, we can't make a trip
right
and try to sell out a theater with one person that shows up, you know, that we
Right.
know. So it's got to be something. It's tough.
There was no cost to us except for some time.
Yeah. But that said, already on movietickets.com, if you type in Aladdin 3477, guess what? The movie already shows up. And but if you click on it, Showtime's not available right now. So it's set up, ready to go. But that's a little bit down the line. We'll see who, what, when, where, why, and how. Anyway, so you want to see a little bit of how these films are made. We're going to watch a really quick behind the scenes video. This is literally less than 2 minutes. And when we come back, we got some comments. We'll say hello. Yesterday was very intense. We've been getting one scene a day, and the way we really needed to make things work yesterday, we needed to shoot 3 scenes in one day. Everything came through, but man, it was stressful. I had to play Mr. Director. I had to find the perfect sweet spot for where we're putting the Rashmi access port to the DePauli chamber. Of course, it's all the way out in the middle of the dunes. We couldn't have picked a more remote place. So once we had the setup, we were good to go, but these were intense fight scenes, murder scenes. So it was very intense. Everyone came through, pulled together. I'm just so stoked. Everyone's performance, the camera shots, everything, sound, everyone pulled through. Sunset scene that was just beautiful, and we nailed it just in time. Very happy. Aladdin 3477. Woo!
so cool.
Awesome. So, real quick, so we're hanging out with James, also Dave Todd, who's helping out in between with all the things. But dude, you got to bring that book back because
I was gonna say it's playing. He's here. You got it out while the video's playing.
We chatted.
Once it's done, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, sure. If we got cross promotion, yeah, we'll do that. But of course, it's all about Aladdin. But it was a good fit just because when I met Matt, I knew him as an artist, but I then found out a couple years later that he was actually building his own world, and I'm like, hey, I want to team up. I want to learn how to do some of this stuff. So I've been also working on my own franchise called the Firewall Protocol Saga. So I've been able to learn a ton from Matt, and I think watching and kind of shadowing him and meeting everybody on the crew is a huge opportunity. So I couldn't pass that up. But yeah, that's the one I've been working on, starring the central character, the Enforcer, and a lot of other cool characters from a group called Vanguard. So yeah, this is 1 of 4. That's how wide it is, and you get your money's worth. There is 700 pages there, and yeah, so there's gonna be another sci-fi world in the brewing too.
Awesome. That is so cool. And it was so neat because I knew you from before, but I didn't know you as well until you started working on the film. You were just so helpful. And Rick Veers called you Johnny on the spot because you were he wouldn't even finish his sentence and you were already running to get whatever he needed. At times more than his own interns, from the Detroit Chop Shop. And then I came up with the nickname DTE, which here in Michigan, that's it used to be Detroit Edison, but now it's Detroit.
I think they boil it down to an acronym, so it's DTE Energy. So it's just kind of implied at this point.
Yeah. So I just kind of made it Dave Todd Energy that you always brought, and were super helpful in so many ways. But a huge way with your writing background was continuity, and there were so many times that you were like, "Hey, they said this last time. Does that make sense?" Because, sometimes the shot, I would be focused on the shot and I'd say, "Oh, that's what came out of their mouth." And so you were all on like so many levels of helping to make these films, which was super, super cool.
So I was just told that evidently it's not on Hoopla yet.
Oh, really?
That's what, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, here's the thing that's interesting is, so with all of these streaming services, they're all different.
Right.
So when I asked, I said, "Hey, so when is the release for Apple?" There's no official, like at midnight it opens. It's just kind of in the morning. And Apple's also based in California, so their morning is a little bit later than ours. Strangely, Fandango at home, midnight, boom, it was out.
Wow.
So
Same with Amazon.
No, Amazon was a day early. Amazon dropped yesterday, like in the morning, randomly in the morning at some point.
I looked at 11:40 p.m. and it was already up there, so obviously it was even earlier than that.
Yeah. Tony Francisco says, "Where can watch it? I've been planning to watch it." Awesome. Best place is Fandango at home. Apple will be in a couple weeks, and Amazon, you don't want to watch it there yet because the subtitles aren't there, and it won't make make sense. So the easiest is Fandango at home. So the thing with Hoopla, it might be that it'll be a couple hours later, and I also don't know because it's through the government and through libraries. Is there a delay that needs to, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the sitch is with
the
that.
Hoopla account might be pulling it from something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But Tony Francisco gives us fire. Let's go. Lawsaw 99 says, "Hi, Matt and Eric. Why 3477?" That is a great question. I'll try to give you the quick answer. When I started writing this, I knew I wanted it to be Aladdin in a year. The reason why, when I was a kid, I loved this comic called Spider-Man 2099. I just thought that was the coolest thing. A lot of people know it now from obviously the Spider-Verse. Yep. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. So I was just like, when it came time that I decided I wanted to do my sci-fi saga, I just like Aladdin 30, or Aladdin in a year. Well, before that, I was a honorary member of the 501st Legion of Stormtroopers, where I had my own armor And the 501st makes honorary members to people that are either celebrities, which I am not, or people that have done a lot for Star Wars. So like Kristen Bell is an honorary member.
Oh, really?
She actually loves Star Wars. She was in Fanboys and stuff.
True, yeah.
Weird Al Yankovic, No Doubt, the whole band.
Wow.
They love Star, and when they have their shows, they play the Imperial theme like as they walk in and stuff.
I'm so mad we never got to see Weird Al at the Star Wars Celebration.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you have to choose a TK number, and it's TK and 4 numbers. So I didn't know what number to pick. At first, I was like the year I was born, that they didn't have. So next, I was trying to think of what can I do with 4 numbers, and I was like, well, I have 4 letters in my name, and if you take each letter, if you take an M and turn it sideways, it looks like a 3. If you take an A, turn it sideways, it looks like a 4, and then 77 kind of looks like TT. So 34. I actually have it tattooed on my arm right here. TK 3477.
Yeah, your TK number.
So when I started writing the script, I was like, just for now, I can't think of what year. I'll just call it Aladdin 3477.
Yeah.
So I wrote the whole script, traveled the world, did research, and my thought was, when I finish writing the story and I have a better handle on kind of how the technology works, I'll be able to find a better year. So I wrote kind of the first draft of the story, and I was like, okay, 3477 is kind of way in the future, so maybe not that. Aladdin 2682. Aladdin 2251. And it never had that ring. And it might have just been because I was calling it Aladdin 3477 for so long. But some interesting tidbits about 3477. I realized later in the year 3477, it'll actually be the 1500th anniversary of Star Wars. And it's kind of addressed a little bit in the movie.
Yep.
There's a funny little bit. It doesn't go over the top. It's not infringing on Star Wars or anything like that. But there's a really funny thing. How will people perceive Star Wars in the future? And I kind of based it on, 1,500 years ago, we have things like myths and religions, and how much of it was really real. And I'm not getting religious or anything, but even like in the case of Jesus, some people believe, some people don't. But even if you don't, was there actually a person named Jesus? Or what? There's all kinds of how will people perceive Star Wars in the future? And in this film,
that's right.
You're going to find out.
Yeah, that's right.
Brittany Oranger says, how many times have you guys watched the movie? Way too many times. And in fact, when you came out earlier in the week, it was awesome seeing it with your family. Literally, I had a screening. Someone left 15 minutes before that had come out to watch and review the film. So I watched it twice in its entirety that day with editing and stuff. I mean, it's been thousands and thousands of times. Still, every time I watch it, I'm like, that sound effect should be louder. That should be quieter. This could have been tighter. This maybe is a little too fast. Maybe I should have let that breathe a little, and there's always something that that I see that it's just never, it's always in motion. Cody Penn says, are there any shots that didn't make it? Yes. Into the first movie that you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I can give some examples of this. So first of all, the first cut of the first film was 2 hours and 45 minutes. No one wants to see a 2 hour and 45 minute Aladdin movie. Even I don't want to see an Aladdin movie that long. So literally 47 minutes were trimmed out of the first film. But there were also things that I wanted to film that didn't actually make it. There were some scenes, not only that were cut, but that when it came down to it, I was just like, let's skip that scene. We can kind of get around it. If we do this, or if we do this other scene that we're already building that set, we can kind of do this so that it makes sense, So there were some situations like that. The biggest of which, though, with the first film, originally there was a completely different opening action scene. It actually started off the same, but originally you and Fidji hotwire a hover chopper. And it's referenced still in the existing movie, we actually acquired a Ski-Doo that we were going to kind of cut apart and kind of go through and everything.
I remember I was so excited for it too. Like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to make it work?
Oh my gosh. So, so the reason I skipped it, the real reason,
logistics.
Freaking logistics, man.
Well, it was going to be a lot of green screen.
Right.
More important than that, my vision was to have footage zooming in and out of tight, like buildings and dilapidated buildings and stuff. And originally, when I went to Hong Kong, I wanted to get shots like that. But the places I was in Hong Kong, a lot of them were it was a little too modern. And it was like every now and then you would pass storefronts like, oh my gosh, this looks like the future. And then some of them were just like modern day coffee shops and like, or there'd be people walking by and too many people wearing baseball hats and hoodies and like, this isn't gonna
McDonald's.
This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna make sense. They're flying through with hover choppers, but people are just walking around like it just doesn't.
Right.
It wasn't gonna work. So my thought was, you know what? When I go back home, when we are actually filming this, I'll be able to just go downtown Detroit where all the buildings are and stuff. Well, once we started doing location filming for that, for some reason in my head, I thought for sure all of these dilapidated buildings in downtown Detroit are just on top of each other and I'd be able to like zoom in and out of stuff. They're not like that at all. It'll be like a random abandoned building and then a giant lot of grass.
Right.
And then an abandoned building. So my vision of twists and turns and, all of these hover chopper, and these other vehicles that the Hong Kong police would have, it just wasn't going to be the way that I envisioned. So it is what it is. Let's see here. But great question. Congrats, Matt. Thank you, Gary. Oh my gosh, I miss you. James is here hanging out with us as well. Remember, Gary, right? Gary from LA? Yeah. He's listening in or chiming in. Thank you for hanging out with us. I miss you, mother trucker. Cody says, that's pretty funny because Internet Leak Speak 1337, a language that swaps letters for numbers and symbols. 4 equals A and 7 equals T.
The 3
oh my
would,
gosh,
the 3
yeah.
would normally be an E, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So it'd be like eat.
Yeah, interesting. Loss on 99 says, also known as Sandra Whelan. Hey, what is shaking? Thank you again for hanging out with us. John Van Gostein from Interfleet Broadcasting. What was the hardest scene you had to do? Which was the hardest to set up? We are just watching Aladdin now. Gosh, hardest scene to do. What was the hardest scene for you?
Slime.
Get covered in slime.
Yes, that was the word. That was the hardest. It was freezing.
Oh, even that one shot jumping off this boat in the scene.
That one's fine. That one I would do 10 more times if I could. That was great. But no, the slime was the hardest part because it was so cold and it was so it like hardened on my face too. So even when everything was done and we wiped it off, I still like went home, had to take it like an extra hot shower so that way it would like melt off versus like chip off. But I was
pulling. You talk about the smell of what was in there.
It wasn't that bad. No, the smell wasn't bad. It was James was saying that there was tomato.
There was like a can of stewed tomatoes.
I swear,
I thought it was like chocolate milk.
No, it was chocolate milk.
It was chocolate milk,
tomatoes, corn.
I don't think there was
tomatoes.
tomatoes.
It was corn then.
There was a corn.
It was corn for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, the stuff because the cocoa mix caked it on and it like hardened into a shell around me. So like when I went home, I was picking that stuff out of my hair and out of my ears for days. That was the hardest for me, at least.
It's hard because the entire time we were filming, I wanted to be the leader and the cheerleader, and I felt like to keep everyone revved up, my job, in addition to directing, was just, come on, this is going to be great, and just trying to infuse positivity everywhere. I would say the most difficult, not for me, but probably for everyone, was probably, or for most people, was the days we filmed at the Packard plant.
Oh, yeah.
So when we filmed there, we didn't have electricity.
Right.
This was all downtown. Is there like a delivery or something? Okay, yeah, you can just, if you want, you can just close that door and it'll probably be fine. Oh, hey Dave, could you do me a favor? Can you let Kip in the backyard for just a minute or two and then let him back in? Thank you so much. Okay.
Packard plant. Yes.
Packard plant. So it was super expensive. It was $1,000 a day.
Yep.
And the crazy thing is, you don't get, if it's raining, you don't get to choose another day.
Nope.
You lock in the days, and what you get is what you get. Jeez. So we had so much to film, and so I tried to squeeze it into 4 days, praying that it doesn't, rain. So what I did on purpose is I purposely scheduled weekends that were as close as possible to the summer solstice. That way we would have the longest window of shooting with natural light. So that meant each of the days, like we met at the studio at like 4 a.m, and we were there at like 5:30 in the morning all the day until, and it's like 10 o'clock at night when the, when the sun goes down. So it's also the hottest. It's such a hot, and those particular days were so hard. So the most complicated is, and you probably had it the easiest, but even you've got a shirt and pants that are pretty thick.
Oh yeah.
And a vest, and then sometimes you've got the white wrap that just keeps going. And so you were probably so hot. But even worse, the bounty hunters and the people that were playing Kita Ratana's guards completely covered helmets. So the crazy thing was, and it was so dangerous because there were like holes in the floor dropping down like multiple levels.
Yeah, I remember Ghost would give you a heart attack because he'd be like hanging off the edge.
Oh my gosh.
Climbing on
Always.
stuff.
Yeah.
Eric, remember when we got on the roof
at
there?
the Fisher? Yeah. Where it turns you into Mega Man.
And then we forgot. And then I got a text like at 2 a.m. from Matt, who was freaking out about it.
Oh my gosh. I was so freaking out. Anyway, I just took a bite. But long story short, so the bounty hunters have helmets with covered lenses. It was so hot that their helmets would fog up. They couldn't see what they were doing. They couldn't see anything. And there's full fight scenes.
Yep.
And running, we're like, dude, run down here. Do not fall into this hole here, and do not fall into this hole here. Okay, and they can barely see what. Not only were there holes where you could fall to your doom, but literally at the bottom, there was like broken up concrete with those rods,
rebar,
like rusty or like shards sticking out.
That helmet saved me.
Oh yeah, you got nicked, right?
Oh my gosh,
crazy.
So, yeah,
I didn't think that costume was ever going to be practical, but
crazy. From an artist perspective, what strategies did you use to overcome your perfectionism and decide when the film was finished? Cody, you are a master.
That's a great question.
At coming up with great questions. Oh my gosh. You know what? That is so interesting. I think about that a lot, especially during the ending kind of sticking a fork in this project, because what I've kind of observed and realized in the world of creativity, this is true of every painting you do. This is true of every drawing, of every song that you write, of every movie that you make. There's always more you can do. There's always more. But I felt like, even when this was finished, I could have put another 5 years into it. Would it have been better? Yeah, it would have been. I also would have been that much older. People would have waited that much longer. So at some point, whatever it is you're doing, if it's a sketch, a painting, you hit this threshold where could you do more? Yes. Is it worth it though?
Right.
How much better is it going to be? Sure, you can put 5 more years into it, but is it going to be 5 years better?
Right.
Or is it just going to be a little bit better, really noodling those details?
Will the changes you make outshine the rest of the film, which puts it off balance?
And now you got to fix more.
Now you got to restart up. Yeah.
So that was a tough balance, but I feel like I got to a point where I was like, you know what? This isn't just good enough. This is great enough. My biased opinion, obviously. This is great enough. It's time to stick a fork in it. It's time. And it does kind of pain me. And maybe this is how you thought of the question. Every time I watch it, I see things that like, gosh, I should have done this, or with the thousands of times that I've watched it. And it's also interesting, every time you watch it with people, there are different ways that people take it in. So I've been doing these smaller screenings with either a single person or sometimes multiple people. And it's funny to me how different the reactions are. So sometimes there is a joke where people are laughing so hard, and the next time I watch it, it's crickets. Like, did not get a reaction, but they'll laugh at something else that I'm like, I mean, it was meant to be funny, but laugh out loud. Wow, they really thought that was funny. Okay, so different things hit different people. And it's hard because without the communal theater experience where laughter is contagious, it's kind of tough, because when it's just a couple people, if you're watching something on Netflix by yourself, how many times, even if something really funny happens, how often are you just losing it? You might just be like, oh, this is funny. I bet my friend would think this is funny too. They should see it. You know what I mean? Like, it's but if you're in a theater, there's just something about it's contagious. So anyway, was that a struggle for me? Yeah, that's a struggle for me with pretty much everything I do. But I believe there is there's time to just stick a fork in it.
Yep.
Erik, was there any scene that was distinctly difficult to express a particular emotion? Ooh, or perhaps a physically difficult scene or action to do?
I had a lot of fun with like the action scenes, and because it was mainly me getting thrown around a lot. I mean, the hardest were always the the emotional scenes where you have to cry or tear up, because that's it's really easy to get like deeper into the emotion, and like turning it on and off is kind of tough to on a dime and then be back to normal. So it's like, I would say like the scenes where I had to be really, really sad. I'm normally not sad, so that's like that was the hardest one, I guess, for me. But like, I was able to cry. Granted, most of my tricks were like staring at the sun and just letting my eyes water. But yeah,
you also had a really good trick for laughter.
Yeah, for laughter, that one was easy, because there's this video that
the little squiggly arms. There is something. I'm convinced there is something in the world that every person finds ridiculous and hilarious, and
that was my. We just mentioned it, and I still brought.
Have you ever seen it? What it is?
That's what I didn't catch this one.
There's a scene in the second movie where he needs to just keep laughing and laughing and laughing, and so he would bust out this video.
I don't even.
Erik, oh jeez, wow, it's really not. Just can I visit the page? There it is.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I have seen this before, but I just we got the ad there.
Jeez.
Anyway,
so, like they
superimpose it, and I don't know why. Just the dog walking is funny enough, but just adding the arms.
And that's the thing. That's Erik's thing.
That was the thing that just always had me cracking up.
Yeah, that is
amazing. So yes, the deeper emotions, the crying was rough. But.
The other thing that I think is tough for actors sometimes is that for most films, they do what's called coverage.
Coverage, yeah.
Where actors will rehearse a scene in its entirety. I say this, and then I'm going to kind of move into you, and they'll have multiple cameras, or sometimes even a single camera, where they'll record it from different angles, but they'll have the actors go through the whole scene so that naturally they're interacting with each other, and it's about the acting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's another way to film, which is what I do. It's the Spielberg method, and filmmakers love this. Actors sometimes hate this because what I do, and this is where storyboarding comes in, I shoot to get the shot, moving on. Now we do this. So a lot of times, if two people are having a conversation, I just get all the shots this way. I don't even like whatever this person says doesn't matter.
Right.
Let's just get everything you say. We'll get everything you say. And it all comes together in the edit. It gets complicated though, because because you're shooting to get the shot, then like, you know, okay, now you're crying, now you're doing this.
Yes.
And then like, okay, now, so this is after you've been crying for a little bit. Now we got to do this and action.
Right.
And it's like, boy, you know what I mean? Where if you're filming the whole scene, you can play off each other and you can kind of channel those emotions and you can ride that wave from the beginning of the scene to the end of the scene naturally. And it just kind of, it just kind of helps that way.
And there were some times I remember where it would be an issue with.
Yes. How do you do that?
Oh, we don't force it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, all right.
I remember there would be some times when we would flip the set like back and forth. I remember that would get a little difficult because like we do all the shots this way, then we would set up the other way, but then we'd go back to the original way to shoot. I'm like,
and it would be hours in between moving everything around. Okay, remember that conversation you were doing a couple hours ago? Like, let's find it again. So the reason why it's really good for me and Spielberg and Lucas and people that shoot this way is it's like boom, boom, boom. You get the shot so quick. Once you know you have the shot, moving on. Let's kind of do it. One of the reasons I like it is even though for actors where sometimes they feel like they didn't get to play off each other as much, the one thing that is good is you're getting through the shots so quick. If you've got a 17-hour day,
you make your day,
man, you can get a lot through that you would not have been able to do. It also helps in the editing process because you already know what all the shots are. Where coverage, you just get a smorgasbord and like, where do you begin?
Well, and that's the thing. I have a friend who, with all the coverage, it then becomes the whole Sophie's choice. Like, which one do I keep? Which one do I? And then you go over the same scene like 50 times now because you have so many options. Versus, well, I can either use this shot or that shot.
Yeah,
and then your choices are kind of made for you. So.
And it's interesting because sometimes you'll be like, well, I don't know which one. It depends on what shot is next. And sometimes that'll answer, oh, it has to be this shot, you know. And
that's why when the ones you leave out, that's why they call it killing your babies.
Yeah. But it's a little more decisive. So sometimes it depends. Jerry was not a fan of that as much, you know.
He
was a trooper through the whole thing,
he was great
of course.
About it.
But yeah, I think most of the films he does, I think they do coverage. Brittany, you guys are rocking with the questions. Okay, 2 questions. I usually drink when I watch movies. Is there an Aladdin 3477 cocktail I should try? And did you guys ever come up with a drinking game while watching? Loosely, the drinking game is how many times do you see James in the film? So every time he pops up, if you know James, you probably recognize.
There's a couple that you wouldn't know it's him. There's some that it's pretty obvious it's him. But yeah. Another could be how many times I say Shiva to Believer. That could be another part.
Yeah.
I guess we got to come up with some rules of what should the drinking game be without someone blacking out by the end of the film.
So
unless that's the plan.
We'll have to ask Wolf. We've been chronicling the names of these drinks. And the only one that I remember right off the bat is there's a character named Vex Skanda. So we have a Vex on the beach. Oh my gosh, 8 to go.
8 to go.
So this is actually from the second and third film. This is something that one of the characters drinks. You'll find out why it's even called 8 to go, but which is interesting. But yes, there was one that was like a tequila sunrise, but it was something else. Gosh, we need Wolfie to chime in.
Should we make like a Fiji Fago? Something.
Ooh, yeah, like, Fiji Fago. I like that.
Orange cola and then creamsicle. It's like
that's almost like a guaranteed combination right there.
There you go.
Yeah, gosh. Yeah, the possibilities are endless. We'll see if we can get Wolf to chime in because I think he He's planning on doing a mixed cocktail book.
Nice.
But it probably won't be until the third movie, because right now, who would care? Who would want that? But in time, it could be fun. Cody Penn, I honestly think I'll have to chat with you at some point, because I feel like we could talk about this for hours.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Well, we'll be here for so many hours left.
You got hours to go.
Yeah. I thought about the question from your responses, as well as dealing with perfectionism in my own life. Just released a big update on my game for Christmas, so it's on my mind, that inner critic. Yeah, and dude, tell us what the game is.
Oh, yeah, man.
If it's a new one, and I forget the name of the other one that you were doing, but let us know so we can chat about it. Erik, I have a general idea of Matt's investment in this project. Can you talk a bit about your experience, sacrifices, and details involved in participating in this undertaking?
Well, one, I guess I would say that the hairstyle has kind of stayed the same. The beard has pretty much stayed the same for the last 10 years. So I've kind of just gotten so used to this being this way, and I don't know. And it sounds weird that, like, I'm continuing keeping the same look for the last 10 years has been, I guess, a bit of a challenge / sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that I really wanted to do anything with it anyway. In terms of investment, I guess, I mean, they were more reasons for my own particular business of, like, the drones, the cameras, the lenses, but, like, anything that I ever got was always to use both for the film, but also for my own business. So yeah, that, and I don't know if there's that many, like, too many sacrifices that I can think of off the top of my head.
I mean, it was a huge commitment for time.
Well, yeah, it was a huge
everything.
commitment for time, but I mean, like, in terms of sacrificing stuff, like, I maybe think there may have been 1 or 2 gigs I had to turn down, but I mean, I also had a chance to go do a lot of other work while we were filming when we were on our breaks.
Yeah, we tried to be flexible.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was a really good give and take, a symbiotic relationship of sorts.
The terrible question is, were you the host or the parasite?
That's a good question.
And speaking of which, Rokinon lenses, we've been following up on it. The publicist is trying to get in touch with them, but they don't have an active, like, when you go to their website, it's really just like hot deals on lenses.
Gotcha.
They don't really have articles or press about how people are using them. And hey, check out this thing that people are using the lenses for. Like, they don't really have that. But I know he is actively trying to see what he can do to maybe get something started with that. And then obviously the Black Magic thing as well. Matt, was there anything that you wanted to do you found was completely impractical when you got on set? Expectation versus reality. Gosh, well, one would be that opening scene that I was just like, this is going to be too crazy. And if it was a scene later in the film, I might have been more likely to do it, the hover chopper chase.
Yeah.
But I feel like when people watch a film, if in the first 5 minutes there's something where the visual effects aren't quite landing and stuff, then some people might be like, I'm not going to watch this. So I instead had to turn it into another over-the-top scene, but something that would be a little easier to film, something that wouldn't be as crazy with visual effects. But it completely changed what the opening scene was supposed to be.
Right.
But I think it's still over the top, and
it was way more practical, literally, figuratively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there anything with the scale, like the Taj Mahal, that seemed complicated or changed your expectation? Because that was obviously a multi-stage.
It's complicated. I vaguely remember what I was envisioning in my head, because there's some action scenes that take place in there down the road, and in my head it was a little bit bigger and it was a little bit more. Yeah, it was a little bit bigger, but I think everything, in some cases, things turned out better, and sometimes there were new opportunities. We would build a set piece that was a particular shape, and sometimes we'd come up with an idea. Oh my gosh, what if this person ducks around here but then rolls over like this? Oh my gosh, you would do that? Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. So we would, I don't know if you can say art imitated life and life imitated art, but there were new opportunities that presented themselves with almost everything that we did that were just like happy accidents all the time, which was really cool. Brittany Oranger says, Fiji Punch. Fiji Punch.
Fiji Punch?
I like that. Sounds delicious. And anything with tequila, the hubby would love. Yeah, I would say Fiji Punch. Do it. Oh, Cody says, I've been working on my game Jump Off the Bridge for 5 years now on Steam.
Hey, awesome.
I appreciate the interest, but this is your day, Matt. We're focusing on Aladdin 3477. Spotlight's on you. But hey, if you guys are on Steam, check out Jump Off the Bridge. All right, so real quick, let's take a look at what's next, which is Aladdin. Whoops, Aladdin is next. Obviously, Erik Steele. Man, there is so much we could chat about and so many cool things that you brought to the table. One thing that's interesting is how to say Aladdin, because most people are familiar with the Disney version, but true story, in the Middle East, which is not where this takes place, people say Aladdin, but through the rest of Asia and including India, they say Aladdin. And so that's how most people say it. There is at least one character that says Aladdin. You will see who that is in the movie. And it's kind of interesting why. We can do a deeper dive into that later. But it's also funny that they're everywhere I went, I was trying to find, because I thought Aladdin sounds way different than Aladdin. So I was trying to find a happy medium. So each country that I went to, and they would say, oh, you pronounce it Aladdin. I would say, what about Aladdin? And they would, and every country I went to said, oh, no, you don't want to say that. And I would say, why? And they would say, oh, that would be really insulting. And I'm like, well, insulting how? And they would say, well, that would be like calling Aladdin a girl. And I was like, oh yeah. But then instantly I was like, oh my gosh, that's what Bredge is gonna, So hopefully that that goes over good there. But so most people say Aladdin, Bredge says Aladdin, and there is at least one character that actually says Aladdin.
Yes.
We all had different jobs. I had many, but we discovered for some reason I was the only one who knew how to do the head wrap and could do it convincingly to kind of give the Raiders of the Lost Ark vibe. I'm curious when you watch this movie if anyone can figure out how we did this trick shot of Cam, the bounty hunter Shropka, choking Aladdin and literally lifting him a foot above ground off his feet. I'm curious if you guys can
see if they figured it out.
Can figure it out. Here we are signing posters. This is like a year ago for the Kickstarter. So if you've ever wondered, one of the great things I knew going into this, working with Aladdin, working with Erik, I knew you actually did a video maybe a year or two beforehand. I think you and maybe the Mata brothers might have been testing out a red camera or something like that. And there was a slow motion shot, you have it on YouTube, where you agreed to let them just smack you in the face at like 120 frames per second.
So there's actually a more interesting story. So we were working on a Dodge commercial, or not commercial, it was like a Dodge featurette. And we were out of town. We were in Indiana, I believe, somewhere south. And
hold on, let me get more.
And we had the Phantom camera, which can shoot thousands of frames per second, kind of thing, that we were shooting. Now the thing with the Phantom camera is you need a lot of light. So outside, daytime, that works.
Yeah.
And that's what we were doing mainly with getting the car shots. After all was said and done, we're like, well, we got this camera for the day. Like, you guys want to do something with it? Like, so we went to the pool at the hotel we were staying at. We brought in the lights that, like, the big old, 1Ks and this and that. And we're just blasting light right next to the pool, which is probably not a smart idea. And we took turns slapping each other in the face at 1,000 frames a second. And we would like put like some beer in our mouth and just get hit over and over. And we just had a great time. And that was like one of the shots that I saved was that shot.
So funny. Slaps giving. Anyway, by the way, Todd Riggis, I just saw that you sent me a message asking when is the film going to be available. You might be talking about Apple. The Apple release date sadly has been pushed back to phase 2 of TVOD. It'll be available on January 23rd. My suggestion, Fango at home.
Yeah, Fango.
It's already available. It looks. Did I say Fango? My gosh.
We're thinking about Fango drinks.
Yeah,
I've only gotten 45 minutes of sleep and only 3 hours the night before. It has been just absolutely crazy with everything going on. Fandango at home. Everything works great. Amazon, it's up and available, but my suggestion is not to watch it on Amazon because the subtitles aren't working. It's not that this has subtitles all the way through, but there's a lot of specific characters that have subs. And if you don't know what they're saying, it will definitely ruin the movie experience. And you can kind of figure things out, but there's a lot of really cool magical moments, funny moments, intense moments where if you don't know what they're saying, it's going to be pretty confusing. So definitely skip Amazon for now. The best place is Fandango at home. That's where the quality is going to be the best. It costs the same anywhere. You don't need the app for it. You can just go to, let me post it right here.
Oh, no, I'm good at the moment. Yeah,
here is at home at fandango.com. You can click on the link. Oh, also, I can do, I believe, I can do this. If you click on the link, that will take you there, and then you can just look up Aladdin 3477. That is the best place to go. Everyone else, if you're emailing me or messaging me on Facebook, I am not seeing these messages in real time or possibly even today. So if you have questions, awesome. But if you can leave them in the chat, I will see them there for sure, as opposed to everything on my phone. James is actually filming with my phone, so I don't even have my phone right now. But so if you have questions, I have answers for sure. But you were amazing doing all of your own stunts. And I just had a riot. You can see here one of the early designs. This is kind of what replaced the hover chopper. There's a really cool segment where Aladdin is rolling in this special steel drum to kind of evade the bounty hunters. It's a great scene, but there's a couple great scenes. So I put Aladdin through, I put Erik through the ringer, and let me just give you a taste. The key word is taste on what I put Erik through. Whoops. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're at the point. It's official. We're getting slap happy.
Yeah.
So awesome stuff. Cannot wait for you to see some of the crazy things we put our Aladdin through. See what else we got here.
Jesus, I'm sorry.
Well, it's all good. So obviously Amazon, no subtitles. So hold off because the subtitles are not showing up. So for the moment, ignore. Amazon. If you've already paid for it on Amazon, all good. As soon as the subtitles are back on, I will let you know. I don't know when that'll be. It could be a year from now. It could be a year from now. Not a year from now. Sorry. It could be.
Hope not.
I mean, a month would be a really long time, but it could be a month. It could be tonight. Don't really know, but hold off because it'll kind of ruin, not just kind of, it'll ruin the movie experience for you. On any of these streaming services, obviously you type in Aladdin. If it's all Disney stuff that comes up, you might need to add a 3, and then you might need to add a 4, maybe 2 7s, and then obviously it'll show right up. Also, another thing you can do, I have a Vizio TV, and it's trying to think. It's Casey's TV, and it's probably 6 or 7 years old, but her remote control, you actually can push the button and say into it, Aladdin 3477, and this pops up, and it usually will show you all the different places you can watch it. But last night, I typed it in, and this is what popped up. Lots of cool press that we are getting, and check this out, cabletv.com, what to watch this week. So it has 16 TV and movie picks. It only lists 2 in the description down here. One is Squid Game 2. Did you watch Squid Game?
I have not watched it yet. No,
Mhm.
no, but
it's good.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
I marathoned it. It was good.
They already have 3 plans.
It was straight. It's already filmed. It's coming out
really?
later this year. Yeah.
Oh. My biggest problem is that a lot of it got spoiled by TikTok or YouTube. Even the YouTube thumbnails alone.
Oh, geez.
I'm like,
see, none of it got
like,
spoiled for
man.
me, and I thought it was magical. It's different. It's in some ways there's a lot of things that it like. There aren't as many like, oh my, like twists, like what kind of thing. But it was good for different reasons. It was, I mean, kind of the same thing, but some different things about it. But overall, I enjoyed it.
Gotten spoiled with thumbnails because you're like, yeah, there's some Asians there. That's fine.
well, no, not that. It's more along like, can you believe the crazy blah 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 twist or da, 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 like I know stuff about it that I'm like, well, now that's
spoilers never have an effect on me. You
Yeah,
could
I
have
know.
told me the entire plot to Sonic 3 and
That's what you always say.
I'd still see it.
Did you see Squid Game, Dave?
No, I'm still one of the ones lacking too.
Oh, it's good. You would like it, I think.
Represent, man. Like, other than that, but no, it's great.
MSN has given us some juice TV guide. What?
Heck yeah.
That's
guide.
cray cray. Interfleet Broadcasting has been awesome. We've been doing unboxings, and even 95.1 FM in Nevada, just north of Vegas. They had me on their show, and then I sent them some swag boxes, not knowing they were going to do an unboxing, which is super cool. So Fidgy Friday. Some of you have been wondering, what is Fidgy Friday? Or maybe you've seen some posts. So we've got some really cool Fidgys here. These are Fidgy designer toys, and they come in a blind box like this. And there's 6 different ones that you can collect. They're designer toys. They don't have like moving parts and stuff, but they're just like cool things you put on your shelf or you put in the dashboard of your car. And so what we're doing is every Friday, we're doing a Fidgy Friday where you kind of take photos of your Fidgys in funny places. You can make it look like they're drinking a soda, or you can take them with you during your travels, and you can make it look like they're pushing over the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or whatever kind of thing. So what I wanted to do a real life, another Fidgy Friday image. I think we should do something with these 2 cats right here. But real quick, let's take a look at what exactly the Fidgy designer toys are. Check this out.
Aladdin's trusty sidekick is the lovable hovering robot Fidgy, and in the film Aladdin 3477, the Jinn of Wisdom, you'll see firsthand all the trouble they can get into.
Don't ask.
Now, you can acquire your own Fidgy designer toy.
Get out of here, buddy.
A spot-on mini replica of Aladdin's modified servoid robot.
Well, isn't this interesting?
These collectible figurines measure 3 inches tall, 2.5 inches wide, and 2.5 inches deep. The detail on these designer toys is incredible.
Sounds perfect.
You want variants to collect?
Yes.
There are variants to collect.
There should be 6 of them.
There are 6 of them.
Score!
Each mystery figure comes bagged in foil and sealed in a blind box. There's the standard Fidgy, which is exactly as you see him in the movie, inverse Fidgy, which has Fidgy's trademark colors inversed, Kong Chiam Fidgy, which has exotic colors based on the Kong Chiam Trooper, Red Star Fidgy, which is based on the vibrant colors of the Red Star Slag Warrior, Ninja Fidgy, which is the most elusive of them all, and the 6th one is a mystery Fidgy.
What is it?
For now, it's a secret.
Can you keep the secret?
There are a number of ways to get these collectible Fidgies. If you back the Kickstarter at the Fidgies Find reward tier or higher, you're already getting one.
You have it.
However, you can go into the Aladdin 3477 Backer Kit pre-sale store and order as many individual mystery figures as you like.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Just keep in mind, you never know which Fidgy variant will be inside the blind box.
But
You can also order the set of all 6, making it easier to collect them all.
You're welcome.
These Fidgy designer toys look awesome on display, at your desk, on your shelf, or even in your car. Order now, as these Fidgies are shipping soon, just in time for the holidays. The link is down below.
Woo! All right. So, what I thought would be fun, where am I here? So this is what the Fidgies look like, and you can see on the side of the box here, there's 6 different Fidgies. I thought it would be fun to do a Fidgy Friday, literally right now on camera. So what ideas do you have? What can we do that would be fun? Something with these 2 guys, or something? We actually have Aladdin here.
Fidgy trance.
Is there something? Do we make a paper airplane out of this and have it like soaring? Oh, or carpet?
The flyer is the magic carpet.
What do we do?
See the Taj Mahal or in the
You do Fidgy.
Gosh, I didn't think of that.
Fidgy with the Fidgy.
Yeah, have Fidgy.
Dual Fidgy. Fidgy holding a baby Fidgy. That's what I'm gonna do. Do Fidgy holding a Fidgy.
There you go.
It's more of a camo Fidgy, really, because it's like
it's a mama Fidgy with a baby Fidgy.
That's just a baby.
That's just a baby.
Awesome. We may do something maybe with the hanging out jumbo Fidgy in the Taj Mahal.
It's Fidgy's. It's Fidgyception.
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 All right. Let's see here. Okay, so boom, there we go. So we've been having draw this in your style contests. It's been so cool what everyone did. We started with you, and then I think we went to Fidgy, then we went to the princess, and we just did one with Lochan Shyamalan. But even this week we got another Aladdin in Fidgy draw this in your style. So they keep coming through. They use, people use the hashtags, and it's been really cool to see what everyone does. So in a moment here, I see we've got some comments. In a moment here, we'll take a look at exactly what these draw this in your style contests are, and we'll show you some of the wild ones that have just come through with Lochan Shyamalan. All right, so we've got some new juice here. Cody rocking out the questions. Oh my gosh.
Good questions.
If you were able to control the way your audience watches the movies, how would you help immerse the viewer? Low light, candles, curry before?
Let's see.
Gosh. I would say anything just to make it more theater-like. The bigger the screen, the better. The louder the sound system. This has I feel like this has a pulse-pounding soundtrack that is Cell Dweller, but there's also world music, and it is just thumping. So I would say the better your sound system, the bigger your screen, obviously darken the room, the more theater-like you can make it, and maybe the more friends to make it a communal thing where the funny parts, you guys are laughing, and it's a popcorn movie. Make some popcorn.
My answer would be Meow Wolf.
Meow Wolf?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
It's a giant art installation building where like you have a giant display where you basically create a world. What I would want is like literally like Kong Chai-am surrounding and then the screen. So like,
wow.
So you like, there's some theaters downtown that literally it's like an old Chinese theater where it has like the buildings like kind of built into the walls. So you look like you're in a town square.
Downtown here in Detroit?
Yeah. Just a box.
Really?
Just a box. Yeah. Terry and I went and saw, I believe it was not Princess Bride. She'll know what I'm talking about. But we went and saw a movie there, and it's got like old China or some. I say China. I don't know if it is actually China, but then the screen is in the middle, and there's a stage. And that's what it was. We went and saw the Zelda Twilight Symphony. Yeah, but like the whole rest of the stage looks like a downtown old China.
Yeah,
that's what I would want.
So cool. Brittany Oranger says, "What a coincidence that the movie came out on a Fiji Friday,
right?
That, and that it also came out on January 3rd, which is exactly 2 years to the day that the Kickstarter dropped, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but that was also the first time people saw moving footage and a close look at what all the characters look like. And that is just serendipitous. Lori Fitch Richard says, woo, woo! Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Awesome. So let's take just kind of a quick look at what the Lochan Shyamalan Draw This in Your Style contest is. Take a peek right here. Where are we? Here we go.
We're just weeks away from the release of the first Aladdin 3477 film, The Jinn of Wisdom. It drops on Apple TV, Amazon Prime, and more this January 3rd.
Well done.
In the meantime, are you ready for a new Draw This in Your Style contest?
Always.
Good, because this time it's the main adversary, Lochan Shyamalan.
Well, isn't this interesting?
We've done these in the past for Aladdin, his sidekick robot Fiji, and Kamala, the Princess of India.
Well, that was fun.
Now we're illustrating the nano dragon himself, Lochan Shyamalan, in your style.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Lochan actually has two looks. The friendly dignitary we see in hologram form.
I'm not interested in the fake version.
And his real-life sinister form from the Nano Dragon Terminal.
Wait, that's real?
Here he plants evil seeds controlling the nanonet.
Good for him.
So are you ready to draw?
Yes.
Should there be prizes?
Yes.
All right, there's going to be 10 winners.
Are you kidding?
3 first-place winners will win a large box of Aladdin 3477 merchandise.
Score.
3 second-place winners will win medium-sized boxes of merch.
Yes, all 3.
3 third-place winners will get small merch boxes.
Say I find mercy and give you another chance.
Fair enough. Make that 4 third-place winners.
That's it.
How do you begin? On the Aladdin 3477 Instagram page, you'll find a carousel post with reference images. You can draw his lighter hologram look, real-life sinister form, or combine both.
Sounds fun.
From there, you create your best Lochan art in any media and post using the hashtag LochanDTIYS.
All right, fine. Let's make this quick.
Feel free to DM me the art to make sure I see it. There is a deadline.
What is it?
You have until December 27th to submit. From there, select cast and crew from the films will vote on the top 10. Winners will be announced 2 weeks later.
How?
On the Aladdin 3477 Instagram page.
Yeah, I got it.
Merch boxes will be shipped to winners a week after that.
The job is yours.
I can't wait to see what you come up with drawing Lochan Shyamalan in your style.
I'm such a slow eater.
All right, so draw this in your style. So are you ready to check out This contest is already over, but I just wanted you to see kind of what everyone had to work with.
So much talent.
Check some of these out. Wow. It looks like it's just a drawing, but there is some paint. You can see some of the paint spatter. Looks like there's a little bit of airbrush glow to the glowing eyes, but also the hologram version of Lochan. We also see the Nano Dragon terminal. Just blown away. I love the composition of this. I love the cables going into the back of Lochan. I wouldn't change a thing. I feel like this is just awesome design. Stellar piece. A lot of these are really cool. This is Mike Sandiego. I love that the chains kind of fade into the smoke in the background. Love this one, Oscar Robinson. It almost looks like an 80s flyer, like a Xeroxed flyer for like a Swedish death metal band or something.
Yeah. It's like those Guar.
Could be a tattoo.
Mm-hmm. This Trevor Sutherland, it almost looks like a video game character design. And he did take some liberties with the costume, but I love it. And I wish I could zoom in to show you some of the details and like textures he did for some of the fabrics. Absolutely wild. Love this chibi light version of Lochan. It almost looks like Powerpuff Girls or Adventure Time or something. So cool. Look at this. My gosh. Grayscale markers. I mean, it looks like a black and white photograph. Unbelievable how good it got the textures. Joe Palazzolo. Wow. Love that this the concept behind it with the dark and the light, but it's literally the claws, the hands ripping through the image of the light side of Lochan, the hologram version, and then we see the real version of Lochan underneath. What a great idea, and just really well executed. Kawaii! Brittany, awesome. Lochan.
Right,
it's a sticker, it's a patch, it's a t-shirt just waiting to happen
for future.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe.
I feel this definitely needs to be something. Shenanigans did this really cool. Actually, this was the first one, the first Lochan draw this in your style. Another one by Max Hart, just wild, the unbelievable details and everything. So cool. This one has kind of a cool Sin City kind of line art vibe to it. Another cute kawaii-ish. It looks like it could be like a 2D animation or something like that. Super cool. This is an acrylic painting, but then the background is actually a digital texture. This is Brooke Bostick. So we've been doing all kinds of fun things with recreating my trailer. Already we have cosplay for Bredge, and I feel like this is not this is the first, but it will not be the last Bredge cosplay. I feel like that's just awesome. A fun one to wear, because I feel like if you created a suit for like a Hong Kong trooper, and if you did the vacuum forming and stuff, that's not something you could wear like walking down the street. But I feel like Bredge, you could totally just like, you could go anywhere, right? And you might look a little odd and a little, on the fringe, as Bredge is, but like it's just a riot. So much fun. Okay, so we need to just get this out of the way and mentally prepare like what this could lead to. Mm-hmm. So every day, especially that we've been, big into promotion and marketing and everything, I've been Googling Aladdin 3477 in quotation marks. And a couple days ago, this popped up, Sexy Pics web porn. And you can see this is just the image from the Screen Rant article, and upon closer reading the finer print, I don't know what this means. There wasn't really anything to click on, but already it says naked Aladdin telegraph. And then there's like Aladdin series crossover edit Jasmine Aladdin porn comic telegraph.
I was unaware of this, but I guess we were doing some filming. I was completely blind to.
I want to know what that script is. I want to see those storyboards.
I think Fidji filmed you when you weren't looking.
Oh, there we go.
Well, they say, for those of you that don't know, maybe everyone knows this, I only know probably from you guys saying this on set, but
Eric,
this idea, there's this thing called Rule
34.
34. It's called Rule 34. And the idea is if it exists, there's porn of it. Basically, it means you're relevant. Like you've made it now. So in a weird way, as much as I don't want there to be Aladdin 3477 porn, on the other hand, strangely, it means we've made it. If there's actual, if someone cares that much to recreate and...
Did you see the interview Carrie Fisher had with Daisy Ridley about... It's like, oh, welcome to the franchise. Let me explain Rule 34 to you.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And just the look of disappointment that Daisy Ridley has on her face. Like, they're going to do what? I'm like, oh, yeah, just welcome.
Well, and it's even scarier now because AI exists and deepfakes exist. So it's like anything anyone wants to see happen can be done.
We'll see Rule 63 as well.
Yeah, gosh.
Rule 63 is whatever your character is, there is a gender bent. That's fine. Like girl Aladdin, or just
yeah, okay,
or Aladdin.
Yeah, Aladdin. Official.
There you go. So anyway, just mentally preparing for some of the craziness that's going to happen. You guys are watching the release day marathon. We are going all day. Actually, just so you know, in a little less than an hour, we're going to take a break only because most social media like YouTube and like, what are we on? Facebook and all the things, they usually only go for 8 hours max.
Oh, really?
Which is kind of perfect because we're doing a 16-hour marathon. So in a little less than an hour, we are going to take a short break. You will have to find us again. But if you quickly browse my Facebook page, YouTube, any of the things, even LinkedIn, you will find us pretty quick. So hang out with us again. Plus, I want to know your experiences. I want to know what you guys think of the film.
Tom Savage is watching right now. He's watching the movie right now. Yeah, he's posted some stuff to Facebook about
great,
making him look good in the suit.
Oh, nice, awesome, super helpful with that, and it'd be great to have some of you chime in. And I think I can give a link so anyone. I know some people are planning on doing watch parties and things like that. So I will give. I'll be able to give you guys a link. I'll probably start doing that in the second round,
right?
Because it'll be a new link.
So if
once
you are waiting to see it later, let us know and we can introduce the film if you like it. If you like it,
if you're hanging out with friends and stuff, we can absolutely do that. So as you know, this is part 1 of 3. The other 2 films are in the can. They've already been filmed. There's rough edits of the second and third film. But this is meant to be one larger story. This film, it has kind of not a super conclusive ending, but I feel like it's satisfying. And but it's really just act 1 of 3. So there's more on the way. Some of you might recognize in the opening and closing credits, you might see the name Peter Mayhew as an executive producer. That's because he had already passed, but he was a big supporter of mine and Angie Mayhew, who has this charity foundation. Every year they try to support an artist with one of their endeavors. And 2 years ago, they decided to support me because Peter Mayhew was a fan and vice versa. And also I did, some work trying to, raise money and help the foundation. So they helped the Kickstarter and they supported it at the executive producer level,
which is awesome,
because they wanted Peter Mayhew's name to kind of be in the credits and kind of like, have his legacy live on, which I just thought was amazing. I was just so touched by that.
And it's so great that it's like kind of a full circle thing with some of the stuff that we talk about in the film. That it's like they reference each other to a certain degree.
Yep. So real quick, we're going to get to another one of the music videos, but we've got some comments. So let's see what's going on. Lori Fitch Richards says, "You're so adorable. Had to watch this." Aww. Awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out. And but we're just we're getting slap happy now already, but having a blast for sure. Chantel Williams says, "This is so cool. A lot of entries were bomb."
They were
some really,
inspiring,
really good ones. Oh, I got real excited for a second because we have it's someone on Twitch leaving a comment, but then it's cheap viewers on streamboo.com.
Do you know what that is?
Remove
Well,
this.
I don't know which one, but I'm on. I mean, I get it.
Streamboo?
No. I'm just saying I get one.
Brittany Oranger says, "I see stickers in your future." It's a must. People would love those. The kawaii version of Lochan.
I see. Yes.
Great question, Sandra W. How many stunt people did you use? Strangely, we used the same number of stunt people as there were characters in the film that required stunts because everyone did their own stunts.
But it is some people were chosen for roles because of their stunt ability.
Yes.
So they were brought on because they could do the stunt.
Yeah, for sure. And it was amazing. Thank goodness. I mean, there were some. I hate to say any injury is not a good thing, but just super grateful that no one broke a leg, and no one. There were no like crazy life-threatening injuries. At times we had insurance depending on the location, depending on when we were filming, and at times we had none. And I was just fingers crossed no one gets hurt.
Well, and it was funny, like the scenes where there was the most dangerous were the ones that went without a hitch.
Yeah.
The scenes where there was nothing to do, that was the one with the most accidents.
Yeah.
Because it was literally just locking the legs and passing out. And
random things.
Just standing still can be just as dangerous if you don't know to like bend your knees and to not lock your legs in place, which that's why I'm bouncing around back here. If you see me just dancing, it's like I can't stand still for so long without bending the legs.
So and then so to a degree we're kind of lucky because we never had to worry about this stunt person. Are people going to buy it? That's at the moment this stunt happens, it's the same person, because it always was.
And you had
the same person.
Foresight for the scenes where you had the enemies, that you had multiple people leverage multiple characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which was fantastic. Cody Penn, is there anything with the result of this release that could change or affect the outcome of the subsequent 2 releases? More fun, support, response, multilingual, etc. etc.
Well, I think the first film is multilingual, isn't it? It does.
I think he means released, like which. It is dubbed here, but would that affect distribution? Yeah, distribution where it's released in more countries or something like that.
But I mean, that is the thing. What do you know? What languages it's in currently on the streaming platforms? Like
as of right now, I thought on release it was going to be English, Spanish, and French.
Oh, okay.
I believe right now it's only English.
Oh, okay.
But I think Spanish and French will be.
See, I'm excited
soon
to watch myself in Spanish.
Yeah.
Because and I want to watch that with my mom and be like, see, this could have been me if you taught me Spanish when I was young.
Yeah.
Right now, my sister and my mom are the only ones who speak Spanish.
Oh my gosh. That's a good question, and I guess I'd have to. I haven't really thought about it too much. I would have to wait and see what happens when I get to that bridge. But honestly, I feel like because so much of this was done, for example, with practical effects,
right?
We built mechanical puppets. It would be real easy if suddenly a ton of money came through. I could just hand this off to a bunch of people, say, finish it, edit it, add the CGI special effects all over the place. They could do it faster. An army of people would churn it out. It would come out sooner.
But would you be happy?
I mean, I might be okay if it's less work for me,
right?
But I feel like it would be a disservice to the films, because the first film has this vibe, for better or worse. It's charming. It's handmade. There's this feeling about it, and maybe some people like it for that reason. Maybe some people don't. But I don't know that I would want to do it any different, just because, especially if something really works about the first film, why would I change? Why would I change that? So
although I guess a good part of any of the money made would go into just more promotion, because promotion is like half the battle with where a good majority of the budget goes to is
that's true.
Getting it to a wider audience to get more eyes on the thing.
Absolutely.
And we can get a billboard.
Just out of curiosity, just because you mentioned something about Tom, did Tom leave comments on
Facebook? On Facebook. I'm sorry.
Facebook comments or Facebook Messenger?
No, Facebook post. Just
gotcha.
on his Facebook page. I've been scrolling
gotcha.
the internet,
Good.
seeing what people are.
Because sometimes people say they've left comments, and I'm like, but it isn't in here, and maybe they left comments somewhere else or something. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Cody says, are there any artifacts you guys kept from the films? If so, what are your favorite items? Oh my gosh, so many. We showed the blaster earlier. I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about this cat right here.
Oh, I messed this up.
Let's see. I think there's a. Oops, sorry. I don't know it by heart. I know you got to hold this. Oh, that's what it is. It's just you have to hold.
It's the weight of the cable.
Yeah, the
no,
cable.
you just have to hold it
like this. Like gotta.
You have to push this.
Shoot.
It's still working through Bluetooth.
Hold it real quick. I'll grab my cable.
Okay.
Until James comes back, you can probably do it without the cable.
Well,
And then if you do, there's a button here. If you that one. Anyway,
okay.
There we go.
Yeah, you gotta have to hold.
So I didn't realize that was the.
You have to hold the cable.
Okay. All right.
Go. Hey, Fidgy, what's up?
Then just start turning the other way.
Yes.
The weight of the cable, you're actually pulling it down now. So it's kind of an awkward thing where the cable needs to push up, but not too much. And the cable needs to come down, but not too much. Yeah, it is super, super finicky. But anyway, so thankfully I got to keep Aladdin's BFF.
The Fidgy.
And had a lot of fun with this guy. There actually is a full-size sky sail in my garage. I was so happy that we didn't have to throw that away. It's 22 feet long, and it perfectly fits in my garage. So many things that we made or sets that we built. I mean, once we were finished filming, we had to just kind of destroy everything, and all the components ended up in dumpsters because there's just no place to put it.
And when I found that out, and that's what was happening, I drove to the soundstage like that. Hang on, whatever's going in the dumpster, you could use it, and there's one in the.
We got one of the robot paintings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. Were there any difficult scenes to film legally with ordinance law, foreign rules, regulations around cultural architecture, anything like that? Great question. Not around the world, but we got permits to film almost everywhere else that we filmed. So the Packard plant, we had permits to film there. That was actually more expensive than just paying the owners to film there. The permits themselves don't cost that much, but the insurance that you need to have $1 million insurance. $1 million insurance policy. It doesn't cost $1 million, but it needs to cover $1 million. And at first they wanted more than that, and we were like, we can't do that. Most even big movies, it's usually just $1 million insurance policy.
And that's mainly because that one time someone accidentally let loose a tiger in the Fisher. In the Packard plant. There was a music video a buddy of mine was on that a tiger got let loose on accident.
There also was a place that we did not get. It's the place where your apartment storage facility is in. And I want to say 6 months after we filmed there, it was in December. There was a boy who went missing, and they found him a week or two later in one of the elevator shafts, and he had
one of them that
he had fallen.
That ghost was probably leaning over.
Yeah, I mean,
giving you a heart attack.
Yeah. Crazy. So I would say Yeah, if there was something where we needed a permit, we usually did.
Yeah.
But if there was something where there was just a couple scenes and it's like an abandoned building, it doesn't even look like anyone owns it. There's a couple things we ran it and runned it and gunned it.
Yeah.
But the Fisher body plant.
Anything we were ever doing longer than just like a quick shot.
Yeah. But most of it went without a hitch. It's just the endless money that everything that you're sinking money into. While filming, what challenges did you encounter in general public and public spaces?
We got really lucky for the most part.
We did get lucky. One thing that we had an issue with that was funny is we filmed, and that might be Casey coming home. We filmed. We built a set, Kong Chayam. It took us 4 months to build.
Yep.
And it was Lindsay's parents' lot in their backyard. Giant, like a full marketplace, freestanding set. We actually dug the koi pond. We actually planted giant poles to help like hold the walls and everything. We spent 4 months. We were literally 4 days away from shooting, and we needed a few weekends. And there was a day we were actually working on it, and suddenly the police came by because you could actually see the outside of the set if you're driving by. Now, if you're driving normal speed, like you would really have to look, and then you would just see it really quick. But sometimes if there's traffic during rush hour, people waiting they would be in a place where they would be at stop and go traffic, and they would look from the outside. This marketplace looked like a giant like chicken coop or something.
That's more like a haunted house.
Something,
Like,
yeah. Not very sightly, but also it's on someone's property. Like it's really, and it's tucked away like in the back and stuff. Someone complained, and so the police came out and, hey, there's a complaint. You guys have 4 days to dismantle this set, which we were like, we actually film in 4 days, and this took us 4 months to build. We can't do this, kind of thing. So it was really funny as the police officer. Now, because this was on our own property, we didn't even think like getting a film permit or anything. It's on our own property. As the police officer was walking away, he goes, "Sorry, fellas, that's the rules." He says, "Of course, if you get a film permit, that changes everything." And we were like, "What?" So immediately I ran to the Sterling Heights municipal building and got a film permit. Again, spending more money, more insurance. But once we had the film permit, then we were locked and able to do
no stress after that.
No stress after that, whatever we wanted to do. When can we see, great question, when can we see the Aladdin 3477 tie-in movie game? You know what? There's so many things. I've had people say there needs to be a role-playing game, like the old school rolling the dice, kind of thing. Card games, collectible card games. Video games, I am
make the rules for it.
I am like down for anything and everything, like whatever whatever the opportunities are.
Pugs.
These are pugs.
I mean,
the thing is, I'm like, there's only so much I can do. So at this point, it's like licensing things to different people that make this, and then we get a little kickback of what they're creating. I'm not as interested in like making money off people big time as much as like, dude, anything and everything. And the interesting thing is you never know what's going to stick and what's going to be the most popular thing. And one of the funniest examples I always talk about is GoldenEye, because the James Bond movie, I believe they spent, how much did they spend? They spent something like 90 million making the movie back in the early 2000s. And the movie grossed 120 million, which is actually pretty good. It ended up making 30 million. The video game for GoldenEye, they spent 3 million making, and that went on to pull in something like 600 million. So talk about return on investment.
Yep.
Who knew that the biggest thing that people would remember or really find
that was a mark of a lot of people's childhood.
Was that the GoldenEye, and the movie's cool too.
Oh yeah,
like,
it was fun.
Oh my gosh! But the video game was the thing.
It was so popular, it made it onto Nintendo's Masterpiece Collection. It got re-released twice. It got remastered once with Daniel Craig replacing Pierce Brosnan. And
So what you're saying is we need to do an Aladdin 3477 Princess Dating Simulator game.
Absolutely. Yeah, Princess Dating Sim.
Yeah.
We have
all the princesses.
As a secret character.
Yeah, you can date Steve Cardinal, and it's just text prompts that you got to build up.
It's just Eric going through, and you have to play and build.
No, you can pick who you are.
Oh, I thought it was just you.
No, it's the dating simulator of all the princesses.
Not Brick dating one of the princesses.
No,
I was gonna say, Noodle Master versus whatever.
Oh my! You can date Noodle Master.
Yeah, that's like a
Noodle Master's a secret character.
Scenario
yeah.
No one wants or asks for.
Oh my gosh.
So we're going to take a look at this music video for One Jump Ahead. I love this because obviously the Disney music is not in the film, but it's really fun to kind of see this punk rock version.
Yeah.
To hear this punk rock version of One Jump Ahead set to clips of the film, and you kind of get a good sense for some of the fun action and mischief that Aladdin gets himself into.
One jump ahead of the bread line, one swing ahead of the sword. I steal only what I can afford, and that's everything. One jump ahead of the lawmen, that's all, and that's no joke. These guys don't appreciate I'm broke. Just a little snack, guys. Rip him open, take it back, guys. I can take a hint, gotta face the facts. You're my only friend at Boo. Oh, it's Aladdin's in the bottom. He's become a one-man rising crime. I blame parents except he hasn't got home. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Tell you all about it when I got the time. One jump ahead of the slow pokes, one skip ahead of my doom. Next time, I'm gonna use a 9 to plume. One jump ahead of the hitmen, one hit ahead of the flock. I think I'll take a stroll around the block. Apple! Let's not be too hasty. Still, I think he's rather tasty. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Otherwise we get along. One jump ahead of the hoofbeats, one hop ahead of the hump, one trick ahead of disaster. They're quick, but I'm much faster. Here goes, let us throw my hand and wish me happy landing. All I gotta do is jump.
That was great. That was great. Dude, Nick Garlock, I just saw the video that you just made. Oh my gosh, I need a copy of that. That is so funny. So cool. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Thank you for making that. And I want to have you on the live stream soon. And if you ever have time for it, I would love if you had some kind of video you could craft showing all of the visual effects you did for Aladdin 3477, and if there's like if you can kind of show layers of it, like how it all came together, almost like a demo reel of sort, but something specific for Aladdin, I would love to be able to share that. I also want to have you on the live stream where we can kind of play it there as well. But that is hysterical. I need a copy of that. That is so cool. Fantastic. All right. So here is Eric and I. Man, we've been through so much, but it's fun now just to be able to share the fruits of our labor after all of this work. Shiva to Believer is right. By the way, there is an extra bonus feature. If you're watching the film, Hopefully you're entranced by the credits anyway, with some of the kind of fun things you get to take a look at. There is a bonus feature at the end. It's even better than a bonus scene. You need to check it out. You will not be disappointed. Stay for the end credits. All right. Huge updates. I know we're getting, some of you are coming home from work soon. You guys are getting ready to watch the movie. So some huge updates. You've got all of these streaming services. Which one is it on? Well, there are some updates today, some last minute changes that happened yesterday, completely out of my control, kind of out of Buffalo 8's control. There are places you can watch it. Yes, places you can watch it that you don't want to. And then places that you cannot watch it yet, but will be able to soon. Here is the scoop with a capital S. It is available right now on Fandango at home. That's probably my biggest advice because that's the best place with the best quality, easiest to do, where you don't have to like download an entire app and everything. Fandango at home. Hoopla, I'm heard, is supposed to be available today, although I think someone
was
tried and hadn't seen it yet.
Found it yet, yeah.
But it's supposed to be out today. Verizon Fios and Vubiquity. I don't even know what that is, but it's available on those. Also, cable VOD with, I believe Dave Todd has Charter. I think Erik has Spectrum. I have Xfinity, and James has Cox. So that's the.
You guys are really leaning into
I'm just, I don't know.
Erik is loving that, man. Erik's loving that.
Sorry.
Hey, I think when we mentioned this on one of the last live streams, I think you openly were like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah,
he does.
We're going with. Okay, well, no. Xfinity is pretty much.
I am a child. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We're slap happy, so we are 12-year-olds at the moment. But anyway, yeah, it is available on Prime Video. It actually released a day early, but there are subtitles. Why are there no subtitles? The subtitles are missing. There aren't subtitles from beginning to end, but there's a fair amount, and you will be confused for sure. Yeah, in time, you'll kind of figure out maybe what you didn't understand, but it really will kind of diminish the cinematic experience. You really want to watch this with subtitles. If you've already purchased it, the subtitles will be corrected, but we don't know when. There's an entire QC process that it has to go through to fix it. It's not as easy as a switch. I don't know when this is going to happen. It could be tonight. Honestly, it could be 4 weeks from now. It just depends on how quickly Amazon, who's on it, can get it through this process. But we do not have an estimate for that timeline. So my suggestion, I know before I was pushing Apple TV Plus and Amazon, but honestly, at the moment, Fandango at home is where you want to check it out. Also, Fandango is actually pretty cool because if you look below, maybe you can't read that, Fandango is the only place that has it in HDX, which is pretty cool. I actually had to look it up. I didn't even know what HDX was, but it encodes video at a higher bit rate, almost twice that of HD. It also preserves, this is a big deal to me. I noticed this right away. HDX preserves a film's native 24 frames per second, which is pretty cool. That makes it feel more film-like. And HDX also uses 5.1 Dolby Digital Plus surround sound for audio.
But it also means the file is going to be a lot bigger. So streaming it, make sure you have good internet.
Yeah,
otherwise,
good internet.
Struggle.
And you also have the ability to download it, though, which is great. And it'll take a little bit longer to download, but then you'll be able to watch it in its highest quality.
Uninterrupted.
You will literally own it forever because you'll have not a hard copy, but a digital copy, where when you buy something to own on the streamers, when you read the fine print, it's you own it streaming for as long as the streaming service owns it. So sometimes 7 years, 10 years can pass, and if the contract isn't renegotiated, it's gone. And if they don't have it, it means you don't have it. But through Fandango, you can download it, and then you have it forever. Super cool. So here is Christy Porowski as the princess. Wanted to share another scene, another kind of exclusive look. Not everything is always totally action, but here's a scene that kind of shows a little bit more drama, if you will. Let's take a look.
Did these lowlifes see my daughter indecent.
I'm not aware of any privacy that has been violated. If there had been, the entire world news would be gossiping about it by now. However, you can ask your daughter of her safety in person, as she has just arrived.
Who's this?
This is Lochan Shayamal. He's the new Grand Vizier and responsible for saving you.
Saving me? Where are my personal guards?
They were killed by someone looking to harm you. Kamala, I can't give you the freedom that you crave if you can't. That'll be all for now, Lochan.
As you wish, my lord.
All right, so some great acting chops, obviously by Jerry Hayes and Christy. Just kind of a nice, fun little scene. I've been having more screenings with press. I still have more coming up.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I've got Detroit News. I have a podcast. I forget. It's called like Little Brother or something like that. 4 cats that are coming out. I just got a message from someone else that asked about a certain day, and I can't even remember who that is. But yeah, they're going to continue. And it's great, though, because as much as, man, I can't wait to be done with all this. I need some juice to keep pushing on Apple TV and then the AVOD and everything else. So it's all been a lot of fun. It's been really cool being able to share it with kind of an in-theater experience, including Attack on Show that came out and did a cool road trip
to
kind of thing.
And watch the film.
Yeah. So very cool. And incredible. As much as we've had a couple bumps with Amazon and everything, man, we've had some wins too, including this incredible review on Movie Show Plus. Just amazing. And we've got some good quotes here. Just to read a few, Eric Steele did a fantastic job as Aladdin. That's Jason Catron at the Jake Craig podcast. Tom Santilli from Movie Show Plus says an audacious reimagining of a classic tale transformed into a dazzling sci-fi adventure that's funny, exciting, and familiar. Chris Jones, at Overly Honest Review, says this film invites audiences to rediscover their sense of wonder. I love that. Like that is like, I don't know if the movie does that, but that's absolutely where it came from. It's kind of the films, we grew up with. And for me, it was, we used to camp out for movies and they were just big. There was something about movies in the 80s. And I'm not saying those movies are better than movies today, but there was a lot more wonderment in the Spielberg era with movies like Goonies and Gremlins and E.T. and Indiana Jones. And Back to the Future. There was just something larger than life about those movies.
I think the main reason for that, though, was because you were learning about it for the first time. It wasn't from a franchise where you're expecting something. Now, when you have something Star Wars, you're hoping it ties into something you loved versus this is the first love. Like you're meeting it for the first time. You have no expectations. And then basically everything that happens is completely brand new to you. So
I agree. I love the imagination, says Gig Pata of LRM Online. That's the Latino Review Media, I believe. Dave Taylor at planetdave.com says, I'm ready to watch the next installment of this series. And the action sequences were top notch, says Rob E. of Attack on Show. Thank you. You guys can leave a review as well. Anywhere, any service that you're watching, usually when the movie ends, something pops right up. How did you enjoy this movie? Or leave a review. And to independent cats like us that don't have a giant army of people doing all the press and doing all the marketing, we're small potatoes. And so especially if it's a positive review, it helps us so much. And, I don't like to beg for reviews and positive reviews, but I have to say, because we hit this snag in particular with Amazon, there's a lot of people that don't know us, don't follow us, that are going to watch the movie until it gets replaced. There are people that are going to see it not knowing that subtitles are missing, and they some people might pick up on, man, I really feel like there's supposed to be subtitles. Some people might not, and just be like, man, this is so confusing, or these people are talking, I don't even know what they're saying. Like,
Right.
Why are they showing us this? Either way, no one's going to review that well. And I feel like people are always more inclined to leave a review about something they don't like or something that didn't meet their expectations than people to be like, you know what, I'm going to leave them a nice glowing review. And when you're a small entrepreneur, small
really
business, independent artist, it really, I mean, it can make or break a mom and pop business for sure. So if you enjoyed the film, oh my gosh, if you left us a review of any kind, and there's lots of places to do it, it would help us so much. One place you can do it that would be really helpful is RottenTomatoes.com. And this is where a lot of people go because it collects reviews both of people professional and consumers,
certified critics, and people like me.
Yeah. What's interesting, and one of the reasons I like going to Rotten Tomatoes is sometimes the scores don't match up, and you'll see a movie where, man, critics really love this movie, but audiences hate it. Or vice versa, where, you know, the snobby critics like, oh, it wasn't to my standards of blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, audiences just absolutely love it. So it's funny when there's a huge difference, but anyway, so please throw us a bone there. And then this is how Rotten Tomatoes works. You probably explain this better than me.
That to be considered certified fresh, there has to be a balance of reviewers, both professionally and everyday reviewers, to be in the fresh and or hot category. The more stale or rotten, the less balanced it is. So, yeah. And I guess to be verified
hot,
certified fresh, you have to have the balance of both. To be verified hot, it's just hot or stale popcorn. So, yeah, I think the everyday person gets the hot or stale, and then the professional critics get the fresh or rotten, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Super cool. So go, and you know what? Anywhere you can, spread the word, tell people about it, share links that we have. You know, you can gift people the movie on any of these services.
Oh, can you?
You can, yeah, you
I
can.
didn't know that.
There's places where you can go and you can buy it, and then I think there's a thing that says gift this, and you can gift it to them. And the cool thing about it is they don't get to redeem it for another. Like they literally, like, this is the movie that was paid for. So it's almost like you're not forcing people, but you know, some people might really like to see it. So it's a really cool gift that you can do. So, you know, we talked about the first phase of TVOD. So there's been a little bit of an update. A lot of you might be asking, wait a minute, Apple, where is Apple TV? There's a new date, and this is the second half of TVOD. So this is just less than 3 weeks from now. I believe it's on a Thursday. And that's when you'll be able to see it on Apple TV Plus, Apple TV, iTunes, and Google Play is where you will be able to see the film on those streaming platforms.
Does the pre-order get reactivated on Apple since it's delayed?
Great question. The answer is no. I asked the same thing right away, and they just skipped that. I think because we just bombed it, just the snafu. I feel like if we now said, hey, remember when we did a pre-order and day after day, it just never showed. Now we're doing it again. I think the other snafu is that now that it's available everywhere, the chances of people going into that window, it's probably, I think that ship has already sailed. So this is a concept painting I did of Aladdin with klepto runners. If you're curious what klepto runners are, we are going to take a look right now. Here is an action-packed scene from Aladdin 3477. Check this out.
Aladdin, wait!
Wait for what?
Umi might be in trouble.
She'll be fine.
She just saved your life.
All right, fine. Then take this.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Get back to the sky sail. Shoot anything that gets in your way.
But I couldn't possibly.
If you want me to help Umi, you have to pave the way to the sky sail. Okay.
Aladdin, make the wish. Make the wish.
Woohoo! Lots of fun. So I wanted to read this really quick. Fletch Arnold sent me this message. He didn't leave this as a comment. He sent this as a message. I hope it's okay. I'm reading this. But what a great message. He said, that was such a fun ride. I thought it was bad waiting for the first part. Now waiting for the next will be worse.
Yeah.
My daughter laughed and was obsessed with Fiji. The jokes were so spot on. Great positioning and not so in your face. The timing was great. I could get an old school movie feeling like watching Star Wars for the first time. Wow. It was pure entertainment. Now you can get Kenner to make some toys. It's Hasbro now. Yeah, absolutely. Might seem small, but nice. I saw the carpet on the sky sled. I was like, oh, cool. It's the flying carpet. That is true.
That
Good
is,
eye.
yeah.
There
We
is
did put that on
It's
there.
not exactly the Aladdin carpet, but when I was in India, actually, on purpose, I was like, I need, and we hadn't even built the sky sail yet, but I roughly knew how big I wanted the carpet to be, and I wanted it to be not a long runner, but long enough. And I'm like, I need to find something that just is the vibe without it being too on the nose Aladdin. I needed a Persian rug that would kind of do that, since we don't have a magic flying carpet. And so when I was in India, when I saw it, I was like, that's it. That is the carpet that is going to be on.
You had a few of them too. And I know one of them we actually used in our dolly, because I still have that dolly that we built. And I like hammered in the carpet on the dolly, so that way when we were doing dolly shots, we were literally riding on a magic carpet.
Oh my gosh. Amazing.
And no one ever got to see that. Maybe behind the scenes, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Was that the wooden one that didn't work?
Not the
wheels?
giant dolly that Matt turned into the Dolly Parton dolly.
Yeah.
The Parton dolly. It was a smaller
one. Anyway, somebody seen Sky said, I was like, cool, it's the flying carpet. Maybe I'm slow, but it was a great way to put in and make it futuristic. That's exactly what it was. Good eye. I'm so glad that you saw that. Congrats. I truly hope the numbers are amazing for you on this today. Oh, and where is the Fiji popcorn bucket? Now that you teased it, we will need it. Awesome. That is just wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's, man, making my day hearing what people are thinking about it. I'm so thrilled. So cool. All right. On that note, some people are asking, should my kid watch that? So it's kind of hard to say, because I feel like every kid's different, and different kids emotionally can handle different things. Also, some parents are a little bit more concerned about what's the violence in this movie.
Right.
Some parents are a little bit more like, what is the sexual nature of this movie? Some parents are like, F-bombs, S-bombs, what's the language in this film? So the easiest way to kind of describe this, because we didn't shell out for an MPAA rating, that wouldn't have done us any good anyway,
right?
Since we don't have a large theatrical run. Raiders of the Lost Ark. If your child is old enough to handle Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's appropriate, you feel, and if they're not getting nightmares from people getting shot point blank, because there's a lot of comedy, but there's also hard-hitting things where they're like, whoa, that was, man, I wasn't expecting blood like that.
Yep.
But there's a little bit of sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's serious. There is, just like Raiders of the Lost Ark, there is one SHIT, and also there is a scene that there's no nudity per se, but there is a scene where it's implied that the princess actually is nude. And there are scenes where you can see her taking a koi bath. Only her shoulders are sticking out. In real life, the actress was always covered, but sometimes reflections, and you see through the transparent part of the water. And if you have a heavy imagination, you might be like, "Oh, did I see something?" You didn't. She was covered, but some people are concerned about that, for their kids. So just a heads up on those things. But otherwise, really, Raiders of the Lost Ark, if your kid is old enough or mature enough, then I would say for sure that is the way to go. We're going to be taking a break real soon, but then we're going to be coming back again. So you'll have to find this. Hopefully you'll stick around and hang out with us for a while. But when we come back, you'll have to find us either on Facebook or YouTube. LinkedIn or YouTube, wherever.
This was on LinkedIn too?
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were on LinkedIn.
Isn't that funny?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we get some good views over there, which is interesting. And Twitch. But anyway, so real quick, I wanted to chat about Buffalo 8 and why I signed with them, why they've been absolutely great to work with. It's a company called Buffalo 8. They've put out a lot of movies, but just some standout ones that you might be familiar with. They produced the third Clerks movie with Kevin Smith. That's actually them with the headphones on. And you and I actually went and saw Clerks 3 with Luke Castle at the Fillmore.
With Kevin Smith live.
With Kevin Smith. And that was a fun experience. And also, we were kind of doing research, like how do we maybe want to do some theatrical and stuff. So it was, but it was super entertaining. It was really neat to see how he ran a tight ship. And it was almost a little too like, man, he really is squeezing every dollar out of it. Because, man, we had nosebleed seats and they were not cheap.
But it still sounded good. You could still see everything. Yeah, that's what I was very surprised with. I mean, it did look like you were watching the film on your phone, like this close. But it worked.
I was also really impressed that he did a thing where I think it was an extra $500 to meet him.
Right.
It was an extra $500 to have an item signed by him. And then it was an extra $500 to have a photo taken with him.
I didn't know so much.
You think that's crazy? Oh my gosh. So here's how it worked. So a lot of people spent $1,500 to get all three. So they took everyone. We stuck around to kind of watch how this was done. So there was easily, how many people would you say did this?
Oh my God, probably close to 300, maybe
that's what I would guess too.
300. Yeah.
So they took everyone and they lined everyone around the front of the theater, and he had about 2 or 3 helpers that would kind of do leapfrog. So the first thing they did is you're going to meet Kevin Smith. It's going to be quick.
Yeah.
Literally, everyone's like around the front of the theater. It was like, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? And that's it. That was how you met Kevin Smith. But you got to shake his hand. He looked you in the eyes, right? Then they said you have to get your one item. You have to have it out and ready to go. So he grabs his Sharpie. Everyone's holding their item out. Literally walks the perimeter of 300 people. And in 5 minutes, Kevin Smith walks around the whole thing. Can you imagine $500? Like in that 5 minutes, $500 times like 300 people? Amazing. Right? Then, okay, the photos, how are they going to do that? Well, he had his 3 helpers kind of doing leapfrog where the first helper would grab the person's phone. Kevin Smith, smiles. Meanwhile, the other 2 people are already, the 2 helpers are 2 people ahead.
Right.
Because people are fumbling with their phones. So they're making sure it's ready to go. So he goes in, smiles, goes in, smiles, goes in, smiles. Meanwhile, they're doing leapfrog. As soon as this picture's taken, they run to the next 3 down, take the phone, they're getting ready. Okay, click. Then they go 3 people down again. And the helpers are just like leapfrogging every way. And again, somehow in like minutes, and at some point we ended up leaving.
Yeah, we didn't save the whole.
But like, my gosh, in 15 minutes he would have done selfies with everyone around the room.
It was a well-oiled machine.
$1,500 for all of those people. Unbelievable. But he's got that audience. We don't have that yet. So it is what
People
it is.
seemed fine with how mechanical that seemed.
People were thrilled about it. Absolutely. Anyway, Loving Vincent is a movie that they produced, or I'm sorry, I guess they were producers in this, executive producers, and this movie was nominated for an Oscar. It's an animated movie where every frame looks painted. Saoirse Cohen, I think is her name. She was in that movie Lady Bird. She's been in a bunch of Little Women and a bunch of movies. She stars in this. I want to say maybe Willem Dafoe has a bit part in this. I can't remember, but nominated for an Oscar. The executive producer, Nikki Steer Justice, is an executive producer for Aladdin. I've had meetings with her. She is brilliant, super smart at marketing, and super cool. Arnold and Jackie, they produced a movie called Iron Mask recently, Free LSD with Jack Black. Terrifier 3. This is already the #1 unrated movie of all time. They actually re-released it for Christmas and maybe New Year's.
Oh, really?
Something back in theaters, just for because it's whatever this Santa Claus theme, I guess.
The Santa Claus Christmas.
Yeah. But it's already made I think 60 million domestic and maybe over 100 million international. Just bananas. And at the same time, Woman of the Hour was the #1 movie on Netflix, which is Anna Kendrick's directorial debut, and allegedly she is on the short list for actresses for the Oscars this year.
That's awesome. And us.
And here's us. Yeah. Today is the day it is released, January 3rd. So Screen Rant was the first to give the scoop. We were so lucky to land them. And then the trailer, they released the trailer. And so here's what we'll do. We'll do a couple more things here before we take our break. You know what? Let's take a look at that trailer. Wait, I have it. Let's take a look at that trailer. Oh, wait. Just screwed it up again. Let's take a look at that trailer.
Oh sure, regal monarchs and maharajas handpicked by my father. My life is brimming with romance.
We're better than this, Fiji. We belong up there.
You must throw me the lamp at once!
No one asked you.
Sure. I'm not sure.
That's a great question. I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know.
I feel like the bitrate. I think HDX might have to be bigger because they.
We got some comments here. Lori Fish says, "I'm bummed. I have Prime, so I'll have to wait." You should wait. I'm so sorry about that. It's easy to get on Fandango. You don't have to like download a new app. You have to log in, like make an account, but it's not that complicated. But if you want to wait for Prime, all good. Please wait, and I will definitely be blasting out to the world when that subtitle issue is fixed.
Amazon does not require having an active Prime membership. You can actually, as long as you just have the Amazon account.
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's another thing too. And obviously, we're not pushing people to watch Amazon yet, but you don't have to have Prime to get the film. And I don't think it even changes the price of it because it's TVOD, so it's the same either way.
Right now, the prices are slashed. He was like, "Oh, Amazon credit." I don't recall having that, but if I can get that for $3.99 to buy it, then sure, why not? It'll be in my library. I'll get it on Xfinity later, but once Prime fixes it, it'll still be there.
All right. So Lori Fitch Richards says, I should have backed higher to get a movie. I'm way excited. Lori, I believe you are getting the 4th swag box. So you are getting the Blu-ray, but I just don't have the Blu-rays yet. Those will be coming out maybe, could be as soon as a month. It might be like 2 months-ish is my guess. So as soon as I get those swag boxes out, you are absolutely getting a movie. I'm pretty sure you did get up to the 4th swag box. So I think you are all set with that, I believe. Let's see. See you soon. Woohoo! Cody Penn now hanging out on Twitch. What is up? We don't get as many people leaving comments from Twitch. So awesome. Man, your questions are amazing. Thank you so much for rocking out the questions. Since the movie is inspired by Star Wars, what creative decisions, lessons did you take from those movies when making your project? It's clear the sci-fi aesthetic is there. Was there anything you sought to do differently, better than Star Wars in script, filming, story, characters? Any pitfalls of movies you definitely wanted to avoid? That's a great question. There are some obvious things with Star Wars, but it's probably not the things that people think of in terms of things like story. Probably the biggest thing that I took from Star Wars that was unavoidable and just ingrained into my brain is just the lived-in universe. Right. Just robots that look functional, but it also looks like this robot has been tossed down the stairs and, kind of beaten up a little bit. And I think as a kid, before Star Wars, everything was like Star Trek, where it's all perfect and clean, or Flash Gordon, or Forbidden Planet, where these alien mechanical things are just perfectly polished, and where Star Wars looked like it had existed for it was just so real and so lived in. So that's probably the biggest thing that I have taken from Star Wars. My inspiration really comes from everywhere. And when I say everywhere, my favorite film of all time is Amélie, a French film. There are aspects of this, people probably wouldn't see it until maybe if you watch Amélie right after Aladdin, you might be like, oh my gosh, I totally see it now. There really are some connections. There's a movie called The Fall by Tarsem that took 6 years to make. Happens to take place in a lot of the same places in India,
but also it is the one film that you cannot get on. You can't purchase anymore unless you can find someone who has a copy.
Streaming,
really? Yes, the unstreamable movie, because the music rights for the film got nixed, and so they can't put it out anymore unless you can find an old Blu-ray.
Yeah, which I have. Thank goodness for that. So there's all kinds of things, but honestly, I get inspiration from movies, television shows. I get inspiration from music. There are so many times, and maybe you guys are like this too, where you'll be on a road trip or maybe by yourself. You've just got a place you've got to drive. So you put on some of your favorite music, and maybe you've got music that's either cinematic, where literally it's film soundtracks, or sometimes it's a rock opera or whatever it is. I don't know about you, but do you ever like put on some of your favorite music driving down the freeway and like you're just imagining a music video, or you're
100%.
imagining a story set to this music, and you can see it in your head? Like, man, if I made a music video for this song, it would be this epic story of betrayal. And at this part, this happens. And at this part, this is when you just see everything light up on fire. And like, you have ideas for all the visuals. So things like music inspire me. Honestly, I know this is going to ruin my street cred with like tattoos and everything, but honestly, there are times where I will go outside at whatever time it is, 7 at night. There will be a sunset that is so beautiful, and I will just be like, what did I do to deserve this? Would you look at this? Would you look at it? And I'll just be like, how would you even paint those colors? Like, and literally I will start tearing up. Like, this is like, what did I do to deserve this sun? This is so beautiful, you know? So I get inspired by everything. And maybe it doesn't sound like, yeah, but what does that have to do with the movie? Well, like all of it is things where you start to notice colors and compositions, and I'll like look at the sky and I'll be like, gosh, look at that's like the sky is a particular orange and the clouds are yellow here, but if you really look, those aren't gray clouds on the other, that's straight up purple on the other side. And you pick up color harmony, and there's just so many things that I just
hard thing to learn in your class too, just to train your eyes to see beyond what you're expecting to see.
Yeah.
And you know what, man? Out of all of us here right now, if anyone was capable of just slamming down something and just painting out that sunset, it's you.
Oh yeah.
A cocktail napkin with a Crayola, and you could sign it, and someone would pick that up real quick.
Anyway, so yeah, I find inspiration everywhere. Sci-fi aesthetic, anything I sought to be better, different. Honestly, it wasn't to be, I never had a mission to be better than Star Wars. It's not better than Star Wars. I always wanted to do the best I was capable of doing. When it came to costumes, sets, we had a really cool thing where from the beginning, I think we were all so impressed from the very first Kita Ratana scene that we did with you and Bredge and Jessica. And I did a quick edit before the next thing, and it was already, okay, this looks good.
This is a shot.
Like,
this is a scene.
Like, okay, how do we top that?
Yeah.
And so the next time we did a set that was even better, and maybe we upped the costumes a little bit more. And then like, oh my gosh, this is even better. Okay, okay, we need to top it now. And so it was always a challenge with cast and crew to just do the best we could. One thing that I learned that I think was good is we didn't even film our first fight scene until probably 2 years in.
True. Yeah.
And we did an easy fight scene first that was a little bit, it was choreographed, but it was less complicated than any of the other fight scenes. And so that was like a good primer. Okay, because it isn't just me, and that was a learning experience for me big time. But I think even with our team, we were a machine where over time we got to work well with each other, and people kind of fell into their roles. Like, this person does this, and this person enjoys helping with this, and they do this well. And you just, over time, it just kind of falls into place as is. Pitfalls of movies. Gosh, I don't know.
That you wanted to avoid?
Like the production process or films in general, like the finished product?
Pitfalls of movies in general. Just
scheduling had to be one of them.
Yeah, scheduling was probably the only thing that I wasn't a fan of, and that's something that every independent film that doesn't own all that, it's scheduling is the hardest for sure. Candace Willen, congrats guys! Can't wait to watch the
my cousin.
I can't wait to watch the film tonight. Awesome. Hopefully Fandango at home is what we're rooting for. Lori says, totally awesome trailer. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Kyle Kramer, what is going on? excited to watch tonight on YouTube. Awesome. I don't think it's on YouTube, and it was going to be today on Google Play. That's been pushed back.
Which I think you can purchase through YouTube. Like, they think they're connected.
Oh,
So
really?
it's like,
Okay.
it's like yeah, you're getting it on Google, but Google owns YouTube.
Gotcha. Well, still, I don't think that opens up until
the
23rd. So, so it is what it is. But awesome. The best place to watch it is Fandango at home. Real easy. It is on Amazon, but the subtitles aren't there, and you kind of need them. So I don't know when those will be resolved. Amazon's on it, but it could be a day, it could be weeks, because it has to go through the QC process once again to re-get the new movie into all of its data inner workings, all the stuff, particularly with subtitles. Way over my head in terms of complication. I'll check out Fandango. Awesome, Lori. Thank you so much. I know you are going to love it. Cody says, are there any post-production things you were not expecting that ended up taking more time? I remember you mentioning the ADR.
Oh.
Yeah, so probably one of the things that took time that we, there were things, there's some big things in the second film. So we have almost no CGI in the films. Anytime we did CGI, it was usually to fix something. So it's usually not because we added in a CGI ship that's all sleek. It's usually something like there's a weird pole in the way and it crosses over someone's shoulder. And so we needed to paint it out, but frame by frame, we needed to recreate the person's shoulder underneath. So it was usually things like that randomly every now and then. It was more about fixing things, wire removal, things like that. And that stuff takes time, and often more time than you think. Lori says, "What? Yippee! There was so much. There's so much in the swag boxes, and the fourth one I've been saving the best for last. That is going to be amazing." Deanna Peebles, woo! What is up? Thank you for hanging out with us today, and I hope you dig the movie. Erik, Matt,
Deanna,
awesome. Cody says, "Yeah, I swapped to Switch to get a better text limit and use my emotes if I want." Nice. Is that? I can't even tell. Is that a poo with bananas? What is this here? What is this here? Oh no, sorry, it's a bird. It's a brown bird. It looked like a stack of poo with bananas on the side. I didn't know.
Wow.
Question for Erik. Looking back retrospectively after seeing the result, Cody, dude, you need to be an interviewer and a reviewer. These are incredible questions. Seriously, amazing. Looking back retrospectively after seeing the result, are there things you would have done differently for your character, involvement, or acting? Curious.
I don't know. Yeah, like, would I have tried to go more method? But then I don't know. I might have gotten arrested if.
Because you would have to steal things
I'd
to
have
get into
I'd have to be a thief, and who knows? I might have ended up in jail and wouldn't have been able to finish off the film.
Honestly, even stealing a candy bar would have done it.
Yeah, that would be weird. Though.
Hey, just so you guys know, we're out of time and we got to do a new thing. So just real quick, because we'll lose these. Guess I'm buying it on Fandango too. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Strange Full Movie seems to be fine on YouTube. I didn't know that it was on YouTube yet. So that is news to me. Awesome. I purchased it. Good. On YouTube. That is great to hear. I had no idea that wasn't on the list of places you could watch it.
Well, it is still connected to Google, so I guess that's the thing.
But Google Play doesn't unlock until the 23rd. So let me know what time I'll show up to interview. Awesome. So this live stream is going to end. Let me end this now, and we're going to be back on in a couple minutes. We will be running anew, but just taking a quick break. Rock and roll. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Did you enjoy class today? If so, give me a like. If there's something you'd like to see me cover in a future video, let me know what that is in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I've also got a video series called Sketchbook Challenge that helps your drawing, creativity, and fill up an awesome looking sketchbook. Plus, there are videos on You Can Draw Star Wars, Hollywood is Dead, and sneak peeks at the Aladdin 3477 motion picture trilogy. In order to not miss any new videos, hit that notification bell. Sharing is caring, and it's great to inspire your friends. Share this video on social media, and your friends will share awesome art tips they find with you. If you're on Instagram, you can follow me at Matt_Busch_Instagram. I'll see you back in the classroom soon. Don't be tardy.